What's up, meatbags? It's the often imitated, never duplicated, slightly irritated, but not inebriated Tony TGD. And of course, I'm joined by Bob, who streams games apparently. That's what I'm being told. And special guest, Top Loaded Gamer. What's up, gentlemen?
What's up, guys?
Yo, what's up? It's Friday Drama, and I'm ready to set some fire.
Yeah, we got lots to talk about. So much drama. But before we get to that, let me just let you know that this stream has probably been demonetized just from playing that song. So on the replay, we're not going to make any money. So it is what it is, right?
Awesome.
Also, let me know if the mic sounds good, because I do got a new mic. It's different. It's not exactly the same. Oh, we got a super chat already. What's up, Zod Ryder dropping the big 5. Stopping by to say hello and give a shout out, Tony Papow. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Zod. Thank you. This is a man who I have criticized in the past. I made a video on him detailing where, he had a little suspect jump in his subscribers, but, it all worked out. He explained it. It's all good. But thank you, Zad. Thank you. We might be talking about Snyder a little bit later. Where's Finbar? I don't know. I think he's out doing some work. I don't want to say what it is. I was going to say, I almost said what it was that he was doing. And I was like, wait a minute. No. I don't want to dox him. Don't want to. Mike sounds better than usual, but I'm still current. I got it.
Rough.
So there is a poll in the chat. It wants to know, should we worry about people that are beneath us? Apparently, 82% of you are saying yes right now.
Yeah, because we're blowing up the scene, bro. If we ignore those beneath us, there's going to be a lot of fucking people.
Ooh. But we got Trevor here. We brought him here for a special treat because we're going to be talking Smash JT, because Smash made not one, but 2 videos today.
Milking it.
One of them says that he's sorry. It's like an apology or something. So we're going to get to that second. Hopefully Trevor will bear with us as we watch this first Phil Adam Provides exclusive.
Yeah, I haven't even seen it yet, so let's check it out.
No Finbar. He might not be here. No. Very busy. He's a busy man. Feeding foxes. Making sure that there's no knives in all of England. Y'all can't have knives, right, Bob? Scissors either, right?
We can have knives. Apparently, our criminals have knives, but apparently we need to upgrade our criminals because that makes our country bad because they don't have guns.
Oh, myself in comics says she's going to go see Black Adam. I hope you enjoy it. I hear bad things, so I hope you do like it.
I didn't mind it.
I haven't seen it yet. I'll probably watch it when it gets on HBO Max. Haven't seen Black Panther either, but again, HBO Max. All right, let's get into this.
What's going on, guys? Welcome to another episode of Smash JT. About a month ago, I made a video talking about how I had a phone call with Phil Adam, and we talked about a lot of things going on behind the scenes with Intellivision. He asked me to keep them private and quiet and not say anything about them and trust him. Give him a few weeks, I believe, were his words. And I held my word on that. I said, sure, I'll give you a few weeks. And now we fast forward 4 weeks later. Tony Geek Getaway hit me up on Twitter.
That's me. I'm that guy.
Trying to follow up. So thanks, Tony, for making me follow up on this. Because honestly, I don't know. I got God of War Ragnarok coming today. I'm pretty excited about that. I got a lot of things going on with my life. So even though I was very excited about the Intellivision Amico initially, everything that's transpired up until this point, I was just kind of like, whatever. It's clearly
already we're like 57 seconds in, and the man is just milking it, right? Like, get to the point. We know this. Anyone watching this video already knows the saga. They know what you've been through, Smash. Just get to the point, right?
Yeah.
Just tell us what Phil said.
Yeah, he's a very busy man. He's got lots of things going on in his life, like not everyone else has.
And just so that we're all clear, we're all on the same page. what happened was I tweeted publicly. Like, it kind of sounds like I talked to him behind the scenes. I tweeted publicly. I said, "Hey, Smash, it's been 4 weeks. You said you were going to tell us what Phil said if there was no announcement. There's no announcement. Television hasn't said anything. No email, nothing. You going to make a video? What's going on?" Smash was like, I don't know if I'm going to make a video. I'm not really sure. He was on the fence about it. So I tweeted him back. I said, "Don't be soft. Wait, don't be soft. You said you were going to make a video. Phil ain't did shit." Because he said he was going to message Phil. I'm going to message Phil. I said, "Don't message Phil. You gave him 4 weeks. Fucking let us know what's going on, right? Tell us what it was that was supposed to happen that didn't happen, obviously."
Right.
So that's what prompted this video.
Something that's going to either never come out or take a long time, so just put it in the rearview mirror and try not to look at it too often.
Oh,
but I followed up with Phil Adam today. I texted him, and I'll put the text on the screen right now, what I said to him, because not really anything private there. And I basically was reaching out because I'm like, look, I don't want to just air your laundry to everyone out there. I want to try to make this relationship somewhat viable. I know people will question why, but I believe in being a good person.
I do question why. Why does he want a relationship with Phil Adam to make it viable?
I know, it's very funny wording.
Yeah.
Clout chasing. 10,000. I think he's got 10,000 reasons, hasn't he?
Well, he's got 10,000 reasons that he wants it to succeed, but there's not really 10,000 reasons for him to want a relationship with Phil. You don't need to be friends with Phil. You don't need to call him. You don't need to talk to him on the weekend in order for the Intellivision Amico to be successful or not. The only reason you would want to have a quote-unquote relationship with the current CEO of the company is because you want that inside info. You want to make these videos. These are the ones that get all the attention.
You want perks that can benefit yourself, which, I mean, if we're getting into that, like, wouldn't that have been the whole reason why any channel would have been involved in this stuff in the first place, for perks?
Yeah, that's what got him in trouble in the first place, right? Getting too close to people. But here we are. He wants to ride in Phil's car. I heard Phil also has a Ferrari, or is that Nick? Nick might have the Ferrari. Phil Adams' dad is very sick. Don't say that, Tommy. Not even as a joke.
I can't say the same for everyone over at Intellivision, nor do I want to imply anything.
When he says everyone over at Intellivision, he means all 3 employees that currently work at the company.
Oof.
Because we know that the VP of finances, it's gone. It's gone. He left in March, but he didn't update his LinkedIn until this month. But we know that he left in March because he started working at another company in March. Intellivision has been really sneaky with telling their employees after they leave, hey, don't update your LinkedIn right away. Try to keep it on the download. Also, this whole display of Intellivision products right in the video. Come on, Smash. You might as well wear the shirt, put the hat back on.
I think he's trying to be ironical here.
I don't know. I think he's trying to appeal to Phil. Look at Phil. I still support the company. Come on, Phil. Because he knows they're going to watch it. He knows Phil Adams is watching this.
Any of that. I'm just saying, for me personally, I always try to be a good person. And that can get me in trouble sometimes, as is the case here. But I reached out to Phil and was like, look, I don't want to be a dick. I just want to, tell people what we talked about. And if you have anything you can give me.
He's wearing an Intellivision shirt.
I didn't notice.
Yeah, let's go back 5 seconds. Peek right here, right at the bottom. You'll see the Running Man head pop up.
Look, I don't want to be a dick. I just want to,
yeah,
tell people what we talked about.
I got good eyes.
Yep.
Can't fool me. Smash again. Like you didn't just say, hey, I'm going to make this video. Let me go pick my Intellivision shirt. Make sure that the fucking Amico shit's right in frame. Come on, man. I'm not new to this, right? This is not like my first rodeo. You're trying to appeal to Phil Adams, and I'm like, I'm still on your side, guys. I can still be trusted. You can still be your liaison. Forget DJC and Mike Mullis. They're not bringing in the views. I got 16K. Bring back old Smash.
And if you have anything you can give me, I'd appreciate it, because I really don't want to make a video just being like, ha, you suck. Everyone's right about you, which I was kind of.
Yeah, see, bro's right. He had the same amount invested back in January when he wouldn't give Phil the time of day. This is why people call Smash an opportunist. Yeah. No one's really talking about the Amico. He's seen the attention that DJC and them got. He probably figures if I play nice, they'll send me one of those little slap together units, and I'll get a little bit of attention.
Preparing to do, and I, again, didn't feel good about doing it, but I promised you guys that I'd give you an update. So I reached out and sent that text to Phil. And about, I'd say 10 minutes went by, 15 minutes. He called me, and we talked for about 15 minutes, which kind of surprised me. I didn't expect that. I thought he was just going to give me some fluff text response and whatever, or call me and say, you know, blah, 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 I gotta go. But no, it was a pretty in-depth call. I took quite a bit of notes here. And there was nothing regarding the Intellivision Amico in particular where he said I can't say these things. And I am not under any kind of NDA, so I don't have to worry about any of that. And there's some
So why don't you tell us that shit from the last call? Why are you dragging this out?
Yeah.
information he gave me here, which, again, believe it or don't, I don't really care. I just want to give you guys the
You kind of do care because you're making a video. I hate when people make a video and say they don't care about something.
Yeah.
info from the CEO.
Especially because he has another video that's complaining about stuff, right? His a fucked up video that's we're gonna watch next. So if he didn't care, why did he make that video? This is all very, very confusing.
Isn't it also a bit disingenuous that, or whatever the word is, that he said he wasn't going to throw Phil under the bus, and he had a conversation with Phil, and because Phil didn't specifically say, "Don't say this," he's like, "Oh, I'm going to say this."
Yeah, because last time he's like, "Well, Phil told me things, but I'm gonna be nice and not say them, even though he didn't tell me I couldn't." Right? And then, like you said, this time it's just like I took notes. Record it next time, Smash. I mean, it'll save us all a lot of time. Smash has battered shield syndrome. Trevor, are you bored? Retro Bro says you seem bored.
I think it's more because I'm in a pissed off state of mind, I guess, and at the same time, I haven't kept up with a lot of this stuff, so I'm just kind of waiting for him to stop doing the whole quartering thing and actually get to the point, though.
Despite being monetized and all that, you could say whatever you want. Drop an F-bomb, be mad. I don't give a shit.
Right, I get it.
He made the video for me. Well, thank you. Also, Tommy wants you to know that you're the fucking garden gnome who thinks he's intelligent.
Intelligence.
That's
how he says it, intelligence. But yeah.
Trevor needs a cigarette.
Mr. Top-Loaded Gaming!
He's putting one in, Tommy. He fucking predicted it.
Yeah, I've been holding it for 10 minutes.
Well, thank you for not lighting up in the first 30 seconds. That helped the monetization.
Nice.
That he has not come public with regarding the Intellivision Amico. Now, there are some things in this that is pretty insightful to show exactly where they're at right now regarding the consoles that have been created. So far, Phil.
Okay, so big question before we get into what Phil is going to say. Why is there no press release? Right? If this is important stuff, if this is factual things, if this is a positive step for the Amico, why the fuck is there no email going out to supporters? Why is there no update to the Republic people, to the Fig people?
Yeah, why aren't we looking at a screenshot of the press release right now instead of this shit?
Yeah, because legally, right, let's say this is all bullshit. All Phil has to say is Smash is lying. Smash can't prove that Phil told him any of this stuff, right, in a court of law.
Yeah.
So his hands are clean. So he could have just fed you a bunch of bullshit. That's what I would have asked him. I would have said, that would have been my first question. Phil, why is there no press release? If you're about to tell me shit that's important, that you know, the outlook is good and you got plans in place and you're doing X, Y, and Z, why the fuck are you talking to me and not typing up a fucking press release? Do you want me to type it up and email it back to you? Because I'll do it. Because I know they had Nick do that shit before. Yeah, Geeks with Cash was out there fucking editing their emails that were going to go out. A fan, quote unquote. Right?
Yeah.
Unpaid labor. Some bullshit.
Those were, again, disclaimer. Believe this if you want to. This is what Phil told me.
We shouldn't be believing it if we want to. We should be believing it because it's believable.
Has the text message he sent to Phil come up on screen yet? Or
Yeah.
we get into that?
Yeah, you missed that. That was...
yeah. I'm surprised we didn't mention how he was like basically I don't know if blackmailing is too strong a word, but he was like, "Give me something or else. I really don't want to do that, but I'm true to my word." Is that the way you talk to a CEO, man?
Is that the way you talk to anybody?
Yeah. A supposed, I don't know if Smash thinks Phil was his friend or whatever.
You make a good point. I'm glad you brought that up because Smash is supposed to be, if anything, professional, right? He worked in the industry. He's a professional who goes to a job that puts a collar on, a tie, makes himself look presentable, has board meetings with people and shit. You know, he's supposed to be one of those white collar guy. This is not a white collar fucking text. All right, I would never send this to somebody I was looking to get information from. I would be like, hey, I'm about to make a video covering X, Y, and Z. Would you like to make a comment prior to my video coming out, prior to my coverage? This, like Bob said, is basically like, hey, tell me something or I'm going to fucking bury you, right?
Yeah, if I was Phil, I'd be pissed. Be like, who's this guy fucking giving me ultimatums?
Well, he knows who he is. Phallus in Wonderland. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Damn, I didn't see that text message. Okay. Wow.
Hi, Phil.
So wait, he sends him a threat, and then now he's trying to get that relationship back tangible. What?
Viable. Yeah, it's a bit weird, isn't it? He's like, he prefaces it with, "Oh, want a viable friendship," and we see this text, and it's like, "We talked last month. I told my audience, time's come, no updates." It's like, well, are you trying to form a friendship with this guy in a relationship, or are you just trying to squeeze him for information?
That one. Where were we?
Adam Fashion. He was in a rush in the call.
No, we're back a little. No,
I don't know. It was confusing how he was explaining it, and maybe I misunderstood him.
Okay, you missed a little.
There are 25 consoles and 50 controllers in final production. The hardware is finalized.
Well, the hardware got to be finalized because they have no engineers to fix it, right? There's no one there.
It's stuck in place, more like.
Yeah, it's like this is what we got, and this is the best we can do. What's up, CM Retro?
At least you can guarantee there'll be no day one patches.
Oh yeah. I don't think there's going to be a day one online. I don't even think this shit's coming out.
The consoles are not all completed, being put together, but will be done in a week or two. His rationale for that was he doesn't have the manpower to create them, and they are not at a manufacturing plant. I don't know. It was confusing how he was explaining it.
Okay, so what do you want to say, Bob?
I just want to say, like, how fucking hard is it to put together 25 consoles? Anyone who's built a PC, I just built my first PC. It took me 3 or 4 hours. Like, you don't need someone massively technically competent to put together these fucking consoles.
Well, here's the difference, Bob. When you put together your PC, were you soldering components together onto a PCB?
No, but I don't.
Because that's what they got to do, Bob. They have nothing, right? These things are basically shells, and then all the parts that to go into the shell.
I don't think any of the parts need soldering to be put together.
Well, they don't get a PCB board. They don't have. That's Bob. Remember, they didn't order any parts. They don't have any parts. They have all the little bits and pieces together.
They have to do everything like that. They have to cap everything and all that stuff.
I don't believe they're surface mounting the components, man. They must have. I don't know.
He said they don't got manufacturing.
Yeah, but you could order the.
Order what? Most of the chips were end of life. They said they got the chips off piggybacking off another customer that had the company restart the line because they needed chips or some shit. Right. And that was like a year ago, remember? And they've been missing parts and missing components. Even in this, he says, we were doing 25 units, 50 controllers. They're not all finished. It's finalized production, but they're not all finished. We don't know what that means. That could mean that the 2 that they made for DJC and Mike Mullis are 100% complete, and the rest of them are just sitting on a table, parts scattered everywhere in some form of production, right?
Yeah, I didn't even think that far into it. Yeah, that makes more sense.
Because we have no idea. And he says he don't have the manpower. He don't. So that means, what do you got? Alvarado's not doing it. The two Alvarados aren't doing it. Nick's not doing it, and he's not doing it. Because, like you said, how long really would it take?
Wow,
They made two. How long did it take for them to make the two, Bob?
Fair point.
Because what was it? It was like 3 months between they announced this was going to happen and then two showed up?
Well, I mean, it depends if you believe they actually made those specifically for DJC and Mike Mullis.
Well, he's going to say in this video that those two are not dev units.
Yeah, right. I mean...
Well, I've spoken to a couple of devs, and the ones I've spoken to did not have their units seized by Intellivision.
Yeah, but they could be internal dev units. They could be finished units they've had in the offices for game testing, demoing, and stuff.
This is true. But again, they claim they're not, right? Maybe Relic Gamer's putting them together. After all, that was his wish. Yeah, he did say that on the secret Discord. I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but they had a Discord for the Intellivision shills. And Relic was like, we should hand make them. That'll show the haters. That'll teach the haters to dismiss Intellivision because we'll hand make them. Brady Goat says he just pre-ordered. Sounds great. Get on board before it's too late. Yeah. I don't think they have anything as far as like PCBs put together. They got to put all the lights in there.
Yeah. I mean,
everything's so small nowadays, though. And like, I don't think you can get by doing that just with like a regular soldering iron anymore.
You can do surface mount components, like even the microchip. You could do it by hand, but it's not going to be very easy. You need someone really highly skilled to solder that
really,
small.
really highly skilled. I don't know if you ever tried soldering before, but it's not easy on very tiny stuff.
Yeah, and I just don't see them doing the chips, which are that small, manually. You do that with a machine, but then...
maybe that's why. Maybe they got everything except for that part done. So he's like, we don't got the manpower. We're not manufacturing. So they're just trying to get some money together to like have the fucking boards soldered at a machinery somewhere. CM Retro says, will there be a inspected by DJC sticker on the console? Yeah, so they got those 25. We don't know how, like I said, we don't know how far along each one is. 50 controllers, again, don't know how far along any of them are. They could just have, 3D printed out 25 shells. And like, well, technically we've started, right? Because we got the shells and we got the fucking controller shells. So we're in final production. You know how they like to play with their words.
I got to ask a question here because, like I said, I haven't kept up with all this stuff. Is that supposed to be like the surviving pre-order amount? Like, why 25 consoles?
Well, Retro Bro says they were going to have 25 out because supposedly they were going to give some to the shills, and then they were going to try to hit up some other outlets to once again try to trick investors into paying for final manufacturing.
Oh, okay. All right. I get it.
I don't think these I don't think, I'm pretty sure they're not 3D printed, but I don't think they've had any new shells manufactured. But I remember back in the day, we've seen boxes filled with Amico shells, which Tommy has pointed out and been like, oh yeah, we've got unassembled units.
Yeah, but those weren't final because remember, they printed out some shells. They did 3D print out some shells. And then Tommy changed it because there was a little nub that they added so the controller can sit better.
Oh, yeah.
So then they would have to 3D print more shells. Or I don't think they're going to pay, hey, we want 25 shells made, and we want you to do plastic mold injecting, set up a machine. We'll give you $1 million to create a machine so we could just pump out 25 fucking shells. It makes no sense. Right? Again, this is not like something that's been built that they're just like, we already have the molding and everything done. Like, at least with the Coleco, like, they had the fucking mold and everything was done. They had all the parts. They just had to get the fucking shit assembled. This, they don't have it. This is brand new. Brand new design, brand new everything. And no company, again, is going to be like, yeah, we'll create all the machinery for you and then make you 25.
Yeah, very good point. That's weird.
Maybe that's the amount of pre-orders left. Supposedly they had a couple hundred last I checked.
And maybe I misunderstood him, but it sounded like those 50 controllers and 25 consoles were being produced in manufacturing, but currently not. So I don't know if they're being put together by hand or what's going on with them. In patented Phil Adam fashion, he was in a rush in the call in between meetings and had to go at any second, which is always very.
Well, if somebody called me, right? Hey, I got to go any second, but I'll give you. I'll be like, no. Call me back when you don't have to go. Right?
Yeah.
I'm not a whore that you just call up and then you get my attention for 10 minutes and then you fucking fuck off. No. When you have time, that's when you call me. We can schedule something.
It's a call could have been handled more like, an interview, like not necessarily an interview, but like, no, man, like, I'm not your friend here. I need to, find out some information or whatever. Like, it just, that kind of rubs me like the same thing like everybody treated Tommy, well, I don't want to push the guy away, I don't want to offend the guy or whatever. No, screw that. Fuck that.
Yeah, and also very dumb move not recording it when you've got $10,000 wrapped up in this.
Yeah, like that would have been my first thought. Like, hey, can I record this or figure out what state he is, what state he's in, and then whether you can do that legally or not.
I would have played the message. This call may be recorded for quality assurance. We appreciate your business, Phil. I just got off work. Figured I'd listen to my Amicos. Yeah, well, thanks. Potion says they need tiny Chinese kid hands to assemble these Amicos.
Very convenient. And I'm like, hey, Phil, I got a phone. Anytime you got a free few minutes without rushing through the call, I'd love to chat with you without feeling like you're going to hang up any second. But hey, such is life as a CEO.
Such is life as a CEO. He's the CEO of a company that has like 3 employees, that has no fucking business going, has nothing going on, right? And he could have called you after work again. Yeah, it's just insane that you're like, yeah, this makes sense. Like, this is not fucking Bill Gates. We're like, oh, yeah, this guy's fucking busy all day, right? This is fucking Phil Adam. What's he doing? Playing Parcheesi and taking a nap?
He said to me within a couple of weeks, he would have something more concrete.
Well, he said way back in February, at the end of the month, he was going to have a release date for everybody. You see how the fuck that worked out, right?
Is again the same as what he said 3 to 4 weeks ago. Nothing really groundbreaking with that. He spent a little bit of time focusing on his frustrations with how me in particular he singled out, and then he said, and the general public have given him such a hard time regarding the Coleco Chameleon. And in particular he singled out, and then he said, and the general public have given him such a hard time.
It looked like it was a weird cut there for some reason.
It actually depends on the state, whether recording is legal or not. And then the whole thing is ask the guy for permission to record the call. And then you have consent, That's what we're saying. Like, he could have just asked him, like, hey, can I record this call? Because then he can say, I asked to record the call and he refused.
Yeah, well, here's the thing, Josh. Like Trevor's saying, there are some states that are single party consent. And it doesn't matter where the other party's at. It just matters where you're at on the recording end. And even if, let's say that they both live in a state with no consent, right? You need both party consent. Record it anyway. Just don't release it until you need to release it, right? Until Phil Adam takes you to court or you're in court somewhere, then you're like, well, yeah, I recorded the call. Not Monica Lewinsky, but the friend recorded that phone call, right? No one gave her shit over it. She didn't get arrested. That was like fucking presidential matters. And also, we got a super chat. Big super chat. $20 from Potion Sword Run. It says, oh, snap. Drool on this, my fellow haters. Seriously, congrats, Tony and the Geeks. Well, thank you. You're contributing to the Geek Getaway Drool Cup Fund. Gold encrusted. Remember when Tommy said he was going to fly to China to autograph all the founders? Yeah, I remember that. Tommy says, Potion, you need that money for healthcare, don't you? He's gonna go move to Canada. Don't worry. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Sensible. He says, looking at the Amico swag behind him. Obviously, his Xbox 360 could have gotten the minigame madness out of the system back in 2007. Yeah, all that swag is there for a reason. It's in frame. Also, one of these days, I'm gonna go on the eBay and just buy a whole bunch of empty boxes of like really high priced games, put them on a fucking shelf to be behind me, so y'all think that I'm rich with all these valuable games, but it's just fucking empty boxes. Because you're never gonna know. It's not like
they need to be fake boxes. Cause otherwise, the boxes are still worth money.
Yeah, but it'd be like instead of having like a $2,000 game, I have like a $10 box. But you think the game's inside. I'm like, yeah, it's complete. It's right there. I'm not gonna take it off the shelf because that'll lower the value and open it. That box that says Stadium Games, it's real.
What game is gonna be worth $2,000 that the box isn't worth a good deal of that portion though?
Look, I didn't think this through too good, okay?
Yep.
Sensible says, I don't fault Smash for not recording it, but I don't see why he has to put his silly branding behind this second-handed message. How will we know you never show your face? 10,000 subscribers, and I'm face reveal. I have a whole collection of faces. I'll show a couple of them. Don't worry about it. Oh, Potion got new insurance. Hell yeah.
Oh, that's good news.
We were ready to kill a homeless guy to get his kidneys free, but you got insurance, so we don't have to do that. You heard that, Bob? We don't have to kill the homeless guy. Let him go.
Yeah, I was almost going to suggest Potion could make a fraudulent marriage with me, move to the UK, get our, NHS healthcare provided for him.
Maybe. I mean, you're already stealing off the system. Might as well add Potion to it, right?
Damn.
Deep cuts. All right.
Regarding the Coleco Chameleon and his work there, and that he's received so much hate mail, it's sad. He has a hard time wanting to trust me.
Okay, there's a lot to unpack there. First off, bullshit. Phil Adam didn't receive any hate mail. I'm gonna say that right now. Hate mail implies that people know his home address or something and they're sending him regular mail. He didn't get no hate mail. And I'm sure as hell going to say that he didn't get any hate email either because we would have known about it. People would be like, yeah, we've been sending fucking Phil Adam email trying to get a hold of him.
So you just got criticism.
Yeah. He got
if that.
Secondly, the whole, the Coleco Chameleon, I didn't know anything. Bullshit. Phil Adam, I know you're probably listening to this because you guys listen to every fucking Intellivision thing. You got the fucking interns on that shit. You were friends and probably still are friends with Mike Kennedy. You were part of 3 other companies prior to the Coleco Chameleon with Mike Kennedy to try to pretend like you had no idea what kind of person Mike Kennedy is. You had no idea what kind of businesses he ran. You have no idea what the kind of shit that he was up to is fucking ridiculous. For you to even insinuate that, it's an insult to my intelligence, to my viewers' intelligence, to even Smash's intelligence to say that shit. Okay? You were in there, fucking neck deep with the fucking Coleco shit. You thought you were going to get away with it. You thought no one was going to catch you guys. But you got caught. Because you know what? If that was the case, you would have came out a long time ago and said, hey, I didn't know what was going on. He asked me to put my name as part of the board for whatever reason. And this shit is bad, right? And you would have just outed Mike Kennedy for everything. But you never did that, Phil. You never did that. You never made any kind of video, any kind of statement, any kind of fucking email, press release. You never went on any fucking interview and said, hey, I had nothing to do with this. Right after it happened, obviously, when they got the little Super NES Mini, you should have came out and be like, hey, I know my name's attached to this shit, but it wasn't me. I didn't do it. Fucking Mike Kennedy's throwing everyone under the bus, and this is all bullshit. But you never did that, Phil, because you were in there with these guys. You were in league with them. Off my soapbox. Sorry.
He said he was not on the board of directors at Coleco.
Yeah, Sensible is right. Yeah. On Atari Age, Mike Kennedy tells the story how he met Phil Adam on a plane. They became best friends. Turns out they lived next to each other. And then, like I said, Phil Adam and Mike Kennedy were part of 3 different businesses because Mike Kennedy was a serial entrepreneur making stupid fucking businesses. One was like a video game exchange where you would send them games and they would send you other games. One was another website for some other bullshit about video games. And obviously the Intellivision Gen 2. That's right, the Intellivision Gen 2 Kickstarter, which included a company that was making games that was run by Mike Kennedy and who? Phil fucking Adam. So acting like these guys don't know each other, like he fucking just met Phil Adam and Mike Kennedy on the street. He was like, hey, I'm going to put you on the Coleco Chameleon board. He said, okay. Like, that shit didn't happen, right? You guys knew each other. You're friends. Let's cut this shit out. Cut the act. It's all public record.
Slightly off topic, Tony. What mic did you get?
I don't even know the brand. It's a little cheap Chinese mic that I had.
Oh.
Why? Does it sound better?
I think so, yeah. It sounds okay. Sounds fine.
I decided to point it upward instead of towards me.
Okay.
What,
And he kept talking. I had a lot I wanted to say to him, so I guess I'll use this video as my response because I know you're going to watch this still. I don't believe I ever said, maybe I did say you were on the board of directors, but regardless of the actual terminology I used, you were listed on the Our Team page to 3 people down underneath the CEO, Mike Kennedy. And it says you were the VP of Business Development. So, I mean, we got to split hairs here. You had a very large role at a fake organization. I don't want to revisit this conversation, this topic again. I feel like I covered it pretty fully the first time I talked about it. But if you feel like you should not have been credited with that, you probably should have taken up issue with Mike Kennedy before everything fell apart. Because afterwards, when we have a screenshot of you, 3 people underneath, well, actually, just 2 people in between, you and Mike Kennedy on the About Us, the Our Team section of Coleco Chameleon, listed as the VP of Business Development. He said it bugs me. He did nothing wrong with Coleco. I'm not saying
he did nothing wrong, guys. Phil Adam is just a kindly old man, just an innocent. You sound less froggy and more Ray Romano. Awesome. Sounds good. Thank you. But no lip smack.
you did. Nor did I ever say you did something wrong with Coleco. All I said, and you can go back and watch my video, it's a really bad look to be on the Our Team section. Maybe I said on the board. Sorry. On the Our Team section as VP of Business Development at Coleco and say you had nothing to do with it and it bugs you. But anyways, that's why people had an issue with that. Like, that's a big deal. Coming from there to another game company that is faltering, and it looks really odd when the front man for it, Tommy Tallarico, just disappears and replaces them with...
He didn't disappear. He's out playing backgammon. And then he was out at Cliffy B's birthday party. Don't act like he disappeared, Smash.
Yeah, he's not John Cena.
Yeah.
Was there ever any reports like that they threw him out?
Yeah.
That had to be the case, right?
They pushed him out because he didn't have, because everybody's like, oh, Tommy's in control. He had the biggest percentage of stake in the company, 28%. So as long as he had, another 23% on his side, he can make decisions. But when that 23% was like, dude, we're done with you. That was it. He had nothing.
Did you see? You probably saw this because you're always on top of like every little detail. But I found out recently because I caught one of Rich's random streams. You see that Tommy had like even did the whole interview bullshit with like a 14-year-old kid.
Oh yeah, we talked about it when it happened.
Yeah, that's what I figured. I never saw it. So
yeah, well, I'm gonna call bullshit on Rich's whole. Oh, this was just in my feed randomly, and that's how I stumbled on it. No bullshit. We talked about this. Everybody's talked about it. I think even Pat and Ian mentioned it before about Tommy interviewing.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Because it happened it happened way.
Oh yeah, it happened like 3 months after I did my interview. So yeah, it was a long time ago. It was 2 years ago.
Because Tommy even posted about it on fucking Atari Age, so we were talking about it. Ooh, Potion says he'd marry you over CG.
Yay!
So you got a shot.
I got a shot.
You, who has ties to an organization that is well known for being one of the biggest frauds in retro video gaming history?
That's a little hyperbolic because I think it's the most well-known fraud in retro gaming history, right? I guess if you put the qualifier retro gaming history,
Yeah.
Coleco's number one. But if you just say like in gaming, there's way more.
Yeah, no, not in gaming, but in retro gaming, yeah, I'd probably say that's fair.
I don't know. I think it's fair to make that connection and say, prove us wrong, prove it otherwise, that does not show who you actually are. And I'll be honest, it kind of bugged me that he was telling me that what I talked about with that bugged him so much. Like, it's the reality. Deal with it, live with it, and move past it. Be better than it. If it bugs you,
Do you think he called him an asshole? He was like, Smash, you're an asshole. You think that happened?
And maybe. I don't know. I mean, the guy had just texted him saying, look, I'm going to call you out unless you share info with me. But didn't when they announced Phil Adam, didn't Smash like make a video that he had ties to?
Yeah, that was the straw that broke the camel's back. Not all the lies and all the money that was taken from people. No. The fact that, we now figured out that Phil Adam, which we talked about a long time ago, was the Coleco Chameleon guy, right? We've mentioned this. It was one of those things that we mentioned. It was like, he's not the CEO, so it doesn't, like, whatever, right?
Right.
Sensible says the best fraud in retro gaming history is the Intellivision computer component. They were fined thousands of dollars a day that didn't release the thing they promised to sell. Yeah, so Intellivision has a long history of fraud.
Yeah, I kind of agree with Tommy here. The biggest fraud is Billy Mitchell. That dude's a fucking asshole.
Ooh. Allegedly. Yeah, we don't want to get
I don't know about allegedly. I'm not going to use the allegedly moniker here. The fact that the stuff that he's doing right now, I think he's a actual asshole.
Oh, what's he doing now? I haven't kept up with Billy Mitchell.
Oh, I think it's the fourth time. I think he's suing what's his face? Carl Jobst.
A bigger fraud than Todd Todgers? I think you mean Todd Rogers, right? That guy is Sue friendly. Yeah, so is Tommy. Him and Tommy are probably best friends.
that much. Like, do something about it. Don't just say it hurts my feelings that people make that connection because I'm not like that. But anyways, I digress. Phil gets paid in shares, not paychecks. So he is doing this out of passion.
Bullshit. Phil gets paid in shares now because they have no more money to pay them. He took money. It is well listed in the SEC filings. And we don't know what he got paid in 2021 because, 2021 because the filings didn't go that far up yet. They never released that because then they took down the Republic campaign before that got released. Mm. So to say that he gets paid in shares, yeah, that might be true now. But how much did Phil Adams get paid in the last 3 years, 4 years?
Yeah.
This shit's been going on.
How long has he been being paid in shares? Is what we need to know.
Oh, Todd Todgers. You would have to follow Carl Jobst to understand the joke. We are going to be going over that video too, Anthony. You know the saying, if your only tool is a hammer, everything looks like a nail? This didn't need to be an ego video for Smash. No, it didn't. This could have been a 5-minute, here's what Phil told me, yada, yada, yada. Shares are worthless as far as I know since they're pre-revenue. They are and they aren't. It's a weird thing. Because the shares have a value, right? And they could technically trade in their shares for money that the company has. So like the company could buy back their shares from them for a set money.
Where have you heard that one before? But okay. Quote unquote, I am doing licensing deals. Quote unquote. I want the console to come out. I really.
And as far as I know, those licensing deals include, and yes, I'm going to say it, a limited run games version of both Astro Smash and what was the other one I said? No, not Astro Smash. What was it? Cloudy Mountain. And the hell's the one with the maze? Help me out, Bob.
Night Stalker.
Yeah. Night Stalker, Cloudy Mountain, limited run physical versions, from what I've been told, by people that work for limited run games.
Fake news.
Fake news, yeah. And just because shit doesn't happen like overnight, right? They weren't like, hey, this shit's gonna be tomorrow, what's gonna come out, right? No. So relax, people.
You do. I can't put out a console that sells 7,000 to 10,000 units and fails. He said he didn't want to do that, so he's making every effort to go bigger than that. Which I would almost.
What effort is he making?
These guys, look, I've said this for a long time. They'd be lucky to reach 20,000 sales with this, and I said this on the Reddit subreddit, that they're going to need a huge marketing campaign and a huge system seller to get anywhere close to their imagined numbers. You know,
yeah, they would be lucky to sell 6,000, 7,000 units.
Yeah,
they have no marketing campaign, like you said. They have nothing, right? They have nothing to offer. They're overpriced. They're coming in at the same price as a fucking Xbox Series S, and I heard the Series S is going to be $250 for Christmas.
Ooh.
So if that's true, you're going to be more expensive than the Series S. Why the fuck would anybody buy it? And it's not even going to be out this year, so that's a fucking doesn't even matter, right? But when this thing does eventually, let's say it comes out next year, next Christmas, is there anybody going to be left that's going to want to buy this shit? Is there any system seller, like Bob said? Is there anything to entice you? No, you're going to get the same 500 or so people that are fucking Amico shills and fans of Tommy that are going to buy it and hope. Then you're going to get maybe 500 that are collectors, like, oh, if I buy this, it's going to be worth thousands of dollars in the future because the company went out of business, or so they think, right? Skyrim on the Amico, yeah. They really have nothing. They don't.
No, the collectors are going to want the 25 exclusively soldered by them Chase variants.
Yeah. The ones with the phony FCC stickers on it that aren't really FCC approved.
Argue is the same mistake that Tommy made, trying to go too big with this thing. Like, start off small. It's okay. Sell those. And if it's actually good and it proves its purpose in the market and people want it, it will sell a lot more than that. So
the only thing that I could even remotely see working for Intellivision Amico is that they somehow were able to get like Disney Plus on it, right? They made a deal with Disney. Like, we're going to exclusively have Disney Plus. It's going to be the only fucking app. So kids can plug it in fucking Disney Plus. And you get like a 3-month free subscription to Disney Plus when you buy the console. That would be the only way. Because then you would have a bunch of parents like, oh yeah, we'll be Disney Plus, and the kids could watch in their room and hook it up. And but other than something like that, this shit's not getting sold. If Disney was going to partner up with anybody, it was going to be fucking Nintendo. So don't even. Mortal Kombat 12 exclusive on the Amico? Yeah.
I feel like that's kind of weird to say. I don't want to put out the console if it's only going to sell 7,000 to 10,000 units. He wants to make sure it does better than that so it doesn't fail. But anyways, splitting hairs a little bit on that. He said they have picked out the chipsets. They are selected. These units were built, and they are not all of them, but they are not dev units, which is another thing that was frustrating. It's like people kept assuming that the units that were getting sent out to a couple of the smaller YouTube channels out there were dev units, and they're not. He confirms that they are not dev units. They are the official, finalized console with the chipsets, the final production, the hardware, and everything. That is the final thing, which is
except it's the wrong color, because we know that the black are not going to be available. The only colors available are the wood grain and the purple. The black and the white were not supposed to be available. So the fact that 2 black units have gone out, right, makes no sense. That's why people thought they were the dev units. And you hear that, Bob? They picked out the chips.
Yeah.
They picked out. He didn't say we ordered the chips. We have the chips. They just picked out. They looked at a catalog of chips and were like, those are the ones we want. Fucking Doritos, Cool Ranch. Give me those.
I mean, I don't see that as anything new. They picked out the chipset years ago, as far as we know.
Ooh. Anthony says Xbox Series S, I bet you see on Black Friday for $199. That's why I heard $250 was the Black Friday one. Microsoft knows it'll recoup a ton on Game Pass subscriptions. Sensible says true, but you could buy a Fire Stick from Amazon for like $9. And I mean, I'm just throwing stuff out there. Like these are the only scenarios in which it could sort of maybe be a success.
Big deal, like huge. That is a massive deal. If it is to be believed, I know I have to put that asterisk after.
And it's not even a massive deal. Oh, they got the chipset, and these are the final versions of it. It's not a big deal because they have it manufactured. Again, this is how you know when somebody has no fucking knowledge of manufacturing, right? If Phil Adams says we're not manufacturing, right? So we're assuming they're hand building these things. That means that whatever they hand built means jack shit because you need to manufacture test units that come off of a test line for manufacturer to make sure that the manufacturer actually works, right? All the injection molding, all the little soldering from the machine, you got to make sure all this shit works. And you can't test that if you're fucking hand building them. So this means absolutely nothing as far as manufacturing. Because you're going to have to, you set up the line, you have to buy all the machinery, get everything set up, you test run 100 or so. Those get full inspections, top to bottom, to make sure that there's no fucking kinks.
Yeah, but Tommy already explained he went through all that. Remember, he did all that himself. He was overseeing that process. I remember that coming up at one point.
Yeah, he said Tommy says a lot of things. He says a lot. So yeah, so none of this, right, in the grand scheme of things, none of this helps as far as getting them out the door.
Yeah, it's even more complicated than that because it depends on if the factory you're manufacturing these electronic devices will install all the components. It might have to be that it goes through one factory for some chips and then it goes to another factory for other chips.
Yeah. One factory for the chips to put on the PCB boards, and you send the boards to somewhere else that get put inside the fucking thing. Same thing with controllers. And again, everything's got to be checked top to bottom. And that's just top to bottom in the manufacturing sense, right? Then they also got to be tested to make sure that when they were put together that the fucking shit didn't mess up. Like there was no interference in electronics and everything's all good. It still fucking works. Unless they plan to hand build all of them, yeah. It's a shit show. It is. 25 units doesn't come off a factory line. I assume it doesn't. There's no way. The only way you can get 25 units off of a factory line is if you own the fucking factory. And I don't think Phil Adams owns a factory. What's up, Gary? Why don't you get in here? Yeah, we're still on Smash. We'll be on. You know how we do it. 5-minute videos, like 3 hours. So 20-minute video. We'll be here all night.
Yeah, I was about to say we're just barely halfway through this video.
And there's another video to go, so it's going to be a lot of Smash JT.
Our fans are used to this, Trevor. They enjoy this.
Who the hell knows at this point? But this is the information he gave me. My question would be, if this is
okay, why your question to us? Why was it your question to Phil when you were on the phone with him? That's my question.
They're at what their hesitation is with just putting out a press release, saying these things publicly. Like, why is it going to be through some back alley YouTuber like me that's a failed channel? Like, why go through me? By the way, subscribe to
plausible deniability. That's why Smash. Plausible deniability.
If you haven't already. The manufacturing, they're being made and in production for those controllers and 25
if anything,
he's
just using it.
How many?
What's that?
Right. I mean, if anything, he's just using Smash.
Yeah, he is. And Smash is willing to be used. Use me, Phil Daddy. Use me.
Oh, my God. Shit.
Were already done. He said some of them were, but he didn't have the manpower to do the rest of them, and they are being put into production. Again, very confusing about that, the way he was wording it. He said two different things, and I don't know what he was referring to with them. And it was very hard to get a word in edgewise with him because he just kept talking, and I was just writing stuff down, and I kept trying to get stuff in, and he just kept.
All right, stop this for a second. All right, Smash. Look, I'm not even trying to come on the show and like be a dick towards you or anything like that. You know, obviously we had our differences in the past and all of that, and and we talked recently and everything, but like, dude, you got to stop letting these guys like pull fast ones over you. You gotta keep your dignity intact, man. You gotta start pressuring these guys when you're in a situation like this. Ask to record the guy next time, if there is a next time or whatever. Don't let them softball you. Don't let them waffle on, like Tommy waffled on about all kind of shit. This guy's waffling on about how he's so busy and he's got to hurry up and do this and he's in a rush. Fuck that. Push back. Give a little pushback on him. That's what I got to say about that.
Yeah, I totally agree. He should have pushed back. He should have asked some hard questions. When Phil started rambling about Phil, I'm not here to hear about your problems. You want to talk to me later about your problems? Fine. Right now, I need to know some stuff about the console. When it's going into manufacturing? How much money the company has? Are you going to go out of business? Are you just afraid that you're going to get sued? Are you trying to sneak off in the middle of the night? What the fuck is going on? Tell me something. But that's not the Smash JT way of doing things, I guess.
Like, hold on.
Regarding,
you gotta balance out, dude. Like, and this is what I tried kind of explaining when the whole Amico thing was going on with you and Tommy and all. At the end of the day, you have your integrity and how much your fans can trust your opinion versus the whatever perks you're expecting from these people. And so far it hasn't been a lot of fucking perks, so are you going to go with your integrity intact and your fans being able to trust you, or the maybe perk or two you get from whatever you get from this guy whose bridge may have already been burned the second you brought up the whole fucking chameleon thing, whatever the fuck it's called. Kaliko. Sorry. Tongue twister.
Well, I don't know. I mean, he calls himself a quote-unquote failed YouTuber, but he's got 60,000.
He says that because people have been giving him shit on Twitter about it, his YouTube career. So he's trying to like own it. Like, oh, see, I'm a failed YouTuber. But I'm actually not, right? Sweet Tenders makes a good point. Why does John Alvarado go on Amico forever, right? Why is he in the chat chatting it up on Amigo forever? That's what I would ask Phil. I said, Phil, why is your man Johnny Avocado over there? I'm honestly confused. Is the Amico real? It's not real. Does that make sense? Right? I mean, it was a thing that they tried to do, and they just failed spectacularly, making all kind of mistakes along the way, lying, misleading. So I think they, the longer they drag it out, the longer Phil gets to remain on this side of the iron bars. Did you show the text Smash put up? He sent to Phil. He was bored. Yeah, we did. We showed it. We even said that too. That basically Smash was like threatening him.
The frustrations that he's had with people and the general public coming after him, he said, I don't need this. He's doing this again out of passion. Hans is gone.
If he doesn't need this, why doesn't Phil just stop then? Right?
Money. It's all about money. It all comes down to money at the end of the day, surely. Especially for a person like Phil Adam, who's been vice president of a business development, and now he's the CEO of a big, quote unquote, big company. I mean, you don't do that for charity, do you?
Nope.
Phil said he is the GM of Europe, taking Hans' place.
So yeah, so Phil is letting us know the thing that we already knew, which is that Hans is gone, which we reported the moment Hans was gone. But Intellivision don't want to tell their investors that. And it's a funny thing? Phil is now the GM of Europe, and the European Shopify site is still fucking down.
Place. I'm putting everything I've got into bringing this to life, quote unquote. One thing he did say about the chip shortage, which I did find a little bit interesting, was the chip shortage is ending, especially the chipsets that they were looking to get. He said that many companies were over-ordering and now canceling and cutting back, which may actually end up giving them pricing power On
It will not give you pricing power. Phil is a fucking moron if that's what he thinks. Does Smash realize Phil is using him? He didn't put out a press release because he knew Smash would do a video, so he gave him this corporate speak. Yeah, that's what we said. He's using Smash for plausible deniability and for the fact that he could just be like, well, I didn't tell that. I didn't say that. As far as chips, right? Just because some companies over-ordered and canceled doesn't mean those chips were already produced. So that would give no buying power, right? If the chips were produced, then the companies couldn't cancel the orders, right?
Yeah.
People are like, hey, you know how we ordered 20,000 chips? We don't want them anymore. You're like, well, dude, we already made them. That's how it works. So the only way they could have canceled orders is if they had them, because they were waiting for them and there was such a long lead time and they haven't made them yet. And even if, let's suppose that, yes, they somehow canceled, the company went out of business, so they don't need the chips anymore, right? So now this company Y is sitting on all these chips. They're not going to give Phil a price break on it because other companies need those chips. They just put them on the side and wait until someone orders them.
On these consoles in the future. But again, that's one of those. Oh, okay, what are you doing for me now, though? I said, what can I tell my audience when to expect another update? He said, I'd rather give a date at the end of the month, but I'm not going to make any promises. He did say he has some personal stuff going on.
Don't give a shit. Don't care. Everybody's got personal stuff going on. Do you think Phil and Avocado are trying to have it both ways? Appease the fans via tiny tubers while avoiding SEC, FTC scrutiny by not being official? Yeah. That's exactly what they're trying to do. They're trying to be as official as they can without actually being official, and they know DJC and them are so hungry to get attention that they'll just say whatever they want. And the only chips that actually existed were on Tommy's shoulder. It's a good one. It's a good one. I like that.
He's not going to get into that with me. He told me not to talk about the actual specifics of it, but his preference is to have all this info and an update to everybody.
Is Tommy living with him? That's the personal problem. He's like, fuck, don't tell anybody, but Tommy's been living in my basement, and it's really a pain in the ass.
Before Thanksgiving 2022. I need to specify the year because this is a television we're talking about.
So he says he wants to have something out before Thanksgiving. So that's what? 2 weeks?
So that was basically the long and the short of everything that he told me. And the biggest thing that I got out of it was that they have the chipset selected and the units are finalized. That's a big deal if it is to be believed. Again, if it is to be believed, which is something that there's nothing tangible besides a couple of units that are not being opened up, and the people who have them, small YouTubers, are under NDAs who can't take pictures of the insides of them to prove it to anybody.
Well, if the Amicos are built anyway like my shell is built, it's not as simple as like unscrewing some screws. Like they're like snapped together. Sensible Person says Tommy did that a lot too. He would dream and soak up the adulation on Atari Age while saying nothing he said there was official, even as he made many promises. Yeah, well, he didn't say that until after we started pointing out all the shit he said. Then he was like, well, nothing here is official, and you guys are being wet blankets and trying to ruin all the fun we're having on Atari Age. No, we're watching that one next, Gary. That one's up next.
So again, this is taking Phil's word on that. All in all, it did seem like he was positive and upbeat. Regarding why would he do this, he doesn't need this in his life. People think that this is some sort of scam that he's running. He's like, no, I really want this to go out. I'm doing everything.
If he was positive and upbeat, but also in a rush, but also didn't have time of day to give you a full explanation, then no, he was full of shit. Right? If you actually had good news, legitimate good news, why wouldn't you take the 20 minutes, 30 minutes out of your day to call you, Smash, and be like, yeah, we got good news. Tell everybody, sing it from the mountains. Because Intellivision's back from the dead, baby. But he didn't do that. And there's a reason why. Because it is all bullshit.
I can to do that, to make that happen.
I'm
to
back.
Make sure
Sorry.
that I don't make promises that potentially people previously in his position were making to everybody that he feels like is falling on him now, and that's not fair to him, which I would argue Phil himself also started making some vague promises that never came true, but whatever. Phil is still passionate about this.
Phil
So
is
just-
the CEO, right? For him to be like, well, the promises of the previous CEO don't follow me. Well, then you need to come out with a press release and say, these are the things the previous CEO said. We are not doing these specific things, right? Until you have totally removed yourself from that situation. Say, hey, those things, not happening. As far as we know, they're still happening. You've taken over those promises, right?
So just a quick aside here. I was just kind of absent for a second. Smash started messaging me. I'm not gonna go into it, but that's what was happening. So anyway, yeah.
He didn't message me. I'm not special.
He hasn't messaged me in a while.
How long is that while, Bob? Like ever?
Well, he unblocked me and then he blocked me again. So
I wonder if he blocked me now. He probably was like, Trevor, I'm blocking that Tony fucker.
He's probably like, what?
No, he didn't block me. And he still follows me, so I'm still good. Still good.
No, I don't think he can come on.
You want to come on? You want to come on? Ask Trevor, ask Smash, why is the red man red?
Says he has no reason to keep this going as a scam. So he doesn't understand why people were at him with that. Or I could say, like, the reason is pretty clear. Like, if you can keep faking it till you make it, and you can trick an investor into dropping loads of money into this, if it is a scam product, with nothing tangible that you've produced, it's more money that you guys get. Now, I'd like to think that's not what is happening here, but that is an angle people can take. So I think that's...
Why is he talking like that? Weird stopping him in his sentences.
That's the frustration I have with this. I feel like it's a little bit tone deaf to see how much millions of dollars they've made off of crowdfunding and investments and everything, and then say, I don't understand why people are thinking we're trying to scam them when they haven't produced anything. But yeah, that's the long and short of it. It was a productive phone call, I'd say.
I don't get these cuts, right? To me, it feels like he said something, then he's like, oh shit, I shouldn't have said that. Let me cut that out. Can't throw Phil under the bus that much.
I don't know. I do a lot of jump cuts,
Yeah, but
blocking out
there's
ums and ahs and brain farts.
Yeah, I feel that, but like this isn't like, oh, I'm doing a video on like Destiny FOMO's latest scandal, or like I'm doing a video on some shit the quartering did, where you got to have the information and it's got to be no ums and ahs. This is like people are going to watch the entire thing, ums and ahs, regardless, because they want this information about Amico. So just fucking leave it.
Yeah, but I mean, just because, people are willing to put up with it doesn't mean Smash or me or anyone else isn't like insecure to the point of like stamping them out of existence when they happen,
Maybe
don't
I'm
know.
just more secure because I just made a video and I'm like, yeah, there's a train going by. I'm not cutting that out. We don't edit around here. Fuck that shit.
You don't edit.
Well, I don't edit.
I've had some pretty bad edits where I'm sitting there doing like a sentence is like the boy went to the mall, because like all the ums are in between. I'm just like, I just got to redo this shit. So I don't know. I think that's what it is. Maybe I'm wrong.
All right. Maybe I'm just the worst YouTuber out here, so I don't know.
No, I don't think that's it. But
I don't know. I uploaded a video, and then 20 minutes later, I got a notification. It was like, dude, there's no sound on your video. We can't hear a single thing you said. I'm like, oh shit, I don't even watch my videos. I had no idea. It sucked too, because the original version of it, I was like really loud and passionate, and I was angry. And then by the time I made the second cut, I was like, it already had died down, so it was kind of a weaker video. Oh well.
Overall, the conversation was cordial. We were very honest with our feelings about each other to each other. And
Okay, well, that's all the information. We don't need to hear all the little extra at the end. All right. So then Smash made another video. And he screwed up. I screwed up big
Now, was there any sort of context before we watched this video that would have prompted him to do this that the audience needs to be aware of, or myself?
Yeah, okay. So
And
the only context that I could find as to why this video needed to be made. Okay, so Smash made the Phil Adams video, and it got posted to the Intellivision _Amico subreddit, and several people had commented, well, is there a TLDR? I'm not giving this guy a click. Fuck Smash. We don't like Smash. Smash is an asshole. Comments like that. And I think...
and those are largely from Amico fans or just in general?
Some of them might be fans. Some of them might be detractors. Some are just random people that are in the Reddit that are interested in
I'm sorry. What was the name of the Reddit again?
Intellivision _Amico.
Oh, okay. All right.
Because the official Amico Reddit was just Amico, and then they started banning a bunch of people. So I started the Intellivision _Amico subreddit, so people could have a voice to be positive or negative. And obviously the negative people were attracted to it because, well, they couldn't talk on the other one. Long story short, it is the only one that's left.
Gotcha.
Yeah, see, pretty much everyone on Reddit is
yeah, I know that. I mean, obviously, the people that have heard it are mostly detractors, But I didn't know if it was a space just meant for the echo chamber that is whoever's still following this thing,
yeah, positively. Pretty much. No, it's an echo chamber for anybody following it. But mostly it's the people pointing and laughing. But like I said, there's a lot of people in there that just Smash has rubbed the wrong way because of the things he said when he was positive on the Amico. So they're just like, well, fuck it. If I don't have to give them a click and someone can just tell me what's going on, that's what they would prefer.
Okay.
George Costanza says he's going to private it. I hope he doesn't. He better not. That shit was funny as fuck, though.
It was.
Were you here for that, Top Loaded?
I think I actually clicked on it for like 2 minutes and saw he had privated it during the stream or something.
Yeah. We were going to watch his review of some Native American game where he dresses up in Native American regalia. And then like a minute in, it's fucking privated it.
Which I don't... I mean, you can razz him, for that and say, it's not the wisest thing to do or whatever, but I wouldn't judge him for something like that. Like, who gives a shit?
Well, that's all we were doing.
It's kind of goofy and out there, but I think he's self-aware that it's goofy and out there,
Yeah, well, that's really was the point. We were just like, man, this is goofy, and
right,
I would have done this. Like, we weren't really like, oh shit, cancel him, because we've done worse things on this show.
Right.
I agree, Justy, but he would be hurting his chances of getting his money back if he went scorched earth. He's not getting his money back. There is no getting your money back. He didn't even invest in Intellivision. He invested in Fig, and that shit's gone, long gone. I wouldn't be surprised if there's some fine print in the Fig agreement and that's what Phil is running out the clock on. Like, oh, I just got to keep dragging this out for a couple more months, and then our obligations to Fig will be over, right?
Is Saggy really still shilling?
No.
Well, Saggy would probably say she's never shilled. She didn't care. She was just there to support her friend Tommy Tallarico.
Yeah, she still says that Tommy's her friend, though.
Yeah.
This is despite the fact Tommy basically told these guys, don't call me anymore. Don't call me because I'm dealing with stuff. Meanwhile, he's over at Cliffy B's birthday party. He's over in Colorado playing backgammon at some tournaments. But he's busy. He's busy mourning his father while partying it up with Cliffy B and playing backgammon.
Tommy invested his own money into this thing, right?
Some of it, yeah.
Yeah. Which, from what I understand, this is like the number one rule. Don't invest your own money.
Well, unless you have a good contract with the company, which is paying you a lot of, interest back, and you make more money than you invested quickly.
which I don't think Tommy had in place.
If you really believed in your product, I could see you investing, right?
No, I mean, sure, but the point is that you're gambling, you know.
Well, actually, it wasn't actually an investment. It was a loan. He loaned the company money.
Yeah, but he also invested prior to that. Remember, there was 2 other rounds of investment, and we don't know what. Also, we don't know the financials for 2021, so he could have put more money into it because the other guys weren't willing to put more money into it.
So, what was the number that we know of? Do you remember?
I want to say 200-something thousand.
Wow. So I guess did we ever find out of that? I mean, it looked like basically Smash JT's video tour. All the stuff that was like for sale on that auction. It literally looked like, you know, because I'm a collector. I know all the consoles and all that stuff, and it was like rewatching Smash JT's video, looking at all the stuff that was on auction.
Yeah, it was pretty much confirmed it was his. Also, both Atari Creep and Turbo Joe hinted that Tommy might be getting divorced. So there were some people that were thinking that maybe it was Tommy auctioning his stuff off and then rebuying it so that way he didn't have to claim it as part of the divorce.
Oh.
So, I mean, you know, people always come up with crazy stuff. Who knows? It could have just been simple, like, hey, the judge was like, you got to sell your shit because, you know, or maybe he just didn't have nowhere to put it because he got kicked out of the house.
Oh, he was asking for quite high prices for his stuff. So I was thinking, would there be a component of him trying to sell it to establish its value so he'd have to pay less to his ex-wife?
Maybe. For all we know, Smash wrote the check out to cash, and now it belongs to Tommy's wife after the divorce. Oof. All right, so the I screwed up video. This is the big one. Hopefully it stays up. We're going to go at 1.5 because...
Which time did he screw up big? Oh, we're going to find out.
We'll find out.
What's going on, guys? Welcome to another episode of Smash JT. I screwed up big when it came to covering the Intellivision Amico. And while I've apologized previously for that, the reason why I wanted to make this video is to address the people that just can't stand me. I screwed up big time with the Intellivision Amico. My coverage was completely biased. My angle.
See how we got like shells here?
Yeah.
But they don't have the little divot in them. So these aren't like finalized shells.
Right.
Was all from the perspective of everything Tommy was telling me was true, most likely true, or hopefully that's how things fall into place. That was my mentality, was a very optimistic viewpoint of everything. Piled on that, I had people like Pat and Ian coming at me and making it worse. So yes, I'd admit that a part of me wanted it to be successful to be like, yeah, screw you guys, you were wrong about this. And that affected my ability to be unbiased with it.
Was that
10,000 parts of him wanted it to be successful?
Yeah. Sensible says there does seem to be a whiff of money laundering all around the whole enterprise. I'm not smart enough to follow the money. I mean, with a guy who got caught trying to sneak $100,000 into the U.S., I would not put anything past Tommy Tellerico. Right?
I keep forgetting that fact. That's hilarious.
Yeah, like literally.
Can we back the video up just about 30 seconds? I think I kind of ADD'd something here. Yeah, there you go.
Completely biased. My angle was all from the perspective of everything Tommy was telling me was true, most likely true, or hopefully that's how things fall into place. That was my mentality, was a very optimistic viewpoint of everything. Piled on that, I had people like Pat and Ian coming at me and making it worse. So yes, I'd admit that a part of me wanted it to be successful to be like, yeah, screw you guys, you were wrong about this. And that affected my ability to be unbiased with it a little bit. I mean, I'll admit that.
A little bit.
I mean, can anyone give me any evidence of when Smash JT has been unbiased covering a story?
His first video, when he said it would look like shit. So, I mean, there's that. He literally said, this is stupid. This makes no sense. Who's it going to appeal to? This is the dumbest idea I've ever heard of. And Tommy's like, you want to go for a ride in my Ferrari? And he's like, it's the greatest console ever, guys. We fucking love it. It's the best. Everyone's gonna want one.
Is that unbiased? Because isn't that just being anti?
No, that was his unbiased because that was his real feelings on it. That was his thoughts and opinions on the thing with no influence from anything.
Right.
Just looking at the product and looking at what was presented. So, I mean, it's the same thing. Like Retro Bro had the same. Like, this is stupid looking. Who would want to buy this? My kids wouldn't even like this. And then Tommy said, "Hey, Retro Bro, let me get some of that pump up nutrition."
Well, I mean, the definition of unbiased is showing no prejudice for or against something. So the fact that he was against it doesn't necessarily mean he was. That's a bias. Being against something is a bias.
No, but he would have to have the bias before talking about it. He saw the stuff and then determined based on the things he saw that it was a stupid idea. If I told you, Bob, I'm going to make a new candy bar. It's spinach and bubblegum candy bar. Do you need to have any sort of bias to tell me that that's a stupid fucking idea?
No, I guess not.
So when you're presented with, hey, here's a console for non-gamers, do you need any bias to go, this is a stupid fucking idea?
No, I guess not.
All right. They probably got a lot of abuse mail after the embarrassing E3 video. Tommy likes his safe spaces, but doesn't do well with the actual public. This is true. Phil Adams did have some charities where you could win prizes for donating to him, like you could win trips to Mexico. I don't know.
Don't understand is I go on these message boards. I see other videos about me. I see people sharing stuff with me about what people have to say about me. And it's all from this perspective of this incel mentality of, I've never left my house. I've never...
You hear that, guys? If you say anything negative about Smash, you're an incel who's never left your house. Bob,
Wow.
He got you nailed.
Fuck you, man. Fuck you. Not even.
I kind of think that's a bad idea.
Yeah.
Like, you know, especially with the title. Like, I screwed up big. Oh, by the way, my detractors are incels. I don't know. It just seems like kicking a hornet's nest. Just doesn't seem smart.
Yeah.
And that's just advice.
Yeah, usually when you apologize, you don't attack people, first and foremost. Secondly, you probably shouldn't be insulting detractors. Especially when they weren't even detractors. It was just people that were going basically, I don't like Smash. I'm not going to watch his video. He's literally upset because people said they didn't want to watch his video because they don't like him. Right? So what is he really upset? When you really boil it down, he's upset he's not getting clicks. He thought, hey, I made this video about Intellivision information. I should be getting all the attention. I should be getting the clicks. Look at all that. Look at Mike Mullis got 3,000 views on his unboxing. How did I only get 1,500 views on my Phil Adams information? That's my opinion. Wait, so he's apologizing to people or insulting people? A little bit of both. A little bit from column A, a little bit from column B. He's apologizing that you're upset. He's sorry that you're still upset, basically. Countdown to him privating the video. I can have. Also, sensible person says nuts and gum together at last. There's that train again. We're not clipping that out either.
touch grass, and I hate this guy. I hate this guy with every vessel in my body, every bone, everything that goes through me. I can't stand Smash JT.
So Smash says these people hate him, and he doesn't want people to. But he doesn't want people to hate him. So his answer was to call them incels that need to touch grass.
They hate him with every fiber of their body.
That's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see how that works out. Last time he lashed out like this was to attack Ian Ferguson because someone set up a medical GoFundMe since he didn't have insurance. Yeah, that was fucked up. When he went after Ian's GoFundMe. Yeah. Oh, CM Retro wants some advice. Top loaded. How do I get through Ninja Gaiden 3 Stage 7 within the time limit? This is dumb.
Oh, you're gonna die at least once to get to the next stage. You know, you're gonna run out of time, so you got to start it from the second. Yeah,
Save scum.
you're gonna sacrifice one of your lives to get to that next
Checkpoint.
checkpoint, whatever you want to call it.
So there you go. Look at that. Drama and advice for video games, retro games.
Why? Like what? Because I was optimistic about a game console. I mean, yes.
I don't think. See, that's like people were never mad that you were optimistic about a game console. I don't see people attacking Mike's Oasis, right? I don't see people attacking Blues Tech or Bacon Ice Cream. People are upset because you literally attacked people, Smash. You literally were out there on the front line, spewing Tommy's bullshit, calling people names, fucking attacking people, dragging people's name through the mud.
At one point, you tried to say that you weren't biased. You know, like, I don't know. Me personally, if I were in your position, and I know you're gonna say that you did already, but I think you should probably make a real heartfelt video. Don't start with a big pause and a sigh or anything, you know, but just make a video and put everything out on the line. All right. Be honest with yourself and be honest with your audience and really look into yourself and say, like, you know, did going to this guy's house, talking with him, you know, did that sort of friendship or whatever you looked at it as, were you expecting perks? Honestly, were you expecting perks, and did that affect your decision? And whatever that answer is, you tell your audience what the answer is. And then, you know, if the answer is yes, you know, then you come clean and be like, I fell victim to that. Not just to Tommy's lies. The reason I bought into Tommy's lies so easily is because I wanted to believe them. I wanted to have this situation. I wanted to have this insider friend, you know, in the gaming industry, and that blinded me from, you know, take some responsibility for that. You know, if that's the case, because unfortunately, people believe absolutely that is the case, especially with you know, coming out and saying after all the horrendous coverage, after Tommy's, you know, PR campaign, interview, asking for interviews from everyone, top to bottom. Everyone thinks that's the case. So, you were saying at that, after all that, you know, I'm not biased, whatever. It came up as delusional at that point, you know. So the only thing you could see is, like, you wanted the perks from that, and then you wanted so badly to be able to turn around and say, hey, I was right about this product, you know. So it's either a mixture of the two or the first one, you know. But you got to come clean with that, I think, for people to really, you know, take a look and be like, oh, well, this guy's being genuine, and, you know, for sure. But what you can't do is come on and say, hey, incels, I already apologized. Why aren't you, you know, coming back around my side? You know, you remember a long time ago, you made a video claiming, hey, Smash JT is real now. I don't give a shit. You know, this channel's like a failed whatever. Like, if you weren't being real then, which, you know, my opinion back then, I made videos on it. Be real now. Be real now, and then see where it gets you. Leave nothing on the table.
I agree. Retro Bro has joined the panel. What's up, Retro Bro?
Yeah, what's going on, Tony? How are you doing?
I'm doing great, doing fantastic. This is a color sample. People were asking about the plastic sheet here. So, what do you think about this Smash situation? This apology, non-apology video? So,
Well, I haven't seen this apology video yet, so I'm just watching and taking it in for the first time. I'm confused who this video is for. Is he trying to just apologize to people who aren't going to like him anyways?
pretty
It
much
doesn't make sense to me.
And to be clear, let me be fair on something else. If that video already exists and if you've already admitted to that, then you have to accept. Look, when I went after Rick, and I had criticisms of Radical Rick and the whole anti-e-banging crowd or whatever. I have enemies to this day because of that. Like, you make videos and there's always 2 or 3 people that will that are diehards that just come dislike your video. You can't you're not going to reach those people. And it is what it is. You don't need to make a video trying to cater to those people. Fuck those guys. It is what it is. Just move on with your life. So to be fair, if you've already said these things, I'm not aware of it, but yeah.
But those people are going to shit on him anyways, Perez. You know what I mean? Like, so like I have a little bit of sympathy sometimes for Smash, and then I don't, because I'll try to look at it from his perspective is much different than mine, because I can go, ape shit crazy on Intellivision, and it doesn't make one difference to me. But for him, I mean, the guy's got 10 grand wrapped up into it. And I had that comment earlier, and I said, it doesn't do him any good if he burns all the bridges and goes, I forget what exactly the term I used was, but he doesn't, it's tough for him, because if I were him and I had 10 grand and I knew theoretically the only way to get my money back is either A, they succeed, or B, through a class action lawsuit, which you probably wouldn't get all of it back anyways, because that's usually pieced out amongst, thousands of fucking people. So it's tough for him because he doesn't want to give off this negative PR. Well, I don't know. You know what I mean? I think.
Yeah.
So he's kind of caught in the middle, really.
Real quick, Bob, before you get in there, it's not just the people on Reddit shitting on him, Joshua. It's also the people on Atari Age, not NeoGaf. What's the other one? Reset Era, and probably like 4chan and stuff. They're all shitting on him. As far as having 10 grand, I think that's also an issue, right? Because again, if you're trying to be positive, if he made that other video to spin things positively because he still hopes to get his money back, then he's in the same position as DJC, right? He's in that same position where you're an investor and you're manipulating the public in order to get your return on investment. So the best thing he can do is just not make any more Amico videos.
No, I agree with that. I don't have any personal issues with Smash. Since someone asked if he ever extended the olive branch, me and Smash are good. Like, I have no issues with Smash. We chit chat. I actually talked to him yesterday after he made that video because I had a question for him. But him and I are good. This is not me coming on here to shit on Smash.
Are you allowed to tell us what that question was and what his answer was?
Yeah, because it was something I was surprised. I won't tell you what his answer was, but it was something I was surprised it wasn't brought up in the video, because I believe, I could be wrong, I believe when he was on, I think he was on a stream with Max and you. Is that correct? Or he did a video about it and you reacted to it. But he said that I could have sworn I remember him saying that Phil told him there was a potential investor, and yes, he didn't want to mention who that was at the time. And then he said, the whole 4-week thing.
Yeah.
And
well, that's
I said, Smash, I'm curious. You didn't ask him about the whole investor thing. For the benefit of Smash, I won't give the answer, but I thought that was strange that wasn't even brought up in the conversation that they had. I don't know why. That would have been the first question I had, because that's exactly what Phil used to do to me when I would talk to Phil. Oh, we have an investor, investor XYZ, and I'm going to know in 2 weeks from now whether they're going to give me the money or whatever, so we can go to manufacturing. And then like 2 weeks would go by, and I'd be like, Phil, what's up, dude? You said like Monday you would know you're going to have a board meeting. oh well, this happened, that happened, and I should have an answer next week sometime or within the next couple of weeks. And he kept doing this shit over and over and over again. And eventually I was like, Phil, you're just fucking full of shit, dude. Like either you're lying to me or you're just full of shit. Like, which one is it?
Really
Thank you, Tommy,
CEO.
by the way.
Yeah. Well, the company has to have money for you to get anything from a lawsuit. This is true. Like I said, Smash's best bet is to just not say anything more. Be like, I don't want to be put in the middle of it. I have money wrapped up. So obviously I wanted to succeed, but in doing so, I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt that I shouldn't be giving them. And at the same time, I can't just bury the company because, yes, I still wanted to make my money back. So I am going to recuse myself from the Intellivision Amico discussion. Please don't drag me into this because I'm not going to be responding to any comments about it. Not going to be making any videos. I'm not going to appear in any live streams.
I don't know. I don't. I'm trying to put myself in his situation, and I feel like if something happens and he doesn't really speak on it, then he's gonna, because he's getting it from all sides now. He's getting it from everyone. I don't know how that would play if he would say nothing.
Well, it would play a lot better than him saying, "Hey, you're a bunch of incels that hate me."
I'm just trying to say, the I screwed up big thing. I'm not sure that was. I just feel like he's kicking a hornet's nest. That's my main point.
Sensible says he just has to up and stop crying about how he's being treated.
I mean,
but he's already done this, from my understanding. He's already made these, like, he's already gone on this apology tour. So why do it again?
Right.
Well,
right.
Couple of points I want to say is, well, number one, even if it's a bit egotistical to think if he went scorched earth, it's going to affect his investment, that he can make such a big change that he's not going to get his money back. They can't just refund his investment from a third-party website and be like, oh, you talk bad about the company, you're not going to get your 10x return. And then, like, well, isn't this Smash JT all over? He'll say and do kind of nearly anything for any kind of attention. So clickbaiting this video, I screwed up big, and then calling the people who are haters incels, is to get more people talking about him and reacting to his videos, surely.
Yeah, well, Tommy got triggered, says Trash JT is just trying to get views is all. Well, just calling him Trash JT makes him upset. Don't call him Trash JT. But I agree. This to me, this screams like, hey, why are you not giving me views just because you don't like me? You should still watch my Amico videos if you want that information. So, I don't know. Let's see what else we got going.
So, I mean, yes, I do regret it, and I feel terrible about misleading people, but I put my money where my mouth was. I wasn't just saying, hey, this thing's great, you should invest in it. I was saying I was investing in it. I don't recall ever telling anyone else to do it. I was just saying I was excited about it.
I'm pretty sure if you didn't tell others to invest, you were saying how great of an investment it was. It was like endorsement without direction.
Yeah.
I was confident in it, and I was very hopeful of the future for it. But then I got all these people that just won't give it up, that just keep coming at me. Every chance they get, every video I upload, they'll make a mockery video covering it and focusing on, like, why I'm a horrible person.
Oh, shit. That's us. We're doing that right now.
I don't think so.
It's a joke.
I don't understand it. I feel like there's a lot of people that are very easily misled out there that are looking to hate.
There's a lot of people that are easily misled to invest $10,000 in a company that probably shouldn't be invested in.
They're looking to just be angry at someone. And now that Tommy has dipped out of the limelight, it's like, oh, who's the new poster child for the Amico we can go after? Oh, Phil Adam doesn't really come forward. Oh, Smash JT, he doesn't really fall for that stuff anymore. But it doesn't matter because Smash JT still talks on YouTube. He's somebody that's still actively conversing about. So let's keep focusing on him. I
don't think
I wasn't laughing at Smash there. I was laughing at recalling the whole, look, guys, we're battery testing. And
if he has actual info or insight or even an interesting opinion, sure. Otherwise, shut the fuck up. He sounds funny on Finnegan Fox.
Fast forward.
Oh, fast forward.
Yeah, he sounds extra mad. It's funny. It's like he's almost out of breath.
Yeah. You know, I never watch anything under 2x speed. To me, this is slow. I'm like, man, he sounds.
And you go to these message boards, you get people saying things like, "Oh, I really want to see," like my previous video about Phil Adam in our phone call.
So he's
"I
talking
really wanna
about
see
the
what
Reddit
was
right
said in
there.
that phone call
Talking
conversation,
about
but I
that.
don't want to click on the video because I don't."
See, there it is.
Wow, that really upset him. That's strange. I mean, it's wow.
Because he wants the clicks.
Yeah.
He's like, I made the video in hopes of people clicking on it. They didn't click on it, and they specifically said they weren't going to give me the clicks, and that makes me mad. I want my nickel from YouTube. He wants his YouTube nickel.
I think to a degree, and this is no slight at Smash, but I know he says like, you know, I don't care, and I stopped trying about my YouTube channel, but I still think it does bother him to a degree sometimes that he still hasn't turned into this huge YouTuber, because for the longest time he was very forward about being like how he wanted to be successful on YouTube, and then he kind of changed his tone and was talking about how he didn't want to be successful and he didn't care. But then he makes a video like this talking about like, well, why didn't you click on my video? It's like, well, maybe I mean, obviously as a content creator you do care, because when I upload a video I want people to watch it, but to see him like actually get upset that people said, I mean, that people didn't watch his video, it's strange. It's almost like a Freudian slip that he has here.
Yeah, I mean, we all want clicks and views. As much as people say they don't, the reality is it feels nice when you're like, oh, shit, this many people watch my video?
Yeah, if I didn't want people to watch my videos, I'd put them on BitChute.
Or Odyssey. Speaking of videos, what happened to your series? Weren't you doing like a series 8-bit beatdown or something? Comparing two games?
Bit Wars. No, I'm working on the next one actually. Yeah, those take me a very long time to edit, and after the last one took me like a week to edit, so it like literally just drained me of energy. And even that Sega Saturn shmup one I just did, that took me like a half a day.
Man,
That's a long time.
No, I just don't like putting that much effort into a video if I don't have to, because I put that much effort into a video, and as much effort and time I put into those Bit Wars videos and how well they are done, they get like 330 views. So
that's why I don't put any effort. So if I get any views, I'm like, oh, that's fucking awesome.
Yeah, but I have a creative side, and it's
oh, you're
nice
trying to say I'm not creative?
Yeah, I don't know. Do you have?
I put this whole thing together.
Not everybody's creative. I mean,
I put this whole shit together right now here. Friday Night Drama. That's my idea. Nobody did this shit before me.
Yeah, nobody on YouTube ever did a show about drama on Friday night before you, Tony.
That's right. What I'm saying. We're gonna do like Tuesday night Minecraft next. I don't think anyone's ever done that either. don't steal my idea, guys.
Well, the smart thing to do would be Monday Minecraft, because then it's alliteration.
I know, that's what you would think. That's why we went Tuesday, because someone's probably already did Monday.
I don't want to give a view to Smash JT. How pathetic is your life where you're so fixated on hating someone that you're refusing to get information that you desire from somebody who literally talked to the CEO?
Huh?
So if somebody's life is pathetic because they don't want to watch your video to get information because it's you, how pathetic is it to make a video complaining about someone who doesn't want to watch your video because it's your video?
You gotta just ignore this stuff, bro, and move on.
Yeah.
Speaking of slip, you could hear Tony's real voice for a second. I'm never gonna live that. Like, that's never gonna go away, is it? People are gonna constantly think that my real voice is some weird accent. I mean, Smash is getting views. He got 170,000 views in a recent video. Yeah, but Smash wants 170,000 views on every video.
Right? Yeah, you notice though what Smash did after that video is he tried to pump out a bunch of different videos, and that those I don't think those views I don't think really translated to the subscribers, because he did that Mario video.
Yeah, so all he did was he did
what he did was right. He tried to capitalize on it. I think it upset him maybe a little bit that it didn't translate to subs.
Well, it was a hot topic when everyone was like, "Oh, the French dub of Mario or whatever had the better voice," and he literally just like, "Whoa, let me make a video on the exact same thing into the algorithm," and that's why it shot up. But his follow-ups were like completely different. It was just tangentially related to the Mario movie, and that's not what people were interested in, right? He needs to jump in a hot tub and chill. He doesn't care, but he cares to make that comment. Yeah. Potion Sword says that just goes to show how unlikable he is. Come on, guys. Come on.
I don't think Smash is unlikable. I've never disliked Smash. I've had some issues with some of the takes he's had, but I don't think he's dislikable. I mean, I can see how, at least not for me, I could see how some people the hot tub shit turns them off.
Any time you put your opinion out there, you're gonna piss somebody off.
Yeah. I mean, people think I'm unlikable. And
That's because you are.
Like, I mean, it's just confusing to me. Did you say something, John? I wasn't paying attention to you.
Yeah.
Now, like I said in that video, believe it or not, I literally do not care. I'm getting information. I'm trying to report it as unbiased as possible and give my real opinion. And I feel like I've rewatched the video a couple times to make sure that I'm being true to myself. And I'm like, yeah, that's exactly how I feel about the situation right now. That is my honest take.
Why would you have to watch a video to make sure that you're being honest in your own videos? That's the weirdest thing.
Also, doth thou protesteth too much? I mean, how many times are we going to have to hear him say, I don't care? But
a sensible person says, nah, you're fine, Tony, except for your personality and opinions. That's what I'm saying. I'm a totally nice guy that everybody loves.
Understood that I've made mistakes. It's like these people have never made a mistake in their life, have never fallen for anything in their life. Or if they have, they've forgotten about it, and now they want to pin all their mistakes on someone else randomly on the internet. They never
now
met.
he's saying you guys are all projecting. You're all projecting your failures on Smash. Yikes.
right.
But they want to make themselves feel better. So they all focus on, oh, trash JT. He's just the worst. He's an idiot. He put all this money
Also, his glasses are sitting on his face weird, and I don't like it.
into the Amico, and it failed. What a sucker. Okay, they got me guilty. I did. The same people don't want to focus on the money I made with GameStop because that would be too convenient to offset their.
Oh my God. That wasn't even like, oh my God, the GameStop money. That wasn't because you made a smart move. You got fucking lucky that a situation was happening that you was completely unaware of. You invested in GameStop and got incredibly fucking lucky that at the same time, I can't remember all the ins and outs of it, but basically
the meme stock. It became a meme stock.
It became a meme stock, and
then they had the squeeze. He invested before all that. And if you watch his videos, and I'm going to agree with Bobby, if you watch his videos from when he first starts talking about investing in GameStop, it has nothing to do with, oh, guys, they're going to short squeeze it. It's being picked up traction on Reddit, and it's going to become a meme stock. None of that. He was going, hey, it's low right now, but obviously, with the new systems coming out and, they're going to start producing more of them. Obviously, the stock's going to go up. He was never like, hey, it's going to go up to fucking 400, 500, 600, right? He was just like, hey, it's going to go up. You're going to make a little money. Then, like Bob said, we had that whole situation where people found out that they were going to short it, and if they held on to the stock, they were pretty much fucked, and it was going to keep going up.
I think the reason why he brought this up is because some people have given him a hard time, especially on Twitter, with his $10,000 investment. So I mean, I guess it's fair to a degree. Like, hey, if you're going to say he's dumb at one hand, it's like, well, he also did make a good investment. So, I mean, I can see Smash's point here on this one. Of course, yes. Was he lucky? I mean, gambling's not gambling. But investments in stocks is to a degree a form of gambling, anyways. So yeah, he did get lucky, but everybody gets lucky.
Yeah, but again, to push back on this, if he got lucky because this was his intention, right? He invested in it because he thought that this situation was going to happen. Then I go, yeah, Smash JT fucking won that coin flip. But he was totally investing for a different reason and then something else. It'd be like if I invested in napkins, right? If I was like, hey, napkin stocks are real low. Let me invest in that. And then suddenly China released a new virus, and then all of a sudden everyone's rushing to buy napkins, right? I had no idea China was going to release a virus. That was none of the reason why I was investing into napkins. I was just like, hey, they always have napkins at school. School's always making you buy napkins, so let me invest in it because it's low now. It's going to go up when school starts again. But then China virus gets released, and everyone starts fucking bum rushing the store for napkins, and my stock goes way up. Was that a good investment?
That's just. But I mean, you can say that about anybody. I mean, unless you're actually like a
But this
professional
is the
stockbroker.
but this is the situation we're
trader.
talking about.
Yeah.
He's not a professional stock trader.
Well, I know he's not. To your
he
point, to your point, though, I am agreeing with you that there is luck involved. But I mean,
but
at the
he's
same time,
trying
like,
to parlay that as like it wasn't luck, that he knew what was going on. He invested smartly because he knew that this situation was going to occur.
Yeah. It's
Well,
not,
I mean,
First of all, I think the criticism, the criticism needs to be focused on, you lost your integrity by, compromising your channel, your opinion, and people are just making fun of him on the fact that, look, you threw away $10,000. It's really like a throwaway, thing. So I think he's just talking about those people being like, well, look, if you're gonna just criticize me for that, not the actual thing that got me in trouble, well, how are you gonna ignore the GameStop thing? And I think that's a fair point, and it's just levied towards that specific sect that's going to say, oh, look at this moron that threw away 10 grand.
So Little Movie Purpose says, I love when people run to the middle of nowhere to do video manifestos. Production value, guys. Respect the hustle. No, he always goes out for walks and makes videos. It's kind of his thing, whether they're manifestos or not. And Tommy got triggered right. He bought the stock because the Xbox and PS5 were coming out. He was expecting the stock to go up 50 cents a stock. That's what he was investing in. That was his plan. So,
yeah, it's not like a massive. He's trying to portray it like it was a big brain move, but
yeah, if he would present it like, "Hey, I got lucky on GameStop," you're saying I got unlucky on Amico. Well, I got lucky on GameStop, but he's presenting it like you're saying I'm bad at investments. Look at the GameStop. I made a ton of money on GameStop that I then invested in the Amico.
I think he's crazy for putting $10,000 into Amico. I think he's 1,000% crazy for doing that.
I think he should sue Tommy.
That shows. I don't know like what went on when he was with Tommy or what he was shown, but I played the same console he did several times. I had personal communications with Tommy. I would have never given him $1,000, let alone $10,000, because I know, like, even if I like Tommy, even if I like the system, statistically, this thing should fail. There's a reason why it's only Microsoft, Sony, and Nintendo. Like, this thing's going to fail. Like, unless something extravagant happens, this might sell a few, 100,000 consoles, best case scenario. I would have never given them $10,000.
Like Google couldn't, beat this uphill battle against these three. And
yeah, they couldn't even compete with
Game.
They couldn't even compete with Game Pass, man. So, yeah, I think he was crazy for doing that.
To give Smash the benefit of the doubt, if you will, but he did claim, and again, this is just his claim, that Tommy basically told him, "Yeah, it's right there, it's done. Like, we just need the money to give it to the manufacturer, and then it'll be fucking shipped out and ready to go."
If that were the case, and I feel that I was absolutely lied to like that to invest, I would be suing them right now. I wouldn't be making YouTube videos. I'd be working. I'd have a lawyer.
And I agree. But then again, I didn't make a video saying that the Amico soccer blew my mind.
No, because it's fucking amazing, Tony.
Deep cuts.
There's sort of how dumb I am with my investments, but it's okay. You win some, you lose some. My point of this video is I don't understand why some of these people just don't give me a chance. Don't understand that I'm human too, that I make mistakes, that I'm not perfect, that my voice.
People are not going to give you, like, there's going to be people, like Trevor said, that are just never going to give you a chance, regardless if they know about Amico or not, regardless. They're just going to look at your thumbnail and be like, this guy's an asshole. I'm not going to give him a chance, right?
Yeah, you gotta understand that by going down this road, the way you did everything, you're gonna have detractors now forever. Just diehard detractors.
Well, he had them before. He had them before this even.
Yeah, but that's what's weird, that he doesn't understand that.
Yeah, but Joshua Perez, no, I didn't invest in anything. I never invested in Intellivision. Definitely not the Start Engine. God, no.
Yes, Potion. People don't owe you shit.
And it goes both ways. He doesn't know them shit either. I don't know why he would waste his time trying to apologize to people that don't fucking like him anyways, and they're not gonna like him.
Right.
Well-
He's apologized and already said his piece. Then why make this video? Fuck those people. It is what it is.
I don't. This ain't even really an apology, is it? This is like insincere apologies. Like, I
No, I
apologize
think-
before. You're incels.
Rich did that same stupid fucking apology video too, and it was like, I apologize for being a terrible interviewer and not looking at this, and then, yeah.
Yeah, but Rich is full of shit. So that's why I told Carl and he unfriended me. Jesse says we gave him a chance, but he belittles and blocks the smaller people and cloud chases the bigger channels. It's probably true. He hasn't blocked me yet. He unblocked me.
Squeak sometimes. I wish I could do something about that. I can't. It's who I am. But instead of running away from it, I'm going to embrace it because I got one life to live. I'm going to live it as best I can. And I challenge everyone out there to do the same. Don't run and hide from who you are. Embrace it. Don't be afraid of putting yourself out there and getting laughed at for your mistakes. I feel like that's the same thing when it comes to dating. So lesson for a few of you guys out there. If you're struggling with the fairer sex, don't be afraid to put yourself out there.
Did you just assume that they're straight?
But no, okay, so on this right here where he's like trying to give this like uplifting speech or whatever, you know, like the old Smash JT, you know, that I butted heads with, to me, one of the things was you it seemed like his motives were never they were obvious to me, but they weren't what he was conveying them to be to his audience. You know, like whenever he got struck by John Hancock and all of a sudden he's shaming Metal Jesus on Twitter that he's not covering it and all of that stuff, you know. It's just like, if this is still the same Smash JT that does things for ulterior motives, it's like, is he expecting, like, you know, Rich or some other bigger YouTuber to be like, oh, you know, leave Smash JT alone? Is that the real reason why he's making this video? You know, that's just a question I have to ask myself, because this is kind of just so weird. Like, the fact that he doesn't understand, he's already made diehard detractors before, and yet he's complaining that these diehard for life detractors are not coming back to him somehow. Like, it just makes no sense, man.
Yeah. Sensible person says, isn't that the same way you got extra money to get the Amico shell? No. I just had extra money lying around. I never invest. I don't do any stock market investing. I do some crypto, and Elon Musk has fucked my crypto up this year. So I'm like 64% down on my crypto investment. Thank you, Elon.
Either way, I
Put
think
that money
it's
back
clear
into
the
Tesla.
video was sort of a mistake. You know, like, if you already said your piece, then that's it. Fuck everybody else.
Yeah, and I want to nitpick something he said here. He's trying to give dating advice. Didn't he marry his high school sweetheart, essentially? Like, when was the last time Smash dated to give dating advice?
Yeah, dude, listen, I've been with the same woman for 17 years. The last thing I'm giving to anybody at my point is dating advice. Listen, I could tell you how to argue with a woman, but I can't tell you how to flirt with a woman. So let me be clear on that.
I can tell you how to get divorced.
Hey, man, you never know when couples are swingers, man. Smash JT and his wife both might have game on other couples. You never know.
It's a fair point.
I'm just joking. I'm just joking.
I mean, you're not wrong.
Are you saying that they're having Amico key parties?
That's
You use the Amico as the dish? Exactly. He talks so much about being honest or being yourself while acting fake. Yeah. I mean, no crypto talk. I had money in FTX. I still got some Ripple. Fucking, I got to figure out how to get access to my Ripple account because I had it connected to my Reddit. And that's all fucked up. I can tell you how to make kids. I know how to make kids. That's why I have one.
No, that's not a real kid.
It's not real.
You bought that kid, remember?
It's like, you ever see that Small Wonder? It's like a robot. I could recommend some reading on marriage. Look for books by John Gabbing. There you go.
For a few of you guys out there, if you're struggling with the fairer sex, don't be afraid to put yourself out there. You're going to get some rejections. It's okay. Same thing with getting a job. You're going to get some rejections. It's okay. Not everyone is going to embrace everything you do every second, all the time.
I've never been rejected.
Take your own advice here, right?
It's
Take your own advice.
Maybe this video is for himself. Maybe he's just kind of.
Yeah, maybe he's just venting. This video should be titled, "This is something I gotta say," you know. And then at the end say, "If you don't like me, you know, I've admitted my faults. Fuck off." The end.
If you don't like me, bite me. Always swipe right. That's the advice they're giving. Retro Bros basement party was a fishbowl party. No wonder why Max was covered in sweat.
Or
Yeah, Max was getting the business.
Maybe even I screwed up big. Or I screwed up, big deal, move on. I don't know.
I just wouldn't have made the video at all. Or like someone said, made the video and then just never uploaded it. Like, oh shit, this is bad luck.
And you know what? That's okay. But part of the reason of why I do this YouTube channel is to help improve me on who I am as a person. And I've learned so much just from when I first started doing this to where I am right now. That's why I keep coming back to it, because doing these videos helps me learn about who I am to be a better person. And again, I'm not perfect, but I feel like doing these videos, every little bit helps me realize who I am, the decisions I make, rationalizing them, trying to make sense of it, figuring out what I did wrong, why it went wrong, and how to not make that same mistake in the future. And while there's no promises that I won't, I'm going to try my best to be better. So I guess all I'm saying is I made a mistake. If you're going to hate me forever, fine. But I don't understand going on message boards and spouting the nonsense of, oh, don't give him the attention he's dying for. The only reason
Is it the first time he looked at that Reddit page, dude? Because I've looked at that Reddit page a few times and they've said all kinds of fucked up shit about me. I've never once gone in a video and been like, oh, how dare they? You know, I don't. It's
No,
weird.
I think
It's
he's
just
been
a
there
strange. It's strange that that really bothered him. I don't
Dude, they
understand
call me
that.
like a Nazi every other day on that Reddit page. I started that Reddit page and they still call me a Nazi.
Oh yeah, you're alt right Nazi.
And I've never made a video like, hey, Reddit thinks I'm an alt-right Nazi. I thought about it, but I was like, no, let's not draw attention to this tomfoolery. Tony's advice for Smash, shut the fuck up. I definitely wouldn't have posted this, right?
Yeah, I think Potion might be right.
It's the lack of clicks that bothers Smash, full stop. That's what I said. He saw that Mike Mullis got 3,000 views on his Amico video, figured he should get at least as many because he's got 15,000 subscribers. Mike's only got 1. So I should be getting more, right? That's the obvious thought process of people. Like, I have more subscribers, I should get more views. It doesn't always work out that way.
You're wrong, Potion. There's one other thing he does care about: the money.
He's got to get that $10,000 back somehow. Also, let me rattle my cup. I need some more.
I can
Bob
answer
needs a
that.
super
Sensible person has a question. I can answer that if you want. If you want, Tony.
Bro, one time Tommy said, my career is over because Kotaku said I followed Ben Shapiro on Twitter and I'm dying to know more.
Yeah,
the floor is yours.
So he's referring to a message that had been shown, because when I was messaging back and forth with Tommy when him and I kind of had it out, the big thing was I was telling Tommy, I'm like, dude, you lied to me, you know, you did this, you did that, you know, just own it. Just say like, hey man, say I'm sorry that, hey, I lied, I shouldn't have done that. Just own your shit. And he made the conversation all about him. And that was one of the things he mentioned was like, well, oh, my career is over because Kotaku called me a white supremacist. So at the time, and that was when I kind of stopped talking to him, because I said, dude, I'm like coming at you and I'm telling you, you fucking wronged me as a friend and you are just making this all about you. So that's what that was referencing. If it's what I think you're referencing, that's what that's all about.
I think he just wants to know more. If you could elaborate, if there was any more to the conversation.
Oh man, I don't know. It was fucking back in April. I mean, that's really kind of the rundown. I mean, other than like a word for word transcript, I don't know what more I could tell you.
Do you think Tommy's career was ended because of Kotaku?
No. I don't think Kotaku holds that much water these days.
Yeah. I think he cats more about fame and recognition than money. I think you mean care. You got cats on the brain again, Potion. You out there stealing cats?
I mean, it'd be YouTube fame and YouTube recognition.
Justy wants to know, with all the Amico stuff, what is your biggest regret?
Not recording videos, conversations, and opening an Amico when I had one in my house. Those are my three biggest. I wish I would have recorded every conversation. Is probably the biggest one.
And the screenshots before they kick you out of the Discord and everything.
No, that Discord's still there.
Not Discord, but didn't they kick you out? No, not the Discord. The group chat or whatever the fuck you were in.
There was no group chat. There was like a chat how you have like with your people on your panel. So we had like an Amico After Dark chat, and it was like me and a lot of the other, the other people, the pro side. But as far as like an actual like chat with Tommy, there wasn't really any.
Well, what was the chat that Tommy had where you guys were all talking about the SEC filings? Wasn't that a chat?
Oh, that was a video. That was like a Google Meetup Hangout thing. That wasn't like an actual
the Amico Armada
chat.
So it was a group which you chatted in. The group call you chatted in.
It was a group call. Yeah, it wasn't like a chat, like a forum.
Wow,
I'm just busting your balls, man.
This is a deep cut. Intellivision Revolution, which is a real website that you can go to. Do you guys think
the pie is fucking trash, dude. The pie couldn't play the games that are on Amico. Maybe the new one, maybe the new Pi 4 with the 8 GB RAM and it could play it. But if you know anything about a Raspberry Pi, those things struggle with anything beyond like fucking 16-bit.
Yeah, but
that's not saying there wasn't something else inside those boards. It wasn't a fucking Raspberry Pi.
There was a Nokia inside there.
No, I believe that it is the hardware that they're saying it is inside the Amico. That's my belief. I believe the chipset they said it was and blah, 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 all that. It actually is there and it is working. I don't really have any... I think people are going down the wrong rabbit hole with the whole...
Bob, do you know why they go down that rabbit hole? Because if you're familiar with the Coleco Chameleon,
yeah,
that was exactly what that was.
And
even at one point, the Atari VCS uploaded some fucking weird footage.
Yeah,
and it wasn't the actual hardware. It was essentially a PC that they were using.
Well, I'm going to disagree on 2 points. I don't know if it's an orange pie or banana pie. I don't know what it is that's inside there, but I can guarantee that whatever's inside the red one that Tommy brought around had a more powerful chipset than what was going to be in the Amico.
Well, that wouldn't surprise me.
And number two is whatever chips were in the dev units, since they changed chips, they're no longer the correct chips anyway, right?
Did they change chips? I must have missed that.
I thought Pat and all had shared what the actual specs were.
Yeah, I have. Like I said, I have the complete bill of materials.
Yeah, I figured you did.
But what's that called? Remember they said that they couldn't get the chips and they were looking for a new chip?
Oh, okay.
It's not an Orange Pi. The Orange Pi is an A7 1.2 gigahertz with 512 megabytes of DDR3. It's not a fucking Orange Pi.
That's all nerd talk. I don't know what any of that means.
Yeah.
I heard Pi.
It's slower than a Raspberry Pi 3.
I like Pringles to go in my chips. Yeah. Don't believe Retro Bro. Him saying it's not a Pi is a ruse. There's a reason why they're not announced their FCC compliance. It's likely they will have to change materials. Yeah, exactly. They can't even finalize the FCC. The idea, Tommy's all like, well, if we finalize with the FCC, then other companies will see what we have, right? And does he think that like Sony's going to pump out an Amico? Like in Microsoft is going to like make their own Amico or some shit? Sensible says Orange Pie isn't specific enough. There are different specs for that kind of thing, but I agree with Bob. I don't think it matters. Yeah, at this point, I don't think it matters anymore. It's not getting made. All right, Smash. You got about a minute, 2 minutes.
If you're gonna hate me forever, fine. But I don't understand going on message boards and spouting the nonsense of, oh, don't give him the attention he's dying for. The only reason he's talking about the Amico is for the attention. Stop giving it to him. I don't give a damn. All I'm saying is, if someone makes a mistake, you're not willing to forgive them. You're not willing to think, oh, maybe they're human too. Maybe they fell for.
I mean, no. I mean, people make mistakes and you don't get forgiven for every mistake.
All right, see, this is I always found weird, right? Okay. Can you explain this, Retro Bro? Because you had a more.
Yeah, that's the red one he's using. There's no they're essentially their front end's not loaded onto that. So their UI isn't loaded. So that's just like a back end that they're using.
Okay,
that's probably like a generic Android UI that they're using on that one.
Yeah, as I say, because it's got the Android thing, it's got the Play Store.
Yeah, it's just the hardware without their front end on it. That's all.
But why wouldn't they? That's why I'm like, why wouldn't they? And it says new version.
Because they're probably just using it because I'd imagine when you introduce the UI and the front end, it probably brings in other problems with it when you're still in development. So if you just want something to test the games in their like native source just on Android, this is probably the easiest way to do it because they can just backload the games onto it and then play the game and make sure like if they want to look for any tweaks or any issues in the game, they can find them on there.
Except for
it doesn't make sense if you're just
it has Amico dashboard and then it has a version number on top.
I don't know. Ask John Alvarado, Tony. I don't know what to tell you. I've given you my answer.
I'm just saying, like I'm listening.
You asked me and I told you.
I'm just telling you what I'm seeing on the screen. That's all.
Well, it seems to me more like this is an Android. It's Android software with a Amico skin. Now I'm even doubting if there's even a specific Amico firmware that is unique to them, and it's not just a skin on top of the Android software.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. That it is literally just Android that they skinned over. Because that's what they did with another.
More
system.
than likely.
The Retro Engine Sigma used a Retro Pi.
Yeah.
And then they just skinned over it, and they had the program skip over like the welcome. This is Retro Pi, whatever.
Which is incredibly easy to do. It's stupid easy.
Yeah, you can do it with a Retro Pi. I've done it on Xbox Originals. I've done it on PSPs, which I've modded. You can like change the icons, change the wallpaper, change everything.
Merge the two, problem solved. George says the Amico home menu is run as a game on it. Yeah, it could be as simple as when you start it up, it runs that program that's not actually a front end UI. It's just a thing that they programmed in, like a game essentially. I bet Tommy T wear 100% original, 100%. Smash Pro Amico. Smash is on the fence now. Back on the fence.
A con artist that was telling them lies to their face, telling them all these things to make them feel like they were very trustworthy, when in reality, they were just...
Do you know what this is right here?
No.
What about, you don't know what that one is either? Because that's obviously Shark. It even says Amico home menu.
Yeah, so there you go. It's a skin on top of that software.
Well, that answers that question.
Doing it for their own good and didn't care. That was a lesson I had to learn the hard way. And I feel like as I go with these YouTube videos, I learn more and more lessons about who I am, who the general public is. And this isn't for everyone. There's a lot of people that have supported me. There's a lot of people that have come around from when I was wrong to saying, hey, I accept it, your apology, and we're cool. There's been a ton of you guys, and I can't thank you enough for that support. But I keep going back to the people that just don't. I can't do anything about that. But I guess what I want to say is, if you're so fixated on hating someone else that you've never met, and you can't stand watching their videos because you don't want to prop them up, or whatever your mind is telling you that would do, or what would happen if you watched my videos, take a look inward at yourself and try to reevaluate your life and make your life better. And try, instead of trying to pin your faults on someone else you don't know, that just kicks the can down the road. And that Phil,
I don't think anyone's pinning any faults on you, Smash. I think they're literally like, I don't want you to get a click. That's it. It's not that deep.
Yeah.
Adam's the situation. What you should do.
It's like, I don't watch DJC's Amico forever. I just wait till the Reddit has the TLDR on it.
The hot takes.
Yeah.
Was there any good hot takes this week? I didn't watch it.
Apparently, DJC uploaded a recap, and he showed off the lights. It's like a 3-minute video showing off.
Oh, I saw that stupid video, the light video. Someone said he was trying to say he wasn't an investor in that show somewhere. I wasn't going to bother to try and find the timestamp.
Well, he always does it. He says, well, I just invested a little, no more than $1,000.
He's got to be careful with that shit, man. He could lose his fucking monetization over that shit.
Forget monetization. It really hits the fan.
Well,
he can get a fine. I mean, I'm sure he's not going to go to jail, right? But he could still get a fine and end up having to pay a couple thousand.
I think worst case, that's the worst case scenario. I don't think that actually happens.
George says this video is directed at Slotham, mainly. Stop hating me. Watch my videos.
Why would you worry about Slotham? That guy's a weirdo, man. Yeah, that guy's another one who just fucking clickbaits his audience for views, man.
No, now he's gonna make a video on you.
I don't give a shit, and I won't watch it.
I think he actually, if I remember correctly, because he's made a couple videos on me. I think in one of the videos he's like, "That's why Retro Bro doesn't go over on the Geek Getaway anymore, because he knows real, and the Geek Getaway is not real." So now he's gonna be mad at you for being.
No, that's fine.
I'll edit it out, the part when you show up.
In my humble opinion, is focus on.
I don't want 8-bit Eric to get mad at you. Is what I'm saying.
Self better, which is what I'm always trying to do. I'm gonna leave it there. Thank you guys so much for watching, and as always, you stay smashing.
I mean, if he's always trying to get better, could you please get rid of the intro music and the intro?
That's the filming for that GameStop movie that he's in.
We'll need to watch that.
It's actually a good movie. It's actually really good.
Is it? I've never seen it.
Yeah, it's
yeah.
good.
I've been wanting to watch it.
It's funny because Darius is in that movie.
Is he?
Really?
Yeah, he is. So when they introduce Smash TV or Smash JT in the show, they're talking about haters on the internet, and they play this like 30-second clip of Darius just going balls deep on Smash.
Wow.
So yeah, if I was Darius, I'd be like, "Yo, you need to fucking give me some reciprocations for that, some royalties for that, man."
Yeah, I doubt the FTC will come for them either. Like I said, if this is a nothing burger, if it just goes away in the night, nothing's gonna happen. But if like it turns out that they were like fucking, scamming money and fucking sending it to Mexican gangsters, then there might be some repercussions. And don't think that that's really weird, because the Swedish Mafia was involved with the Nokia. Or was it what the hell was the handheld? It had the Swedish Mafia.
The Gauge, N-Gauge, yeah.
That's the one. So weird shit has happened.
Pretty cool back in the day.
Right?
I didn't know the Swedish Mafia was involved. That's funny.
Yeah. I didn't know the Swedish had a mafia until I seen that thing.
Yeah, it's strange. I didn't know that either.
All right, so we had a poll that said, should we give attention to those beneath us? 49 votes. 59% of you said yes. 41% said no. So I guess we got to watch this DJC video.
Oh.
I'll watch this one. Well, I'll watch part of this with you because it's a 3-minute video, so another 30 minutes. But I'm gonna go in about 10 minutes because I'm gonna stream.
What are you streaming tonight?
I'm just playing games, playing some Sega.
What's up, everyone? I'm the devastating Just Cause, and this is DJC Game Studios. Well, welcome. How are you today? And I've got a little sneak, a little peek, if
What
you
the
will.
fuck was
A little
this?
replay and a little recap.
Was it?
What the fuck was this? What
It's a
was this?
shtick.
It's
Oh, is it? Okay. I don't really know much about this guy.
He also likes tabs and flamingos. So you're up to speed.
Amigo forever, every Wednesday at 9:30 p.m. Eastern. Here on this channel, please subscribe. What am I now, an infomercial? No, on Wednesday's show, we did discuss and show off some of the lights on the system. So a lot of people were asking, how does it look as the centerpiece of your living room? How does it look on your
This is like
entertainment center?
upbeat John Hancock.
I don't watch John Hancock, so I'll take your word for it. But also, he has it's a nice jacket, but it's DJC branded.
How does it look on a shelf? Well, I thought I'd give you a little sneak peek or a little show off of me putting a game on and the system interacting with that game, and just kind of to see what the light show is all about. Now, obviously, there's lots of different versions of this, but this happened to be for this game. And I just want to show you this because I thought
Is there lots of different versions of how the lights work, John?
I don't remember. I wouldn't look at the lights too much.
really cool, and I got a little bit of footage of it.
I
So
think
check this out.
they did. I think people were making fun of that. Like, yeah, who wants to be distracted by all the fucking LED lights right in front of your TV screen?
So apparently Smash JT is subscribed to one of the people in the chat.
Las Vegas is the town I ride the style, pop my head out the sun.
Oh shit, I better cut the music. I don't want to get copy struck. Also, you can see that he's playing Space Striker in the reflection.
Huh. Is that what that is? Yeah, good eye, Tony. I didn't see that.
Like, I don't understand the camera work going on here. Like, if you're just supposed to be showing off the Amico, shouldn't you just be holding it still and letting the Amico do the work, not all the in and out? Like, you're not going to sit there and bob your head towards the Amico, right? Just give me a regular fucking view.
Yeah, I'm reacting to this sensible person's comment over there. Like, I'm 40. Like, wasn't Tab discontinued for like some kind of cancer shit?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it was because of the
I mean, that's what
sweetener
word of
they
mouth
did.
was
the
like
artificial
back
sweetener in it.
when I was a kid.
sit back, relax, enjoy the show. That vacuum cleaner finish doesn't seem like it would hold up to abuse. No, it doesn't. It's not. Also, for having it like sit inside there, you would think they would have been more level with the controllers. I would have thought. Not so much popping up.
Yeah. Like great quality control.
Also, where is this? Like, the whole point of this was he goes, you want to see how it looks as the centerpiece of your living room, right? This doesn't look, I don't know if this is his living room because the other video had a big black entertainment center and all kind of things.
I'm assuming it's in his game room.
The
He
sound
has like
bite
his Intellivision in there and that.
with the Amico next to the Nintendo controller, the sound bite keeps playing through my head. Like, if you want games with rape and what buy a Nintendo Switch.
Well, there was this new form of tab, so it's probably a new formula. Used to be cocaine and coke. Those were the days. Yeah.
That was like back in the
outside
fucking
furniture
20s,
inside the
probably.
house. I would have thought I would have seen like the whole thing, like the TV. I mean, you could turn your TV off, right? The console should still stay on with the lights flashing, so you don't need the TV on if you can't show what's on the screen. That like and show it sitting there. This just looks like a mess. Like, I don't know. It's like a workbench with all the.
I bet you with the LEDs on the controllers like that, like they just constantly not being able to charge.
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
Also, is his wall Amico blue? It looked like it was Amico blue.
And with those
Not that-
screens, that
Not that
drain the
wall. That one
battery.
right there.
Like he printed out the logo and then went to Walmart and had them like make the paint.
Right, because it's sky blue.
Match
That's
this color.
because what if, I mean, again, I don't want to be conspiracy theorist, right? But what if this isn't even fucking footage from DJC's house? What if this is like from the Amico offices? They sent him like a 30-second. What the fuck was that?
That was my, is it a conspiracy? But no.
Someone tell me what this says. I need you to print this out.
I think that's
up.
a mini fridge.
Wait, is it or is it a Pioneer speaker?
Oh, why would you put a speaker under the?
That looks like the Pioneer logo, man.
It's 1080p.
Like the 80s Pioneer logo.
I mean, you might put a subwoofer closer to the floor, but I don't know. That looks a bit thin to be a subwoofer. I can't really tell.
Well, the tweeter would be at the top.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have no idea.
I
mean, I owned one of these speakers when I was a kid, so I really think it's a Pioneer speaker.
Do any of you guys have your game console like right on your table, your coffee table, or?
I personally don't. I have like I have like well, it depends on where I'm looking and which console you're talking about, but all of mine are like in either a cubicle or a like an entertainment center.
That's what I'm saying. So like I'm trying to figure out how these lights would even work, because most people, like mine, are underneath the TV, right? It's open. There's no like cabinets. It's just like glass shelves, but they're sitting inside there. So I would be missing like most of the LEDs. Like I'd have to pull this out and actually put it like on top of something to see the LEDs.
Oh, here you go. How about that? I still got it there.
Oh, guys, that was deliberate. He's got it in the background just like Smash.
Oh, man. Look at that basement dweller.
I mean, it depends on.
It's a nice basement, bro.
I don't know. You told me basement
talk
dweller.
some shit. Talk some shit. I love my basement. Paid a lot of money to finish this fucking basement.
Shit, I wish I lived in an area that had basements, man. Extra fucking room.
I missed it, man. When I lived in Phoenix, we didn't have basements out there. It sucked.
Yeah, like in Louisiana, you can't like you dig 3 feet and you hit in water, so
Come
you
on,
can't.
come on, John. You just got to find the irony in the fact that you made a video calling people out that hated Amico because their basement.
But this is my basement, and I pay the mortgage. There's a difference between living in somebody else's basement.
But that's not what you said. And go back to your
having a gaming entertainment area in the basement of your house that you pay the mortgage on. Big difference.
Your mother-in-law's basement? Isn't that what Darius says?
Who lives in their mother-in-law's basement?
That's what Darius says about
Turbo Joe.
Oh, he did an arcade one up. I got to check out, man. It's just from the beginning of it. Looks pretty cool. He might have, I think he's got a nice spot.
All right, let's look at these lights. They don't even look. Are they really bright? How bright are they? Because I only ask again because if I have all the lights on in my room, I'm wondering how much they stand out versus if I had the lights off.
Yeah, the video makes them look pretty bright.
Are they like about as bright as like the computer RGBs?
Probably.
I don't know. Let's
We'll table that.
Yeah, I think they're actually probably a little bit brighter because mine are like, I don't know. Depends. But the thing is, my computer's under my desk, so I don't see my RGBs. If my like computer was up here while I was gaming and seeing it, I would turn the RGBs off. There's no way I'd be able to see those in game at the same time.
Well, that's why I put my computer up here so I can see my lights. I'm actually going to move it to underneath.
That would distract me. The only thing I have RGB that I can see in front of me are my speakers are RGB. That's it.
I also got the keyboard that's RGB. So I'm a real gamer.
Yeah. The more RGB, the more official you are, Tony.
Well, I've got a mouse mat with RGB. Nah.
Mine's just red. It's just red. It's a red dragon.
I'm using the best keyboard that's ever been made.
Oh my god, terrible.
I want to
It's
get
the
a
best
mechanical
keyboard, man.
I heard a mechanical keyboard is the way to go. 1-inch bicycle.
Yeah.
The clicky.
I don't know if you're joking, top loaded or not.
No, man, that's my editing keyboard, dude.
Oh, right. Yeah, I can
Has
see
DJC
that.
to use a light meter?
I'm using an Apple keyboard. If anybody didn't know what that was.
Do you even man cave, bro?
Love my man cave, man.
Anyone else notice Tommy handcuffed to the pole in Retro Bros basement? I don't know. I seen the Ferrari shoes in the corner there.
Playing out the whole Breaking Bad scene with Tommy.
Oh, that reminds me.
There you have it. A little
That's how I know my camera's off, because usually
light show sneak peek if you missed it on Wednesday's show.
whatever.
I just thought this really looked cool, and that's why I took the video, the footage, and I really think it does add to the way the system looks. Now, there's a lot of other features I can't discuss or talk about right now. NDA, don't need the alert coming up. But I'm just saying, I just thought this was really cool, and it absolutely has a lot to do with the lights and the way the system looks and how it interacts. So let me know what you think in the comments, but make sure you please subscribe.
Nah, let's not. How do you still have more time?
Yeah, he always does like the after the credits scene.
Someone made a good point, right? So he could play this little clip, right, for the Gamers United game.
Tommy
Why-
made that point. Tommy Amico made that point.
Yeah,
It was
why,
a good point.
why can't he just slap his little disclosure? I'm an investor. It'd be 2 seconds, right at the beginning of the video. Hell, you could add it in post, right? Just make the video, then add in post the little I invested in the Amico.
Or even still, he could just click that button which says it's a sponsored video.
But he's not sponsored. That's the thing. It's not a sponsored video. Unless they're paying him to do this.
Well, if you're advertising a product, it's also considered sponsored. I think whether or not you get paid or not. If you're given a product to advertise on your channel for the purposes of advertising it, then it's
But he's not
considered
advertising.
sponsored.
He's not.
That was an advertisement. What we just watched was an advertisement. Tell me how that was not an advertisement.
He didn't have a price point. He didn't have a release date. He didn't.
You don't have to have a price. Not every advertisement has a price on it.
That'd be a shitty advertisement if you don't know how much the thing costs.
That was an advertisement.
Yeah, I mean, there's a
I'm
lot.
not a
of
lawyer, so I have no fucking idea.
There's a lot of advertisements.
I viewed it as an advertisement.
Tony, he's getting paid. Payment is not always in the form of currency. Yeah, but there has to be an exchange. There has to be a deal in place.
Well, but Tony, I have to push back because you're contradicting yourself from what you've said months ago when you said people were being paid with access. Now you're going back and saying something different.
No, but there's a difference between sponsorship and advertisement and having an exchange of goods.
But what you just told whoever that comment was, you just said there's no exchange for money.
No, that's not what I said. I said there has to be, in order, he's saying that they're getting paid. That makes this an endorsement. And I'm saying that there was no contract that they're paying you in access to endorse the product. They are supposedly giving him it in order to test it. That is the story, right? That is the cover story. Unless you can prove that that's not true, then technically it's not an endorsement. Do I believe that? No. But legally, and I'm doing a lot of air quotes that you guys can't see. I don't know why. I'm doing it. But yeah. So.
No, I'll defer like top loaded and say I'm not a fucking lawyer. Yeah.
It's
but
like,
I mean, when I see these videos of him, just having the Amico on there.
Right, but let's say I send you a controller that has my logo on it, like a brand new Xbox controller.
Yeah,
we're my logo, and you show it off. You're like, look at this cool controller that Tony sent me. But I didn't tell you, hey, I'm going to send you this, show it off, make a video. You just thought it was cool and you made a video.
I think he's just saying generically, like, the guy's whole channel's a fucking advertisement for Amico.
Oh yeah,
and you're talking about the context of a courtroom.
Yeah, I always gotta be. I studied law for 2 years.
Well,
I gotta use it for something.
from my experience with Intellivision, he probably asked them if he could make that video, or they either one of two things happened. He asked them if he could make that video, or they asked him if he could make that video. Because given the fact that he's under an NDA, he's not just going to make a video showing the lights. He probably asked first.
Yeah, I could agree with that. Or they told him you could do this, X, Y, and Z was in the NDA. You could do this at a certain date, at a certain time. But you're not necessarily working for someone when you sign an NDA. You can sign an NDA for various reasons. People who sleep with celebrities sometimes have to sign an NDA. They're not working for the celebrity.
Yeah. Also, in many states, NDAs are not really valid unless they're tied to an employment contract.
Yeah.
So
NDAs
NDAs are iffy, man.
All right, I got a court question. What the fuck is up with this cutout?
Oh, that's his DJC cutout. That thing's like 3/4 height of like what he is. I don't know. I always thought.
I don't know why. He
But
just,
what's the story behind it? Why is it there? Why does it exist? Like he's got a Trump style, cutout.
I
think Jordan cutout.
I
of
think
himself.
somebody made that for him.
Okay,
Because
so it's
he's
just
been
like
doing
a fan or
because
something.
because he's been
Okay,
doing
that makes
stuff-
more sense.
He's been doing stuff with music and that for like before his YouTube stuff. So he always had this like DJC persona.
Gotcha.
he got a blowjob for Christmas, and they sent him that. I'm 12 minutes behind on 2 times speed. You'll get there, Tommy. You'll get there. Vince McMahon used NDAs, didn't help him. Let's clone the Amico. Hell yeah. We could, theoretically, like I've said this before, we could make an Amico because I know all the parts. We know all the parts. We know all the specifications, the sizes. The only thing we don't have is the software. Right?
Well, that's workaroundable.
Yeah, but then it wouldn't be like if you made your own Amico front end and it's not the actual Amico front end they're using.
All right,
then I
fellas,
wouldn't
I'm gonna
consider
bounce.
it an Amico, right? All right, John. Thanks for
having me, man. I'll text you guys later.
Peace.
Yeah, I do have a shot. I get 3D printed. All right. I think that's it for that. Any other drama, gentlemen? Anything else you can think of? I think I had one more thing.
I'm sure you got one more thing in your pocket.
I did have one more thing. That's what it was.
You're always prepared.
It's a little spicy. I don't know if Top Loader wants to be here for this one.
Oh, how spicy is it?
I was probably
spicy.
taken off, to be honest. What is it, though?
If Ariel can be black, can Black Panther be white?
Yeah, I'm definitely taking off. Not because of the topic, but yeah, I gotta go. So
All right. Thank you for being here.
thank y'all for having me. Appreciate it as always. Had fun as always.
Yeah, we're gonna get canceled after this video, I'm sure. So
Well, y'all take it easy.
we
You
will.
too. Take care.
Later.
What does this mean, Tender Hooligan? Speaking of black. All right, Bob, you ready for this? I'm sure that Dane is on the side of they're not equal. Okay.
Dane, who's Dane? The guy who made the video.
Yeah, the guy who made the video.
Oh, okay.
So
We have to ask the question, is Black Little Mermaid equivalent to White Black Panther? Well, let's look at just the titles alone and see,
Yeah, I thought that was a joke.
That's a joke! Ha ha ha! What a joke!
I thought that, like you were saying a joke. I don't think like guys. I hope some like chuds in the chat just thinking, oh, okay, this is because the name Black Panther. I hope they think that's our whole argument.
Yeah.
Because here's the thing.
Say that.
did I see the COVID meme with the black guy and the big? No, I didn't. He's collecting super chats because of access. Yes, but it's like it's like a chain of what's the word I'm looking for here, Bob? Not
I
chain.
don't know. I can't read your mind. I keep telling you this.
You're supposed to be able to. It's like when I have something, then I give it to Bob, and then Bob gives it to you.
An STD?
That too, but because I gave it to Bob before it got to your hands, I didn't give it to you, right? So I'm clean as far as like, so if I pay Bob money and Bob pays you money, then I didn't pay you money, even if what you're doing is for my benefit.
Middleman?
Yeah, but there's a chain of custody. There's a chain of custody on the money, and it's not going. A black graphite panther. Is it okay to think Little Dicky is funny? It is. It is. Apparently, I thought I got a message from. Oh no! I swear to God, Twitter always gives me like my notifications an hour after shit happens.
Say that again.
About what? Here's the thing.
Here's the thing.
It's clobbering time.
All right, go ahead.
Nice.
God,
Okay,
that's
so here's the
cringe.
thing.
Okay, I have to do it again, man. Here's the thing.
It's clobbering.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's fucking cringe opening. It's cringe.
Pause. I know what these guys are going for. They're trying to do the whole comedy stylings of what's the guy's Sunday Caravan of Garbage. It seems like they're going for that kind of comedy angle, but most of these jokes are falling flat for me. I don't know about you.
Yeah, they're falling flat too. It's not my style of humor, not my brand. The left can't mean.
Yeah.
Stream Snipe Max. Max is streaming. That feels weird. What feels weird, Evil? What's going on, by the way? We're living like kings. Kings, Evil.
Not going to rest on that because obviously there's characters that have black in their, like a Black Mask, Black Widow. She's not black. Black Mask and Black Widow. That word implies like a tone of character or action or something like that.
Yeah.
With Black Panther, it directly describes obviously the Panther, but there's the double entendre of it. There's the double meaning.
I don't think he knows what the word entendre means.
No.
Because I'm pretty sure. Well, let me look up the definition where I'm. Yeah, it says it usually a risky or indecent, the second meaning. So it's not really a double entendre unless you think that being black is somehow risque.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know if this is a reach or not, but I really don't think they called Black Panther for any reason to indicate that the character inside the mask is black. I don't think.
The original name of the Black Panther, when they were throwing ideas around, was Cold Tiger.
Right.
So, yeah, I don't think the black was like intended to be because of the character's ethnicity.
Yeah, that's the wording.
Let me see. I'm trying to look it up. He's the first black superhero. No, they don't. The name was inspired by a pulp adventure hero who has a Black Panther as a helper. Jack Kirby's original concept art for Black Panther used the concept name Cold Tiger. Influences on character included historical figures, blah, 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 as well as biblical figures. Yeah, so the name really was not because of the character's nationality or ethnicity. The name was literally inspired by a character that had a literal Black Panther. And originally they were going to call it Cold Tiger. And there's actually a variant, or what we would consider a variant now, according to MCU, but I guess another version in a different timeline where the character actually took the name Cold Tiger.
Right.
So, yeah, so this whole idea that the name Black Panther implies implicitly a black character is incorrect because that was not the intention.
Right.
Where's the thing, Dane?
You can't say it again. It's like the Pee Wee Herman.
Today's secret word.
It's clobbering time.
Here's the quartering. Okay. Oh my god. I am sorry to have cursed your freaking eyeballs and your monitors with this image. I didn't realize that this was. God damn it.
What does this have to do with anything? I don't like the quartering, but I have no idea why they put up this George Floyd thing and then the quartering's head on some weird creature. And...
Dude, that looks like, is that Vin Diesel's body?
Family, 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 family.
Anyway,
is this what lefties find funny?
I don't know. Like, I don't find this funny at all.
Potion, you're a lefty. Is this funny? Or you don't claim to be a lefty? I'm sorry. Thunderbird Man. Black Phil Adam.
This screams to me of trying to be like Caravan of Garbage, but they're actually funny and humorous and have better pacing than these guys. This is
when the stream ends, goes into Max stream, and he will get triggered if you say the movie Avatar sucks. I tell him that all the time. Sony's racist because they offer a white PS5.
No, the PS5 is mixed race. It's black and white.
Ooh. Not funny at all. I'm a lefty. I'm the leftiest. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's not my humor. That's all I can say.
So this is clearly disgusting and clearly...
I always got to, like, whenever someone puts this up, right? I always got to see what the hell they have on their tabs. And why does he have 25 white comic book characters here? And Marvel writer something. Don't show your screen is what I'm saying. Like, literally, if you're on StreamYard, you can share the tab that will not show the fucking top of your window. You don't have to share the window. It's very annoying.
Yeah.
Done to get a rise out of people because that's what Jeremy Hambley knows. It's so lazy with him in particular is because it's like a job to him now. It's like punching in and out every day. It's like,
okay, is this a Jeremy Hambley video or is this a if Ariel is black can Black Panther be white video?
Got to go to work, say something really offensive, make that
And
money.
again, I don't like the quartering. Why is he making me defend the quartering?
And then sell my coffee that's apparently made by actually a woman-owned coffee bean business.
Well, you're welcome for me exposing that on YouTube.
Yeah,
and say it's not political. But anyway,
he's admitted to people. That's why he stopped. Remember, he used to debate. That dude used to actually go around.
Potion is a commie per car. He is. I think he said it on our stream. Does this guy know what the Black Panther Party was? He might. I do know that the Black Panther Party actually came about after the Black Panther character. And at one point, Stan Lee had actually was going to drop the Black Panther name. And the Black Panther Party was like, no, we don't mind. We want you to keep using it. So there is that.
On a debate, and he stopped doing that because one streamer got him to admit that, yeah, I don't really care about this. Yeah, I just know my audience cares. So, like, pretty much admitting that he's and you could sort of see it. There's when he's in that Friday Night Tights thing with all the other grifters or whatever, and Alex.
His heart's not in it.
Yeah, and Alex Jones is saying,
"Oh my Jesus, are we like how far before we get to the time? Here we're like fucking. I'm gonna skip this bullshit. Do you mind that, Bob?
Oh, it's fucking boring. I'm more interested in Potion's comment and discussing that.
Well, I'm getting to the meat of it. We had to go 4 minutes and 22 seconds in.
So here's this image. It's one of a couple that go around a lot. You guys have probably seen the other one.
I made a video on this image. I actually agree. The Black Panther actually could be white. And I'll explain why.
Bro, this is why I started cracking up, because I've been in comic sections. I actually talked to a chatter about the organized chaos. Is comment section is always filled with critical trigger. You know how many comments have?
You know what, Bob?
What?
I'm actually going to. I know Little Movie Perp, so I'm actually going to let him know we're talking about his video right now. 'Cause
Okay.
That's the guy. So, what is Potion's comment that you want to discuss? So I can put that on the screen while I do this.
Haha, NK. If you believe your government should make sure your basic human needs are covered and corporations are held accountable, yeah, I'm a commie. And my point of interest was the government covering your basic human needs. Like, how far does that go, and what does it cover? Because that could include a lot of shit. Because
what's considered a basic
water,
human need?
exactly. Is accommodation a basic human need? Is food, water, gas, electricity, healthcare a basic human need?
Well, is it?
I mean, technically speaking, you kind of need food, water, gas, and electricity more before healthcare. I mean, if you're lucky and you have good health all your life, then you don't need healthcare. You would go further. Okay, that's fair.
How far would you go?
How far would you go? I would go very far personally. There's a lot of things I think which should be instated, which go even beyond this. I believe there should be a universal basic income. Where,
what? You think UBI should be a thing?
Yeah, 100%. 100%.
Are there any restrictions on who gets UBI and why?
Nope. No restrictions at all. Everyone gets it. And I mean, this is also factoring in that when automation comes in, we're probably going to need something like a universal basic income.
No. I can't in good conscience say just give people money. Can't.
Well, maybe not money, but go as far to cover all their basic needs and wants, even like free internet, free TV.
Lazy
free
people shouldn't eat.
resources.
Exactly, Evil. Yeah, I don't think you should get free. I think so in my my personal opinion,
it kind of
if
depends.
we're gonna give you something, right? I can agree that if there's no jobs or if there's no forward mobility in the job market, that would suck. But if I'm going to give you money, if I have to work, right, at a job,
right? What if you didn't have to work? What if it was a choice?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Then why would anybody work? If there was a choice, if they said, all right, either no one works, if you don't work, we give you X amount of money, and if you work, you get the same amount. Why would anybody choose work?
It depends what you class as work in a post-scarcity society.
Why would you choose work if you didn't have to?
For the satisfaction and the accomplishment.
So you'd rather work than sit around and fuck all day?
Depends. Depends what
there
you
should
consider.
Be no depends, Bob. There should be no depends. If your choices are fucking all day or working, and you choose working, something's wrong with you. If your choices are sit around and in luxury get fed grapes by topless women versus going to work, and you're like, I'm going to work, then something's wrong inside.
It depends on what you class as work.
Work for passion?
Like, I mean, if we go to a post-scarcity society where stacking shelves is null and void because we've got robots to do it, deliveries all automated, even fast.
Depends what.
Like
universal tissue wipers. Who gets that job?
Your bidet.
I'm just saying, if there came a time when you didn't have to work and you chose to work, and I'm not talking about painting like, painting pictures or drawing or making movies or writing poetry. I'm talking about work, actual work.
What do you mean by actual work? Define it clearer than that. Do you mean physical labor?
I mean something you do that has no personal benefit to you other than the payment that you get for doing it. No creative outlet, no like not being an actor or not like doing radio dramas or doing YouTube videos. I'm talking about work, like collating numbers or fucking typing.
Yeah, but all the collating numbers could be taken over by AI quite easily.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, so I'm saying, but we said that there's still work, right? If there's still work, whatever it is, repairing robots, fucking making sure that the robots are oiled so they can do the other work, the actual work. Would you rather oil robot joints or not work?
You can even automate that, man. They're developing self-repairing robots and self-repairing technology.
Then I guess we don't need us, right? Then we can just kill everybody. At that point, what do we need humans for? If there's no job that a human has to do, then what is the human's purpose?
To seek, well, this is the debate about post-scarcity society, isn't it? I mean, look at Star Trek, the pursuit of knowledge, self-improvement.
But they're working. Aren't they working on the Enterprise? They don't have robots on the Enterprise that do the shit. Fucking McCoy's still got to do the thing with the dilithium crystals, or the ships will blow.
Yeah.
So many accountants have been displaced. Just free everything. Hey, ain't gonna fuck us. We argue about shit. Tony TGD is a lefty. You can still work for more wealth, but how would you work if everybody's and nothing has value because people are just getting shit? When people get free stuff, that devalues things, right? Literally, nothing would be worth anything.
I don't know about that. Because, I mean...
That's why the government just doesn't print money, because it devalues it, inflation.
It does print money.
No, but I mean, just keeps printing extra money for everybody.
It does, though.
It doesn't. Not our government. Maybe one of your lefty commie governments. Tony's not lying. If you ever work for the government, you'll see. Yeah. Fuck it, free everything. Or apocalypse, you decide you racist, leftist, Democrats go. My shack doesn't devalue your big house, Tony. Yeah, but why would you live in a shack? Is what I'm saying, Potion. Why would, if one guy had a big house and 100 guys had shacks, right? Why would the 100 of you say, yes, we want shacks? So then the guy in the big house has to hire people to be guards. Now, why am I being a guard for you, big house guy, unless I also have a big house, right? But then I need guards. So like everybody's job is to guard everybody else's house, right? So you still have to go to work to guard the houses from everybody else? No, because now everybody has a big house. So now we don't need guards again. So now no one's in a shack.
I don't know, man.
If the majority of people, if there was no work and we were all just getting free shit, why would I want to live in a shack? If my needs weren't being met to an acceptable level, like sure, maybe your house is a little bit bigger than mine, but you actually do work. And my house is just a step below yours. I don't give a shit at that point, right? My house has to be close to yours or else there's going to be problem. There's already problem now. And again, why are people going to be guards or policemen and all that other shit? Would you be a policeman, Bob, in a world where no one is working?
Would I be a policeman in a world where no one's working?
Yeah.
Maybe. Depends if the pay was good enough.
There's no pay. What pay? There's no money. No one works.
Well, no, you're extrapolating different things. Just because we're in a post-scarcity... well, there's lots of different factors, man. I don't know. We're confuddling different issues.
Getting basic needs covered doesn't mean you don't want better luxuries, Tony. You're taking a scouted.
Yeah.
No, but Bob said UBI, and that's why we went on this UBI rant. Bob's the one. I asked him what was the parameters for UBI, and he said none. Everybody gets it. And then that's why I said, well, if everybody's getting free money, why would anybody work? And then he said, well, it's a post scarcity society. So then that's how we ended up where we're at in the discussion. I just asked a simple question, and Bob kept extrapolating bigger and bigger to try to shut down my argument.
Well, no, like even if we backpedal it a little bit and go to UBI pre-post scarcity society, then people would want more shit, so they can work and make more money and get more shit. Humans are greedy, it seems. We want more.
See, true communism doesn't work. Need balance like Canada, where one can thrive, or where morons can get free place to live while making YouTube videos with pink hats and poo smeared beards. Yeah, we're in Mad Max territory now. Hell yeah! Stop being serious. Evil streams. Be drunk and crazy. Yeah. I just got muted for writing the sponsor of Max's stream with Soylent. All right, let's get back to So now we're getting to the meat of the video.
Brought in the Ryan Gosling, and now I know the source. And I even asked him, "Was like, where are you getting this talking point?" Because like several individuals in like different comic sections have been bringing up Ryan Gosling as the Black Panther, and now I know why.
It really shouldn't have to be discussed in a big deal. Like, you know, oh, they made her black in this one. Cool. That should be really the extent of the conversation in a just world. But yeah, so she's played by African-American actress. That seems to obviously have just triggered this round of discourse again that comes around, you know, several times a year at least.
Okay, so why? That's the meat of the issue is why is this okay? What do you think he's going to say, Bob?
I have no idea. These guys are all over the place. I'm kind of lost with... I don't even know if that's the point they're trying to make. I'm confused. There's been so many random jokes, edits. It's all over the place.
What's the name of the actress? Little Mermaid. Halle Bailey. I always want to say Halle Berry.
Yeah.
Let me see real quick here. Halle Bailey. What was she in prior to all this?
I have no idea.
She was part of the musical duo Chloe x Haley with her sister Chloe Bailey. Huh. It should have just been the Bailey sisters. Come on, why you gotta have some weird name? No, so yeah, no. I wasn't sure if she was African American or if she was African British. Because remember we said last time I said it, you're like, no, the person's British. I'm like, oh shit.
Yeah.
Just want to make sure.
Yeah, I feel like this is at another level. I feel like this is level red though, for some reason. I was expecting this for Rings of Power, but I feel like The Little Mermaid has overshadowed, and I think it's even gone a little bit into the mainstream.
Like the downvote. How do you know the downvotes are racist? That's what I want to know. Like, I can understand. Like, you could qualify or quantify racist comments, right? Because you could read what it says. Literally, you could be like, yes, this is a literal racist statement. But downvoting a trailer, because we watched it and I didn't think it looked good, right? It was very dark, cloudy. The scenery wasn't. Her hair doesn't pop. It just wasn't a good trailer. It didn't draw me into like want to watch this movie. So I would have downvoted, right? Not a good trailer. It's not racist. There's nothing racist about downvoting. So you can't say the downvotes are racist.
Yeah.
Yes, that comma implies that with racist YouTube comments, comma downvotes.
Because otherwise it'd probably be with racist YouTube comments and downvotes. Well, no, even then it would still kind of imply YouTube comments and downvotes are racist.
You would put with downvotes
and racist. Yeah, that's the way to distinguish it. Yeah.
Extreme right-wing communities as well, not just like these YouTube.
Oh,
YouTuber
of course
nerds.
it does.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anytime something that has potential crossover appeal outside of, like you said, out of the normal fandom discourse.
Okay. He said anything that has potential crossover appeal outside of the normal fandom, right?
Right.
What about a black Little Mermaid is going to have crossover appeal outside of the normal Disney fandom? Do black people not watch Disney properties? Are they implying that unless there's a black character, black people will not watch Disney movies? Because that's what it sounds like they're implying. As a minority who has watched lots of TV and movies with white people in it, I've never been like, you know what? That's a good show, but it would be better if those were Latinos. I really like The Incredible Hulk, but I just can't connect with him because, God damn it, he's a white guy and not a problem. I've never not watched a thing because white people were in it. So to be like, there's going to be more crossover appeal because this actress is black as opposed to a white actress is very ignorant, in my opinion. I mean, you could disagree. You're free to disagree.
No, I agree.
White George Lopez show? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They have a Latino. Do they have a Latino Hulk? Project H. Oh, yeah, that's right. That new character.
Of course, the right will seize on it.
Breitbart gave him the game plan because Breitbart deliberately targeted gamers. This whole Gamergate crap, if you
Oh wait, so so why is it? Wait, so why is it? I've got a couple of questions. Why is it the right are latching on to the Little Mermaid being black when other people would criticize it as well, regardless of political leaning?
They're not. That is the conflation that they're making. If you're seizing on this, you must be right. And obviously, you must be one of those people that Steve Bannon had tried to appeal to during the Gamergate controversy, which again was about ethics in games journalism and was co-opted by other people for other reasons. It's the same way. It's the same way that you have the Muslim religion, and then you have Muslim extremists, right? You had the Gamergate. I don't want to say a religion. The Gamergate ethos, and then you had Gamergate extremists, right? Those were not the people that represented Gamergate. Those are the people that the news and lefties want you to think represent Gamergate, right? But those are not the actual people that represented what Gamergate was about. Money is a sham. Send me all of it so I can dispose of it for you. Cash App.
if you could actually research, go to the Wayback Machine to Breitbart articles, like years before, they were making a considered effort and said they were making a considered effort to reach out.
It's concerted effort, not considered.
So here's the Ryan Gosling, and quartering, bruh, keep molding. My Black Panther is representative of the world we live in for a global audience.
I'm constantly saying these chuds do not know how to analyze media. So they think...
I don't think he's analyzing media. I think he's literally memeing on you. And I don't like the quartering. You're making me defend the quartering. But he's literally not doing any sort of media analyzation here. He's literally just going...
Here's a white Black Panther.
Yeah. Because there's more white people in the globe, so he obviously would appeal to more people. That's the meme, the joke.
Oh, right.
Because that's what they say. They said this would appeal to more people, right? Because that's why we're diversifying the movies. So he's turning it on its head and saying, well, why wouldn't this also appeal to more people? People who are not used to the Black Panther, right? The Black Panther appeals to Black individuals. So if we turn them to white, it would appeal to the Black individuals who originally liked the Black Panther and white individuals now. See, we've increased the audience. That's the point he's trying to make. Is he making it well? Not really, because he's quartering and he's an idiot. But that is the intention behind the tweet. He's literally not analyzing the movie. He's literally not analyzing media.
One character is the same as the other. One character means the same thing as the other, but they clearly don't. There is integral parts to the character, right?
Okay, so there's integral parts to the Black Panther character. That's why he has to be black. Whereas the Little Mermaid, which is based on a Danish folktale, that's not integral to the Little Mermaid, right? They're saying, hey, this Danish folktale from a white country who's been told in stories for hundreds of years, or 100 years, or whatever the case is, right? That's not important. This character who's only been around for 80, 90 years at this point, Like, what, 39? When the hell did Black Panther come out?
I don't know. You're a comic book nerd.
Yeah, I know. I know it wasn't 39. No, Black Panther had to be, let me see. 1939 is when Namor debuted. Black Panther was like 1970. Let me see. Can I get it before Wikipedia? Nope. He debuted in 1966. So the character's only been around, what, 56 years?
Yes.
Versus a character that's been around for hundreds of years.
Mm.
So, again, right, and I'm just applying equal standards here, right? Just equal standards. I want Latino Blade. That would be awesome. There's a lot of Latinos that have that nickname, so it'd be a little stereotypical, but we can go with it. When The Little Mermaid bombs at the box office, they'll say everyone is racist, like they did for the female Ghost. Well, they didn't say people were racist for the female. They said we were sexist. There is a Black Flash. It's literally called the Black Flash. He's like the embodiment of death because the Flash is so fast that Death cannot catch him. So Death had to create a Flash to catch the Flash in order to kill him. It's like a weird thing. Because they were like, the Flash could literally outrun Death. He's so fast.
That you have to ignore in order to make Black Panther white, right? Now, what makes Black Panther Black Panther? Let's talk about Wakanda. Wakanda is an African country.
There's white people in Africa.
Yeah.
So, already.
Right? Now, there's white people in, so they'll say, oh, there's white people. What about South Africans? Oh, there's white people in Africa. Okay. Dane, what's the hook of Wakanda? It wasn't touched.
The idea of a superhero story at its core is a power fantasy. The whole point.
Okay, why did he go off on that tangent? He literally asked him, what's the hook of Wakanda? And then he started talking about superhero power fantasies, right? That's not the question he asked.
Mm.
I hate when people do that. Like, answer directly. It's a direct question. Let's see if he gets there.
Point of most superheroes, Captain America, the original Thor, Donald Blake situation, Daredevil, is all like they have something that they want to overcome as people, whether it's a disability or just Peter Parker was super nerdy and shit and all that. And whenever they become a superhero, they become the best version of themselves kind of thing, right? With Black Panther, the thing is, it's all based around Wakanda, which is why having a movie called Wakanda Forever makes perfect sense, honestly, because it's not just Black Panther and his power fantasy. The power fantasy is, what if there was a country in Africa that was not colonized by fucking white people? Basically, the course of African history was completely altered by white people. And that includes, obviously, the slave trade. So basically, Wakanda is like, what if there was one country that had a special resource and had special, basically because of that resource, they were allowed to stay hidden and protect themselves from colonialism, imperialism. And
are we talking about the Wakanda from the MCU, or are we talking about the Wakanda from the actual Marvel comics? Because I'm pretty sure the Wakanda in Marvel comics was not hidden. It is not, the whole idea of the dome, that it makes a projection of like forest and all that. That's from the MCU. They literally was just like, you could just walk into Wakanda. Because that's how Claw and everybody kept going into fucking Wakanda in the early days.
Right. Sorry, I got a little tickle in my throat. No jokes. Don't fucking call me gay again.
Oh, yeah? Maybe you're bi. So either way, so like I said, Wakanda was not like hidden per se. It was a nation.
Wasn't it?
It's part of the UN, for God's sake. Like by the time we get to the comics, by the time the Black Panther debuts, like the history of Wakanda, there's like fucking literally like a part of the UN, right? Just like Latveria is part of the UN.
I seem to remember the reason people didn't invade Wakanda, and I'm probably not really close here, but it's because they had advanced tech and weaponry, and people were like, "Yeah, don't invade Wakanda, we'll get fucked up." And then Doctor Doom like invades Wakanda, and he has superior tech, and he fucks them over.
Yeah. Well, what happened? So the original story, right? There's a big meteorite. It lands in an undisclosed part of Africa. It's like in the middle somewhere, right? So there's a vibranium. It's a big mound. Turns out it's got all these unique properties, and they form. It's like 5 nations that come together to protect this mound of vibranium, right? And they create Wakanda as a country, because that's why you have the Panther cult and the White Gorilla cult, and then like some other. And they kind of represent that in the Wakanda and MCU with M'Baku's people and the other people and yada, yada, yada. Eventually, the guy figures, the leader figures, hey, people are going to come here. So they kind of close themselves off to the rest of the world. But it's not like there's no dome, right? They're just like, hey, we're just not going to go out. We're not going to have anybody come in. We're going to try to keep. But they do send scholars to study abroad. That's where they get, in the MCU, they just like learn advanced stuff because reasons, right? They just, I guess, come up with it on their own and simultaneously, like somehow vibranium just makes you develop advanced technology. It's never really explained, right?
Yeah.
But in the original Marvel, they actually send people out into the world to like, oh, you go study in England and see what they know. You go study in America, see what they know. And you take all the knowledge from the other countries and bring it back, and we add it together plus the vibranium, and we become super advanced.
Right.
Because if I'm not mistaken, T'Challa actually studied somewhere. So eventually Claude does come to the country. He wants the vibranium. And we get all kind of, shit happens.
Yeah.
But at some point, they actually were selling off little bits of vibranium to fund the country. And then, so the White Gorilla, M'Baku, he doesn't want the technology in his country. He believes that they should do things the old ways. And that's part of the schism between those two groups. Is like the Black Panthers group wants to use technology and become more advanced, and the other group is like, no, like we're like fucking Luddites. We don't want technology bad.
Interesting.
Then what would that look like, all these centuries later? And that's Wakanda. That is the power fantasy of an entire nation of African people, right? Like that's what it's about. And so the idea of T'Challa being white conflicts with the whole.
They didn't say T'Challa's white. See, that's not what they said. They said Black Panther is white.
Yeah.
And did you know that it's actually possible for there to be a white Black Panther, Bob?
Yes.
Why is that?
Because it's happened in the comics before. I know there's a white panther, a white Black Panther called, but he's a multiverse Black Panther.
But I'm talking about in the main MCU.
All right.
Or in the main Marvel universe, I should say. There actually is potential for there to be a white Black Panther.
Okay.
Now, Casper Cole is a mixed African Jewish character that did briefly take over the role of Black Panther, and he does look sort of white, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about a mixed race Black Panther. I'm talking about 100% white Black Panther. Because you see, Bob, in the story of the Black Panther, there's a character named the White Wolf.
Yes.
And the White Wolf is a white child who was found by Wakandans, taken in by the king of Wakanda, and adopted as T'Challa's brother. he's then put in charge of the basically the Wakandan's version of the SS, the secret police.
Right.
So technically, that character could have become the Black Panther. Should the Black Panther, should T'Challa have fallen, because he was technically the heir to the throne, he could have become the Black Panther. He would have been white.
Yeah.
How am I doing? Not really good. You want to come in, little movie perp, to defend yourself? That's Bucky Barnes in the MCU, but in the original comic, it is not Bucky Barnes at all. All right, I'm going to put the link in the chat. This is for Little Movie Perp and Little Movie Perp only.
Whole concept, because and this is the difference that people like Jeremy, I don't know if he really understands or not, maybe he does, but don't let anybody equate these two things, because while let's say you want to change, I don't know, Spider-Man, for example, right? Say you want the new Peter Parker in the next version of the MCU or whatever, he's a black guy this time, right? It really doesn't change anything. Like, as far as like Spider-Man isn't dependent on being a white guy to be Spider-Man. That's just not something inherent to his character. It's not something innate to him. Peter Parker was not like at a, I don't know, KKK rally when he got.
They usually call me the White Wolf on the streets. Sure, they do. I thought they called you Aquaman, Jerry. It's racist. They called Bucky Barnes the White Wolf. I think that was just a nod to the comics. Yeah. Wasn't really racist. I sprinkle powdered cookies with cocaine. So there you go, Little Movie Perp. There is the link. You want to jump on?
Got bit by a spider or whatever.
Oh, there he is. What's up, Mr. Little Movie Perp?
How's it going? So am I racist?
Might be. You might be.
All right, let's do it.
King of all buttocks. I see you there. That's not what we're doing. We're not doing open chat. I'm gonna bring you in to say hello, and then I'm gonna ask you to leave. What's up, King of all buttocks?
Yo.
Hello.
What's up, King of all buttocks?
What's going on? How are you?
Doing good, bro. How are you?
I'm out of cocaine. How you guys doing?
We're doing good. This is an open panel, so we wanted to say hi to you because you are a good friend.
Oh, you're a good person. I miss all you guys. We had really great times back in the days. I don't know what's going on or who's missing, but it's nice to see you guys around. And obsessive compulsive gamer is still obsessive and compulsive.
He is. All right. We look forward to seeing more of your crazy videos in the future. But
you'll see him.
We're going to get back to this.
They're all going to be dedicated to Bob.
What's that?
They're all going to be dedicated to Bob.
Hell yeah. All right. Thanks for popping in, little King.
Okay.
Bye. All right.
So, at the very start of the video, or not the very start, what was the whole quartering thing? What was that whole thing about? Very confusing to me.
I have no idea. Can you play it? Can you just replay it? Sorry, I don't remember.
All this stuff.
I don't remember this.
Really offensive.
You have to play it. Can we just watch it? I don't remember. I honestly don't.
It literally was just this, and then he would just move around while you guys are talking about stuff. It was just really weird. I don't even know what this is.
I have no idea.
Do you guys like trying to shame the quartering for being fat?
I have no idea.
Kind of weak.
Yeah, okay. Fair enough. Okay.
So the idea of a
what
were
we talking about when we were doing that? The quartering thing.
Because that's what Jeremy Hambley knows. It's so lazy with him.
Jerry being lazy and him being mad and just
okay, yeah, it's the same old, yeah. Okay, I get it.
So there was a point where I think Dane said that by changing the character of the Little Mermaid to a black individual, that it would appeal to a broader audience. So my pushback is, what was not appealing to the audience of A White Little Mermaid?
Okay, repeat that again. Sorry.
Okay.
Dane said
that by changing the Little Mermaid to black, that it would appeal to an audience outside of the normal audience. That it would appeal to a wider audience. So I ask you, do black people not watch Disney films?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that. I assume maybe Disney thought that they could get a bigger.
I'm not asking what Disney thought. I'm asking what you guys thought, because Dane and you are in the video. Disney's not in the video telling me this. You guys are.
Yeah.
So do you think that
I'm speaking for Disney? I'm like assuming for Disney. So.
But I'm asking you, in your opinion, do you think black people watch Disney films?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. So do you think black people would not watch A White Little Mermaid?
I don't know. Maybe not.
That's fair. I think they would, because I've watched plenty of White Little Mermaid movies and stuff, and I'm not white. Do you think like minorities don't watch white people?
No, they do.
Because that's
Why
always
wouldn't
what I
they?
hear.
Those were the movies being made. They'd watch whatever's out there. Yeah.
So the idea that it would appeal to a wider audience by changing it would then therefore be incorrect, because they're already watching it.
I think they're. I think maybe they are, but maybe not as much. I would think. Like, if Disney's crunching these numbers, like, I would assume that they saw something that's like, hey, and this is me being cynical. I would assume that they saw something that's like, hey, if we cast the black, we'll get more of the black demographic to watch the film.
Or do you think maybe they thought they'd get more of a promotion from people writing all these positive articles about representation?
It could be both. Yeah, that too.
All right. So,
right.
I take issue with your Gamergate stuff. That was kind of.
Wait. I'm not done. Like, in general, like, you've noticed, like, since like movies like Get Out, like that idea that there is a black demographic that Hollywood wasn't like sort of like looking at and trying to get their money as well. That after that exploded, and like they saw that an opportunity, right? Like, do you see like a correlation there, more or less?
No,
you don't.
No.
Okay.
So what is it about Get Out that appeals to black people that other horror movies didn't appeal to black people?
I think it sort of showed their perspective, and I think like it showed them on screen, and it was just something that I think some of them could relate to.
Yeah, but that didn't answer the question. The question I asked was, what in that movie appealed to black people that other movies didn't appeal to black people? So if black people are watching,
I'm not saying that other movies can't appeal to black people. I'm just saying like this one was a special case where it's like there's something extra and there's something special that there was more like appeal to it. That doesn't mean they can't appeal to other films or stories.
So do we have the numbers as to how many black people saw other movies of horror versus how many black people saw Get Out? So we don't know even if this somehow appealed to more black people than any other horror movie.
That's technically true. I'm making assumptions here.
I mean, a bunch of white people could have went and saw Get Out.
Oh yeah, I was one of them. Yeah. Well, I'm white passing technically. Yeah. A lot of people saw Get Out. Yeah, for sure.
I didn't. I have never seen Get Out.
No, but a lot of I'm just saying. A lot of people did though. That was my statement.
Yeah, and I'm sure a lot of people. But what I'm saying is, it's kind of cynical and very assumptive to say, well, this movie, because it's an all black cast, somehow is more appealing to black audience than any other movie.
Not any other movie. Not
genre.
Wait, what do you mean? I don't understand.
The genre of Get Out is horror. So
sure.
This horror movie is more appealing to black people than any other horror movie because it's black. So there's black characters. It's almost like saying like
I don't
black
know,
people
no,
won't
no,
watch a
I don't know.
horror movie.
I wouldn't know if I say any other horror film, but it got the it got the attention. Maybe like I think maybe it got the attention of more black people to see it. It's like, hey, here's this weird movie about like you know, going to meet a white family and like sort of the dynamics within that.
But isn't there other movies about meeting weird white families? I mean, that's the Chainsaw Massacre.
Yeah, but this is a horror one.
Chainsaw Massacre 2 is a horror movie where we meet a weird white
this
family.
is from the. I know. So what's the difference between these two? What's the difference between those two? Between Texas Chainsaw Massacre?
Nothing.
2?
That's what I'm saying. I'm literally saying. Wait,
between which Texas Chainsaw Massacre are you?
The second
talking
one
about?
I just said. That's where you meet the family.
No. There's two. There's a couple remakes. Which one are you talking? The original with Dennis
The
Hopper?
original. Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't see the. I don't even count the remake.
So that didn't. Yeah, that didn't. Well, the remake.
The Wiz?
No, that didn't have a black person. That didn't have a black representation to gather maybe that more of that demographic.
But again,
Right?
we don't even know. You can't even quantify how many black.
No,
people-
I'm told this is a total assumption.
Yeah, I think that's where I have the issue with is like the assumption is this is somehow going to appeal to, because I am, like I said, I'm not white, right? And if you told me the next Spider-Man movie is going to be Latino, he's going to be a Latino Spider-Man.
Yeah.
It's going to be Peter Parker, but he's going to be played by some Latino actor, right? I would say, I don't care. What's the movie about? Who's he fighting? Who's the villain? What do the special effects look like? That's
great.
what I give a shit about, right?
That's awesome. That's great. Some people, hey, I don't fault people for liking movies for whatever reason they like it. Like, that's fine.
Yeah, the one with Dennis Hopper, where they had the fucking chainsaw fight.
Hell yeah. Yeah, that was great. In the underground cavern.
And
the remake
also,
is pretty good though.
You guys said that there couldn't be a white Black Panther, but the Black
No,
Panther.
I later on I said there could. You could change the lore, and you did that.
Well, you don't
and I
have to
think
change
that's
the lore. I didn't change any of the lore. There's literally a character in Marvel Comics.
Perfect.
that's
Yeah, then you could
adoptive
have a
brother.
white Black Panther for sure.
Yeah. So.
And that would create like, I think that's a good like arc, honestly, because then that like what the tension is like. What does that mean to the people? Like, what if there's like a racial dynamic there that they could play with?
The next Spider-Man movie is not a Latino Spider-Man. And when I said that, I qualified
Into the Spider-Verse isn't
Hold on.
he Latino?
Hold on, because when I said when I proposed it to you about the next Spider-Man movie, I said Peter Parker being Latino.
Okay.
I clarified. I didn't just say a Spider-Man movie.
I'm
the
lost.
next Spider-Man movie.
Are you talking to me or chat? I'm
both
lost.
of these.
Oh, because I don't. Yeah, okay.
Because he's saying the next Spider-Man movie is Latino Spider-Man into the
I
Spider-Man.
never argued that. Oh, so you're talking to him. You're not talking to me.
Well, you started answering when I was saying stuff.
Because I thought you were talking to me. I don't know what the hell was going on.
You can't see. You can't see that. I put it up on the screen.
No, I'm not looking at that.
No.
I'm not looking at your chat. They're gonna make me sad, dude. What are you nuts? You
No,
don't
they're
look at
not.
chat when you're
My
getting.
chat don't even like me.
Hey,
My chat
bro.
hates me.
Oh, shut up, Tony. Everyone loves you. I love you. I don't care.
The next Spider-Man movie is not a Peter Parker Latino Spider-Man. It is actually Miguel O'Hara. And actually, if you want to really get technical, O'Hara is the name of his father, but that's his stepfather because technically his mom cheated with Cron Stone's father. So he's actually would be Miguel Stone. So he's like half Latino, half Jewish in canon. Yes, I know a lot about Marvel Comics.
Hey, Tony, what like this isn't like unprecedented. Like, what about the Tyler Perry movies? Would you like deny like those were like there was a predominantly black audience that tapped into that demographic? That's all.
No, but I would say that those movies didn't have a wider appeal because it was so tied to the black audience that a lot of white people just weren't interested in it. Right? It didn't have global appeal.
Yeah, true.
And that's the point I'm making. Like if you go so far into the representation angle that you end up alienating the other people.
But why would you alienate the other people? That's how we don't care. We don't care what right? I mean, some people care. I don't.
I'm not saying because of their race. I'm saying because of the humor, and it's no longer a universal experience. Right?
What do you mean? You ever watched the Tyler Perry movie? Whoa, you lost me. What are you talking about? The humor.
Have you ever watched the Tyler Perry movie?
Yeah. Well, I saw his drama. I saw for Color Girls Who Dream of. I don't know the whole title.
Wait, do you think that there's differences in culture?
Yes.
Okay. So if I made a movie about Latinos,
Mhm.
like my family. There's certain things that Latinos do, certain cultural aspects
Mhm.
that are just foreign to other people, to like Asian Americans would just not understand it, right? And so they
Sure.
might not be interested in the movie. The same
Mhm.
way they might not be interested in a Selena movie because they don't know who Selena is. So why are they interested in this biopic about some singer that they have no idea who she is, right?
Yeah. Okay.
And Tyler Perry movies are very entrenched in the African American experience.
Yeah.
And there's certain things in there, like I understand certain things, but
Mhm.
we were talking about Black Panther the other day, right?
Okay.
And they made the joke about Okoye having an ashy head, right?
I don't follow now. Okay.
Do you know what it means to have an ashy head?
No, I don't know that one.
Well, see, that's exactly what I'm saying. That's actually a black thing because
Okay.
And Bob didn't know it either because
Mhm.
Bob's white. So we had to
Sure.
explain it to him. And that's what I'm saying. When you have something like that, and Tyler Perry movies filled with moments like that, it then becomes harder for you to get into it because you have no idea what's going on.
I follow. Yes.
Whereas when we're talking superhero movies, there's really nothing ultra white about Spider-Man that you're like, oh, black people can't follow. They can't understand this, right?
Yeah.
So
absolutely. Okay. Okay.
So like the Little Mermaid, there's nothing about the Little Mermaid that is so entrenched in white culture that you're like, oh, we have to change it because other races are not going to understand this. This is not going to appeal to other races because it's so white that they're not going to get it.
Okay.
And that's why I think, and
you
again,
should have stayed white, but you did.
It should have stayed white because
why?
Because it is a Danish folk story that has
I don't
hundreds
give
of
a
years.
shit.
Well, the whole point of the Black Panther is that it's based on a black comic book character that comes from Africa. The whole point of the Little Mermaid is it's a white mermaid that comes from.
But in the movie,
Denmark.
That's in the book, right? In the movie, do you think that's
in the movie? In the movie that they're basing it on, she's white, right? So
no.
yes.
But no. Let's start off with where it takes place in the movie.
In the movie, in the Little Mermaid,
is it that Danish waters? Are those Danish waters
Yeah,
in the movie?
it is.
No,
They actually tell you it is.
They are.
Yes, because literally.
Okay.
If you know anything about your Disney history,
I don't.
They tell you where it's at because the Little Mermaid is connected to Tarzan, and Tarzan is connected to that new one that came out. What the hell is it? The one with the snow.
Okay.
Frozen.
Yeah.
Okay.
So they tell you that it actually takes place in Europe. I know Sebastian is a Caribbean crab, and that's everyone's like.
And it's a pretty
Caribbean.
It looks pretty Caribbean down there with like the way the sea life is, which I don't think looks like that in the Danish waters.
I didn't analyze every fish, but I think sometimes.
No. I'm talking about the setting, not every fish. I'm saying like the general, like the seaweed and all the like the pearls and all this stuff, like that had a very Caribbean flavor, underwater flavor to it.
I'll be honest,
I would say.
Yeah. I've never been to the Caribbean.
You got Danish waters instead?
No, I didn't get anything because I've literally never been to either place. It was just under the sea. It was just
it's just under the sea. Yeah.
Thank you, Mad Max. He says, thanks for being a true friend and 1K. I should have listened to you on the Amico, and I would have deposited money to send more money and buy actual games I can play. Congrats. For your information, my stream is derailed. They were actually telling me to go over there, like, hey, go over to Mad Max.
No, this is too good. You gotta stay here.
Thanks, Max. We appreciate it.
Okay. So I'm gonna try to make a correlation. Stop me if I'm absolutely off base here. Okay. So, like in theater, did you hear the story of like Orson Welles when he would direct plays? Like when he did his theater thing?
No.
Okay, so he did like an all black version of Hamlet. Would you say that's very similar? And no, not to do that. That if you're going to adapt the Scottish play, use white actors.
Was it a 1-to-1? Like they didn't change anything; they just had black actors.
I have no idea.
Did they update it?
For modern,
he just did Hamlet black actors.
No,
this is like there's a tradition of that within theater that I think has been like sort of carried over into film, and there's a whole. idea of America is a melting pot. I love the idea that we'll steal from any story, from any culture. Like, you know, I don't think there's any harm there. We're going to make our movie version of it, you know, like that represents our people, Americans, which is black, white, Cuban, and Asian. Like, I honestly don't have a moral problem with that.
Okay, so then I would ask you this: if you're okay with it one way, why is it always an issue when people bring up why not do it the other way?
You'll have to ask the people that have an issue with it. For me, creativity, I don't really have an issue. I do see that maybe America has a past and now we're bringing into light like more minorities stuff, but I don't like if
they cast a white actor to play the Black Panther or Luke Cage in the next, because you know they're going to bring back Luke Cage and they cast a white actor because he's the best actor for the role. Yeah, you'd be okay with it.
Man, that's the thing, because right now I understand. I think the whole point is we're trying to get into a more even playing field. I personally wouldn't have a problem. I understand if people do. Me personally, for when it comes to art and creativity, if we could get everyone in the same playing field, I would not have.
Oh, okay.
Someone has the story, like I can't, like, because if I have a problem with that, right? Why, like, should I have a problem with like The Departed, that they took like a movie from Hong Kong, they remade it with actors? Like, I don't see a difference there, and I like to be as consistent as possible, and I believe in the beauty of art, and everyone should tell whatever story they can that they want, and if you know. I love movies that take chances and take risks. And I love movies from different perspectives. I love Kate Blanchett played Bob Dylan in that one movie. Like that's, I don't, when it comes to fake, pretend what you want. Make art, make it entertaining for me.
I agree. I agree that I believe in artistic freedom. That's always been my, main thing. Don't censor people. As long as it's within legal limits,
of
right?
course.
Right.
Of course.
I always got to qualify that because I'm not into that lolly shit. I was like, no,
neither am I. Oh, dude, fucking based, awesome.
Yeah, but
anime thing is a little weird.
Here's my issue, right? Like I said, realistically, I don't have an issue, right? I'm like, oh shit, the world is gonna.
No, you're not a Twitter person, you know. Like,
but what I would say is, it feels very disingenuous to say, we're going to make the next Peter Parker a black actor is going to play him, versus why not? There's many black characters in Marvel that if they want a black character because they're looking to appeal to a black audience, why not just make a movie about that character? Introduce him like they did with Black Panther. He was introduced in Civil War, and then they gave him a movie, right? Yeah. Introduce another black character in another one of the movies. Maybe
I'm sure they will. You don't think they will? They're going to do that. You don't think they're going to do that? But they also want to make a lot of money. They want to, and so they're going to use their A-list characters. They're going to mess around with them and try to make as much
money.
Well,
out of A-list characters. That boat has sailed.
Whatever. The point is, they're going to do that. They're going to do what you're asking for. They're going to do this too, right? You don't think they're going to come up with an original, like black, lesser-known black actor that's going to kill it? It's going to come and get their own series. That's going to happen, Tony. You know this.
Oh, I'm sure it will. But what I'm saying is,
okay.
Again, it feels disingenuous because it feels like
it's cynical, is what it is, because they want to make money. It's cynical. That's what's going to happen. Yeah, it's cynical. They're going to make money, but hey, I'm going to get some good movies out of it probably.
But see, this is where I disagree. Right? He said capitalizing on big names. That's all. They will do both always. But like Blade was not a big name when they made a Blade movie, right? They made Blade into a big name.
Yeah.
There's other characters that they could use that they could turn into big names.
But that was a different time too. And they didn't even freaking sell Blade as a comic book movie. That was like an action horror Wesley Snipes. Like
the first one was good. The second two.
Yeah. Like, I'm not going to be a stickler. I'm not going to do different times, Tony. Don't be disingenuous or whatever. Like, because it's different times with how they sold it and how to sell it now, clearly.
Yeah, the Blade movies say Marvel Comics. They made 3 of those movies. Terrible take. Black Hawk. I think they have a Black Hawk. Pretty sure they do. But like I said, there are characters that they could use that they could introduce if that is the purpose.
They will. I promise you, Tony. I will give you $100 if you don't get a black original character from Marvel within the next 2 phases. How about that?
Original character.
Oh, you want an original Marvel? Not
No,
from the
you
comics?
said it.
No, yeah, you kept saying original. That's why
Original.
Bob.
Oh, sorry. Okay, yeah.
You just mean a black character that was originally black,
Yeah, sure.
and not
They
like a
changed,
brand
then they
new.
changed then She-Hulk. She-Hulk wasn't one of the who were the bad guys? The Tumblers. I'm not a comic book guy. Sorry. Besides Batgirl.
The Intelligencia.
No, the three blockheads.
Oh, there were 4 of them. That was the Wrecking Crew.
Wasn't one of them changed from a black character to a white guy in She-Hulk?
No, I think it was a Latino guy.
Okay. Yeah, there was a race change. It was a Latino guy. It wasn't a black guy. Wasn't.
No, I mean, I think the guy in the show. I'm not sure. It was kind of dark. Okay. I don't want to.
Hey, all I'm saying, us SJWs did not complain. We accepted it.
No. Well, yeah. The one guy had a mask on.
Yeah.
So. But what they did
we're subtly getting in there, dude. Don't worry. We're evenly.
Well, see what happened is the guy with the mask, his character was black in the comics, but the guy with the helmet, his character was white, and it looks like it's a black actor playing that character. So they race swapped 2 of the characters. 3 if you count the other guy who's also supposed to be white, but he looks like he's an Asian actor. So they were just all over the place with that, and they changed the whole fucking backstory.
You hated that ending, huh? You were down for it. I was so happy that you liked the She-Hulk in the beginning.
I liked the show, but the ending sucked.
Yeah, I heard. Yeah, I heard you were really disappointed with the ending. That sucks. I haven't finished it.
I think that they needed 1 more episode. Have that ending, and then 1 more episode to wrap it up, because it was just, hey, all those threads that you thought were going to come to a satisfying conclusion, nah, and waved away.
Damn. Season 2.
Let's get back. They might not have a season 2.
Oh,
I'm going to hear the rest of this. I haven't heard it all.
Sure.
Dependent on being a white guy to be Spider-Man. That's just not something inherent to his character. It's not something innate to him. Peter Parker was not like at a, I don't know, KKK rally when he got bit by a spider or whatever. You know what I mean? Whatever. He wasn't at like a.
Don't give him ideas. Don't give the Lotus director new ideas. All right.
He wasn't at a I don't know, a Keith Urban concert or whatever. I don't know what fucking, most white people.
I'm gonna get confused sometimes when I hear your voice on the video.
Okay. Do you want me to just leave and I'll come back?
No, you're fine. I was just saying because I thought that was you talking. I wasn't sure if that was the video or you. Because this mouth isn't moving. It confuses me.
I'm sorry.
People do. Like, what's a place where only white people would be there? But that's not where Peter Parker was. He was actually in New York City, in Queens. So there's black people there. Of course, it would piss people off. It would be kind of jarring to me, to be honest. I mean, I would still be like, okay, well, let's see what they do with it. But as someone who's read Spider-Man all my life and has been able to see myself represented in him, more or less, it would be kind of like, oh, shit, really? Okay.
I never got, maybe I'm just weird, but I never got the idea of seeing myself represented in a fictional character.
Yeah, neither did I. I grew up watching white people in movies, so.
Is Tommy Tallarico a humanoid? I think he is.
Actually, I grew up watching like a lot of like John. I love John Woo back in the day. The Hard Boiled, The Killer. I was really into those.
There is a brown Wendigo.
There's a weird. Did you know that? How do you feel about Speedy Gonzalez?
He's cool.
He's cool. Okay, so there was actually a point, I think in the mid-90s, you can look this up, that Speedy Gonzalez was banned because they thought it was too racist, right?
I lived through that.
Yeah, and it was actually the Mexican community. They were like, hey, no, put him back on. We fucking love that guy.
Yeah.
That's base. So I think that there's a little bit of a representation there that you could sort of, maybe I'm correlating, maybe I'm reaching, but it's like, hey, we like seeing Speedy there, right?
Yeah,
there's a little. So some people, maybe not you and me, but I think there's people that do like seeing themselves. You know.
It's possible. Tony, do you attack creators to get them on your show? No. If that was the case, then we'd have Melanie Mack here because I attacked her twice. And I'm sure Bob would love that.
To debate her, sure.
Yeah, dude, that expose you did on the Tomb Raider, oof, that was cringe. I showed my girlfriend.
Did you see the new one that I did?
No, I was gonna get into it. I have a list. You're in there though. That one's in there. That was probably gonna be next up.
I had to dig.
I've been loving your content, by the way, both of you guys. Yeah, I was happy to see Bob and Max's stream too. I hope he's a regular guy there.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, thanks. We do what we can. We try. We try to be fair to both sides. Although we get shit on by most people.
But I would get over it. I really would. You know, if the movie was bad, it would be bad for a lot of reasons that have nothing to do with him being a black guy. T'Challa cannot be white because of that very reason.
His skin color is integral to the character. That is Black Panther. That is Wakanda. You need a Wakanda. You need a Wakanda that is hidden for the rest of the world, that wasn't touched by, like, that's what makes it special.
I had to mute myself because of this next comment.
Tony, you debunked that with that brilliant Moses white kid. I'm down for that. white kid. So, but that, I think that's sort of lore, right? No, that's already in there, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's in there. Yeah. So you debunked it. Should have had you on.
Also, the you guys were trying to imply that the black in Black Panther was referring to, like, Dane called it a double entendre, which usually refers to something that's like has two meanings, with one of the meanings being risque.
Yeah.
So unless Dane thinks being African American is somehow risque, that doesn't work.
Ooh, I'll bring that up.
And two, the original character, when they drew up the the first designs, he was labeled Cold Tiger because they wanted the character to be based off of another character that was from like a Pulp Fiction magazine that had a Black Panther as a sidekick, and that's literally where the name came from. It had nothing to do with his skin color.
Cool.
It was just a happy coincidence that the character was also black.
Yeah, that's awesome. It's like the gift, as Stan Lee would say. The gift that fell in his lap. That's awesome.
I was laughing. Kevin Kline was a regular skinhead until one day at a Nickelback concert, he was bitten by a radioactive Nazi and became the Chinless Wonder. All right, so that's the whole point of that. And I knew that it wasn't going to take us long to get through this point because it's really simple, guys. Like, you have to almost be trying to misunderstand and trying to be an edgelord and trying to just be a troll and a chud for clicks in order to not get this basic idea. Even if they did make Clark Kent a black guy, like, nothing changes. Literally nothing changes.
I think a lot changes, actually, with Clark Kent being a black guy.
Okay.
Because
you're gonna love my Ripper debate.
well, here's the thing. Okay, we make Kryptonians black. Okay.
Okay.
So the ship lands. We have. Are we not changing the story at all? Because now we have to change the adoptive parents to be black, or are we keeping the adoptive parents, Ma, Pa, Kent, white?
It could go either or, man. It's art. I don't understand. Like, what are we doing? Like,
well, because in the original comics,
okay,
right?
Yeah, it could go either or. Maybe one writer does it that way. I don't.
But here's what I'm getting, because in the original comic,
I'm lost.
Because Kryptonians are white.
Okay.
And when Ma and Pa can adopt him,
okay,
no one knows that he's an alien, right? There's no suspicion as to, like, there's something wrong, something weird. They just assume that that's their kid. Now you have white parents and this black kid that comes out of nowhere, and people are gonna be like, "What the hell is going on?" Like, it stands out more.
Yeah, sure.
And now we got to. Are we setting it back?
And they have to hide him. And they have to hide him. And he doesn't have the normal. And he doesn't have, like, the normal growing up, like, sort of thing. And it's like a different. It's a different take on Superman. Yeah. Okay.
So I like I said, I have no problem with.
Okay, it's different. Okay.
There's no problem with Kryptonians being black, but then you just have to.
You can't change the lore, which is what I was saying. You can change the lore. Yeah. I say that in this video.
Placeholder characters.
I say that in this video. It's like, you can change the lore. I guess. Yeah, that's fine, but I don't think they want to do that. That's my cynical brain thinking that I don't think they want to do that.
Jay Cut says you would think a character who gets their power from the sun would be black to absorb sunlight.
Boom! Thanks, base. Thank you, Jay. I'm taking that point. What's your counter?
My counter is that on Kryptonian, the red sun removes their power.
Yeah.
Okay.
In the lore, so
I guess the writers are gonna have to think of that one.
Also, I don't think being black-skinned or dark-skinned would somehow allow you to absorb more solar radiation.
No, I think it would be less, wouldn't it? Because I'm sure the reason melatonin develops darker is to protect from the sun, to reduce the absorption of sun rays.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they really, you're thinking, because I know how people are thinking, because colors are the way we see colors are based on the way light reflects off of them. But literally, human skin changes color because of melanin.
Melatonin.
No, melatonin is what puts you to sleep, Bob.
That's Ben Shapiro's argument for
melanin.
Little Mermaid. For Little Mermaid
is your skin pigmentation, and I would argue the same thing. If you
for Little Mermaid or
for Little Mermaid, creatures that live.
We're back to Little Mermaid. Okay, great.
Creatures that live at the bottom of the ocean are usually not colorful. They're usually just because there's no sun.
It's crazy.
There's no light.
They don't sing either.
They don't sing. Well, mermaids don't exist either. So I mean,
Yeah,
we're gonna go that route.
Exactly. Whoa, we're back to square one. Creativity, making up fantasy.
But they didn't make it up. See, so if we're going back to then, the Little Mermaid is based off of create a new thing. It's not Ariel, the Little Mermaid.
Hey,
there's black characters. You know, there's black characters.
I think you should be more offended, Little Mermaid people. I think you should be more offended at this Swedish movie called The Lure. Okay, which adapted. Look it up. Adapted The Little Mermaid, made it into a horror film. How dare they? How dare they do that? Made it into a horror film.
Have you ever read the original Little Mermaid book?
Absolutely not. No.
She turns into bubbles at the end.
Yes, and that happens in the horror film.
Because
that happens
it's not a good ending. Also, I'm pretty sure like they cut off her scales or something.
But Tony, do you think you should be more offended at the casting of this like Little Mermaid fan, to all the people that were making a fuss about this? Like, shouldn't you be more offended at the horror version, to someone that took the animated, did this horror movie thing?
But is the horror movie based on the animated movie, or is it based on the book?
It's based on the book.
So then, no, the people are not offended because they took the Little Mermaid book and adapted it into a black woman. They're offended because they took the animated movie, which is the Disney.
Why are they bringing up the Danish book?
Because the Disney movie is based on the Danish book.
Oh, so then
that's the through line.
Oh, okay. But that doesn't count. Like, but do you see what I'm trying to say? Like, The Lure is also based on that book.
Yeah, but The Lure is an adaptation of
the book.
Right.
Yeah.
Imagine if I took The Lure,
like the animated movie, which they both did totally radical different things, and now here we're doing a remake of the movie. The only thing that's changed is the skin color. I think the fact that
I think there's more that's changed too.
Oh, sure, but you know what I mean, dude. In terms of in terms of people bitching, the only change is the skin color, my man.
I'm mad they ripped off Splash.
That's a little weird. Actually, in the original animated movie, they were gonna make her hair blonde, but they didn't because of that fucking Tom Hanks fish propaganda movie.
Good, because we need more redhead representation.
I totally agree. We need more representation in general, Tony. That's what us SJWs are screaming.
Yeah. Why do they gotta get rid of all the redhead characters?
They don't. They move them around. Everyone was complaining about who were they complaining? I forget who in the DCEU, but Lois Lane, they turned her into a redhead. She was originally a brunette, wasn't she? Comic book nerds, are you with me? She was a redhead in the movies. They upped it. They upped the scale. Get out of here, Jimmy.
Yeah, Jimmy Olsen was redhead.
Yeah, no, not anymore. Get out of here, Jimmy. We got Lois now, the highest of female Superman characters, as far as I know. I don't know.
Aston wants a quadriplegic Little Mermaid.
Then you should write it and film it and I'll produce it. I'll give you money because I believe in your story, dude. I believe in everyone's story.
Well, here's a question. Why didn't they just take one of the black characters from the Little Mermaid TV show, which is based on the Little Mermaid movie, which is the Disney version, and then just make a movie about her?
I have a better question. Why didn't they do, which was what everyone asked, why didn't they do Princess and the Frog? Right? But I'll answer.
Well, they probably will eventually get to it. They're doing all the animated movies
Yeah.
with live action.
Here's a question. Why was Princess and the Frog animated and not computer animated? You know what I'm saying? Why was it hand-drawn animated?
Because hand-drawn animation is way better.
And back then, come on, you know the big budget productions, the big Disney ones get the computer treatment, okay? And that one didn't. Why is that, Tony?
I have no idea, but I prefer hand-drawn. I think.
Oh, of course.
Was there any hand-drawn animated movies about black characters from Disney before?
Before Princess of the Frog, I don't think so. I'm down. I'm not actually sure, but you could.
So I would think at the very least they'd be like, look, we're going to do a traditional Disney film.
Oh, true. That's true. That's good.
Right.
That's true. That's a good one. It's classy. Classy Disney. At it again.
All right, let's see what else.
Classy Disney.
Except that, all of us white folks that have grown up with Superman having our skin color, now black folks will have that opportunity one time too. Like, oh my God, the fucking end of the world, right?
Yeah. What's wrong with that, Tony? There's nothing in the Little Mermaid that. Yeah.
I was confused. Were you talking?
Yes, I was. Sorry, I apologize.
I don't think there's anything wrong with it. Like I said, you just have to. There would have to be other changes to it.
Sure.
I mean, they changed Perry White. He was a black actor in one of the Superman movies. I'm pretty sure.
Man of Steel.
Yeah. Yep. I don't think no one had any issue with that. In fact, did you know that in the movie Wanted, they actually changed one of the black characters to white?
Damn. Yeah. Wanted was totally that wasn't like the comic I heard though at all, right?
No, not at all.
Yeah.
It's a good movie, but it's nowhere near like the comic.
Yeah, it's over the top. I miss that type of movie sometimes.
The ending's awesome. Where he like shoots the bullet like fucking across town.
Yeah, dude, I have this Bollywood version. I'm gonna show you. For someone copied this Bollywood movie that copied the final shootout from Wanted. It's fucking amazing.
Jay Cut says, "What if instead of a fish, she was half person, half horse, the little centaur?" I just think that if there's going to be a fish woman, I want it reversed. Right?
Ew.
You're telling me there's nothing down there for you, Bob. There's nothing down there at all. You can't have sex with that.
This is
at least in my
oh
version. I get to have sex with it. Right? You get a blowy. That's about it. From the top being human, because you can't fuck a fish body. She don't even got a poop hole. I'm just saying. If we're gonna go with a mermaid, I want fish on top, woman on bottom.
I mean, there's other anthropomorphic characters I'd rather fuck than a mermaid.
Flounder. Flounder.
Hey, I didn't say from the Little Mermaid. Tony fucks fish here. Only if the fish on top, woman on bottom is all I'm saying. Y'all know it's true. Y'all can say whatever you want, but y'all know it's true. When you think about it, it makes sense.
It says Ariel has to be played by a white woman. Like nothing. There's nothing intrinsic to the character whatsoever.
Except for her Danish origins, right?
Yeah, but we're America. We'll take that shit and make it our own. I love it. You don't love that, Tony?
I love it. I'm just saying.
It's awesome.
The argument falls apart. Like you can't make this argument and then simultaneously be like, oh yeah, but that one doesn't matter.
Wait, which one doesn't matter? Which one did I say doesn't matter?
The Ariel one, because you're like, well, the Black Panther has to be black because it's based on a Wakanda.
No. You came up, for sure. That one, true. You came up with an awesome arc. It doesn't have to. Yeah, that would be an awesome thing. If they have a white Black Panther and the repercussions of that within Wakanda and the world, that sounds like an interesting story. I'm down to read that. You proved me wrong there.
Plus, there was a Black Panther, like I said. I don't know if you missed it, but Casper Cole was the Black Panther, and he's half Jewish, half black, and he's white passing. I guess that's the term.
You think Marvel's going to do it?
They already did it in the comics.
No, in the movies.
No. I don't. Spoiler.
No. Okay.
I won't spoil.
Sign off. Okay, thank you. This whole Black Panther comparison is bullcrap. I'm glad I found out where the Ryan Gosling meme came from.
If you can watch this stuff,
I'm just curious though. What's up with the shirtless body thing?
I hate.
Is there
I
lore?
I love to take responsibility for this video as much as possible. But Dane made these. He knows I love Michael Bay. He pulled this together. I love it. It's funny. It's funny as hell. Yeah, I guess you'll have to ask him. I think I would think it's just funny because I always talk about Michael Bay, who's a conservative filmmaker. I want to talk to you about that. Conservative media. You guys need to get better. Entertainment media, I mean. Sorry. I want to talk about that one day with you. Set that up.
We'll set it up.
Stuff and tell me that these kids don't deserve a movie, or even a few movies, where rather than the, vast majority of historical examples of like princesses and heroines in Disney films and stuff are white. If you tell me that they don't deserve to have this as much as any white girl, where they literally see themselves, and that this doesn't affect,
I think this is a disingenuous argument because no one is saying that. No one is saying that these people do not deserve a princess.
No. We're just trying to strengthen ours. It's like, no, we.
But you're not. But what you're doing is it's a false equivalency, and you're making.
I am.
You're putting words into their mouths. They're literally. And again, you're making me defend people like the quartering, and I don't want to do that. But they literally did not say that.
That's my job. Yeah.
I
don't know. Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah.
Dane is literally like, don't you think they deserve? Yeah, Dane. He's
but I'm representing this video. So
and he's going, don't they deserve? And no one said they don't. The argument has always been, just make a new thing, right?
And they do.
And here's what I think.
But okay.
Here's what I think.
Hold on. Tony, no, because you just said something. Let me do this point. You just said something. Make something new. They do. They do make stuff new. Like, why don't you guys acknowledge that?
They do, and it fails. That's the point.
They're just doing this too. That's why they have to do this too, so they can make the money, and then they can make more new things. And
but I would say then if they made the thing that's new and it fails, right? Then obviously there's a reason. The reason it fails is because either you're really bad at making things, right? And that's why it didn't appeal to anybody, or you knew that this already appealed as an audience, and you're trying to co-opt this audience.
That's if it fails. But sometimes it just needs to skirt by. Sometimes it's a hit. Some things are like, I don't. Unfortunately, I don't know what kids are watching. But
Aston, this is terrible. What if there's a surge of young black kids diving into the ocean looking for the characters? Us dumb white kids. Some of us looked in sewers for the Ninja Turtles. I hope you guys did it. I never did.
No, yeah, I did. With a flashlight, I would just look through it. And like, hey, yeah, for sure. I relate to that.
But they totally deserve something, but I don't. No one's saying they don't. So the whole this.
So why are you taking that? But you want to take this away from them? They're watching the Little Mermaid trailer, and this is what we're watching, right?
I mean, wouldn't it be even better for them to get their own original character in a great story?
They do, but they get this too.
Okay, name three.
I don't know. Dude. Yeah.
But you're making the argument that they do, and I'm asking you.
So you're asking me to look up
No, you should know
kids.
This.
No, for kids, I'm assuming. Okay, you got me. I'm assuming there's shows out there with black original characters for kids. Yeah, I'll tell you what. I'll even be more confident. You want to bet $500 by tomorrow? I could bring a couple shows with black original characters.
I'm sure you could.
And then, you want to bet $500?
No, because I know
they are. Okay, then I'm done.
Because I know they are. That's the point I'm making. Okay. The point I'm going to make is, why don't we?
They exist.
They exist, but why don't we have articles in the new cartoon? These young black children.
Tony, you're disappointing me now, Tony. Come on, Tony. This is ridiculous. Why aren't you writing about this? Come on, you need to get rid of that bullshit. Why aren't you writing? Why aren't you concerned about this? I don't know, Tony. I'm sorry, I don't write articles. Why are you asking me that shit?
The Boondocks, yeah. See, there you go.
Jesus Christ.
There's one.
I don't know. I don't know why. Tony,
they're writing the article.
I got a little heated.
What I'm saying, they're writing the article. Yeah. Dane is building up the article as this grand thing, and I'm going, well, those other things exist. Why aren't we acknowledging them? And those other things are probably created by black creators who could use the uplifting.
Hey, we just promoted Rippaverse, okay? So don't give me that shit.
Why would you promote that? That shit was mediocre at best.
I know, I didn't even finish it. it was terrible. I do acknowledge, Mr. Stickler, that hey, this is not a review. I can't rate it. I didn't finish that boring piece of shit. So I did that for you, Tony, because I knew you were gonna be on my ass, and I'm glad you exist because of that. I'm glad I'm here for this.
I just want Ripper.
I'm kind of disappointed with you in this one.
I want Ripper to explain to me why there's pages with no sound effects. They're fighting and there's no sound effects.
Yeah, dude, he totally, it was like, because there were some parts where no dialogue, and then just monologues. It felt like a kid turning his homework late, like he was doing it in class, like he had to turn in the pages to Gabe or some shit. I don't know if I stole that joke from you, by the way. I never got to rewatch your video. I don't know if it was subconsciously in there because I loved your review.
Yeah, I did.
I don't know you said something like that.
Yeah.
Fuck. I stole. Well, I gave you props in our Rippaverse shit twice. I said I might have stolen this from Tony. I don't remember. I didn't catch up. I didn't rewatch. I don't know if it's stuck in there because there's only so much to say about this boring ass fucking book.
It was pretty bad.
How they feel about themselves. If you think this doesn't affect how they, perceive society and their value in society, you're fucking stupid.
Yeah. Bad faith.
Now, this is the cynic in me.
Yeah.
Right?
I love it. Bring them out.
But it's like, these aren't home movies, right? These are obviously like,
sure.
we staged this for
Sure.
the TikTok. For the YouTube. So it's like,
yeah. Okay.
How much of it is genuine reaction and how much of it is like, hey, make sure that you're over the top and like excited because it's going to get us more likes on the video.
Yeah, I personally don't know, but I do know. Well, I guess I shouldn't speak on that.
I mean, I'd even go even more cynical and say, how do we know specifically these girls are in awe of Errol for being black and not just in awe of Errol because she's a beautiful mermaid?
I think some of them actually say
that's actually based. I'll go more cynical and say Disney paid all these girls.
That horrible parenting, the kid will go blind sitting that close to TV. I think that's been debunked. That is where my mind goes, but it's not just on this, right? My mind goes there on everything. Whenever I see a TikTok video or a YouTube video or something, they're like, this happened. And they're like, no, this is probably fake.
Yeah, all you like Amiga lurkers, it's because he is like that you get that great Amigo content or whatever.
Yeah.
Not that I'm into that one, but I'm into
it is my cynical nature that has shaped the channel.
And I'm also wondering, I mean, they're showing these young black girls reacting to Ariel. What about the reactions of young white girls? I'm curious, would they be just as enthused for a new Ariel movie as these girls? You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah. I don't know. We'll find out with the box office. I'm banking on this. This is the one I've been waiting for. I didn't even see Lion King.
I'll tell you what. The trailer did not sell me on the movie.
Yeah, I'm hoping that Disney, because they were waiting for this, because this should have like chronologically been the first one. I understand they didn't. I'm hoping that they got some out of James Cameron when they bought Fox, and they're like getting some of that water technology or something. But I could sort of see. I can see your point that teaser didn't jump off the screen, if you will.
Yeah, it didn't pop for me.
Yeah. I'm still excited. I love it.
See, like, okay, is there more to that video?
I don't care. It's it. These kids can't act. Even if it is manipulation, these kids
I'm not even.
I'm
just saying. What I'm saying is,
dude, it's beautiful. I love it. I don't care.
They didn't look that excited. Is what I was gonna say. Like they're just okay. There's
no. They look somewhat.
She looked off to the side.
Okay, you're right. That one's true.
She's like, what
like,
am I looking at, Mom?
Mom, she's black. What the fuck? Yeah. That's the one. That's the one. She's black.
Right.
Okay, she could act.
She's black.
She could act, and they give her the line, Tony, cynical Tony, where are you? She's
Yeah,
the one.
right.
She's the only one that could act technically at that age. And look at her. They give her the line. Yeah, Disney. Who cares? I guess some people care about this.
I don't know. It also feels like by the time this trailer came out, I think everybody knew Ariel was like Hale Bailey. Damn, I always fuck that name up. I'm pretty sure everyone already knew that she was casted, right? It wasn't like a surprise. Like they oh,
they acted like it, yeah. Well, yeah, it's all the same. Like, but look at how like the antis work, right? They all knew She-Hulk, who the writers were. They all knew the writers made interviews throughout the whole time. Look at how they act when the trailer comes out, the teaser comes out. Oh my god, they act so shocked. It's worse. It's actually worse.
Yeah.
She keeps going. Just keep going.
Well, the actress isn't. She's not an actress. She's like a singer first. So I hope she could sing. That's where she started.
Yeah. Apparently, the director was moved to tears by a performance on TV. And that's why he selected her. He was like, hey, he called her agent and was like, yo, can she act? And auditioned. She killed it, apparently. I'm excited.
Why did they just make her hair more red?
Man, I don't know why. Like, it's some of these directors, I think they're still in Dark Knight times. They're just like gritty. Yeah, Dark Knight was real. Batman's real. It's like, we're kind of over that a little bit.
Make it a little more cartoony, a little more fun, colorful.
Yeah. I assume that's why.
I wish I could be.
Also, wasn't she on some kids show?
I have no idea. I didn't read that.
I think she was. So I could see these people being familiar with her. And so they might be more excited just because, like, oh, I know her.
That's true. Yeah, if she was in like
she was in let me see, Grownish. That's a sitcom. She was in some other stuff. So yeah, she was in Tyler Perry's House of Pain, The Ellen Show, Austin and Ailey, Wildin' Out, Grownish, Disney Family Sing Along Volume 2, Disney Holiday Sing Along. So, I mean, they might have seen her in a couple things.
Yeah, sure.
Apparently, she was in Beyonce's Lemonade.
Who wasn't, Tony?
I wasn't. I'm not a big fan of Beyonce.
I'm not going to say that. She's queen, right? I'm not going to say anything about the queen. I'm not going to say anything about the queen.
I'm not a big Beyonce fan. What's up with the subtitles on these videos?
Cynical. They're trying to sell it to everyone, right?
No, because that's like...
Including the hearing impaired.
No, look at it. Say the line. Where the hell's the damn subtitles? They're all like in Spanish.
What about her?
Yeah. Yeah, this could go big over in Latin America. They're one shot. They're one-shotting it. Disney. Money.
Oh. She says her skin's brown like mine. Yeah. Like, man, I'm a little misty-eyed right now. Not gonna lie. Who can look at something like this? And I mean, I know there are people that can and will look at this and still be assholes about it, but like, dude,
guilty.
Yeah, guilty. There's probably some assholes actually angry looking at that.
Probably so.
That's us. We were so angry.
They think that if
so angry. Sounds like she has a long history with Disney. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, so I could see the kids being familiar with her, like seeing her on the Disney sing-alongs and stuff. So she also launched a YouTube channel with her sister when they were 11 and 13. See, so yeah. So there's a good chance that generation is familiar with her.
Sure. The Disney number, there's like people that study this crap. They go to college to like crunch numbers and do statistics, and they're trying to get as many people as they can in the theaters. And I know it's math. That's where my mind goes. My mind goes that they're not doing that. They're actually going, well, this would get us more money, but this will get us more brownie points. So let's go with why does your mind go there?
Because my mind goes, well, movies like The Little Mermaid never not made money, right?
Okay.
So changing her to black shouldn't give you more money. I don't think that black people are so self-centered that they need to see a black Little Mermaid to go to see.
I don't think so either. I don't think so either.
So that's what I'm saying. Like if it was a white Ariel, I think they would make the same amount of money as if it's a black Ariel.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to.
But
But they're doing this for they're doing this for boys, but like they get attacked for this too.
I don't know, man. I'd like to disagree with that. I think by changing the character's color, they're going to get more promotion and more people talking about the character. So more people are going to hear about it, which would probably lead to more ticket sales than there would be.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
Except for all the angry chuds.
The angry ones. There's people that got angry looking at that. I know. I've been to Facebook. I saw it. I love debating people in your comment section, not just your comment section, Tony. I go to everyone's comment section.
I'm never going out of my way to see the movie. Yeah, I think I'm.
You're gonna pass? Come on, the trailer's gonna be sick. I know the trailer. At least the trailer's gonna be good.
I don't think I've seen a single live action Disney movie.
I saw Cinderella, which I kind of dug actually.
Sidekick Max watched Beauty and the Beast.
No, didn't see
and
it.
I think Cruella. I want to say Cruella.
Oh, Lady Joker. That's what I called it.
But yeah, I haven't seen any of them. I've seen a couple of bits. I was pissed that they removed the one song from The Lion King, so I'm like, I'm not gonna watch this. They fucking took out the best song. And then I seen a couple of Jungle Book clips, and I was like, it's not really working for me.
Do you have one that you would watch, or did that one pass? The Lion King?
I passed on The Lion King because they took out the song.
Is there one movie that you won't pass on, no matter what? Hercules. What do we have next? What do we have left?
Oh god,
Hercules based on TikTok? No, fuck no.
Tarzan. Come on, a live action of that one with Phil Collins.
Would they race swap Tarzan?
Yes. The Rock.
I don't think they would. Black guy in the jungle pretending to be a monkey.
Oh my god, dude, you are so freaking right.
So you got Tarzan, white people.
Yeah.
That one's all yours.
Directed by Michael Bay, please.
Yeah. But I don't know. I was never really like a big Disney person. So I can't even think of a Disney movie that like I would want to see live action.
Hunchback of Notre Dame. Let's see. Let's try it. Let's see what happens there.
jeez.
Let's try it. Come on, you know the woke schools. What is it? It'd be great.
Maybe I'm looking forward. Maybe they should make another Wizard of Oz. I always loved that movie.
Did you ever see that one? There was a movie about the making of that movie with Chevy Chase.
No, I didn't see that.
Okay, there's a movie with Chevy Chase about the making of Wizard of Oz. Now, the hook of this movie is that it's about the little people that played the what are they called in Wizard of Oz?
Munchkins.
The Munchkins, right? And it's about the cast of the Munchkins booked in a hotel and absolutely wrecking havoc throughout the whole hotel. It's like the most bizarre thing. I'm gonna remake it one day.
I heard the Munchkins on the Wizard of Oz were terrible to work with, just in general.
I think that's what this movie was sort of based off of. Yeah, that the hotel they ran amok apparently. They filmed like there's like someone said a good comparison is like they filmed them like they were gremlins in this movie. Like it's absolutely bizarre.
You know what I could do for a live action Sword in the Stone?
Live action Black Cauldron.
Based. Double based. All right, let's finish this. I gotta go soon. I want you guys to tear me apart before I go. Let's do it.
If it's not their perspective, it's not valid. And it's like, I don't know what it's like to be a little black girl or anything other than a very, very white dude. But
fair. but at the same time, right? Isn't like I don't know what it's like to be a little black girl, right? But at the same time, I can watch a movie and relate to the character, even if the character is a little black girl, because maybe I had, a bully in high school, or maybe I had a parent who, had to work late and was never home, right? So the idea that you're not a little black girl, sure, you don't have little black girl experiences. Sure.
Yeah.
But there are things that you could relate to that are universal experiences.
Well, that's the beauty of art, is that it gives you an opportunity to maybe not relate, but to sort of understand or try to get an understanding of it. Maybe not a full, like it's the same as an experience, but it's like something where you could watch, like absorb, understand, and that's the beauty of art. That's what I love. That's what I love about films. That's what I love about just films, I guess. Some TV is good, I guess.
I understand what it's like to connect with something in a very personal and profound way, to feel like you're represented, like in Iron Man 3, just off the top of my head, when he was having panic attacks, and I used to have severe panic attacks like that. It was like, I fucking couldn't believe I was seeing Robert Downey Jr. as Iron Man having the same thing that I had. Like, it meant a lot to me. And so just that's another example.
You got Tony, you and I are a different breed, but as you can see from this man, and I think he was like, he's getting misty eyed. I could sort of hear it.
Yeah.
Like he really relates. Some people just like representation, man. I don't know. I'm cool with it. I love foreign films. I love different types of movies. Some people, they don't embark in those things, and they just want to sort of,
You can't, Kev.
That's
Imagine if they remade and race swap Song of the South.
Dude, reclaim that movie, dude. Yeah.
I don't. Okay, so I'm gonna say something that's gonna sound vaguely racist.
That's a great idea.
But I don't think there's anything racist about Song of the South. Like if you watch the movie, I understand the time period and I understand the implication of what the character is, right? But I don't think they ever explicitly stated in the movie that Uncle Remus is like a slave or whatever, right? Like I watched that as a little kid, and I was never like, "Oh, that guy's a slave," right?
Yeah, I mean, I saw Song of the South when I was really young, and I've seen some analysts about the context of the characters and stuff. But I mean, just because the character was a slave, does that make the movie racist because it's discussing themes? Or
I think the issue with the movie is because he's a slave, and it's like, look how happy he is to be a slave, and look how the family's like so nice to him. And isn't it nice that he's a slave? I think that's the issue.
Oh, damn! I haven't seen it. Damn. Yeah, and I don't agree with that. Like deleting, like film history. It's Disney.
Independent Song of the South. We had some awkward dead air.
No, but like it is interesting, and with I think you could deliver it with proper context and be like, look, da, 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 da. But what I think, like, I'm sorry, but we came up with this banger idea. If we get a black creator to reclaim that movie somehow, like remake it, I think that's the way to go.
Well, you could make him a freed slave, like place it slightly after slavery has ended, and instead of telling the stories to little white kids, he's telling them to the little black children that he has.
Yeah,
and it's relating to how they got away from slavery.
Yeah, just do what they do with Huck Finn. Huck Finn, I'm sure it's been updated in a movie form recently or something.
Well, but I think the movie, if you watch the movie itself, right, just watch the movie. There's nothing in the movie. If you don't know the context, if I just showed it to somebody, to some kid in 2022, they wouldn't understand context and why it's bad.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, you're being technically racist, not in like a bigoted way necessarily, not in necessarily even a hateful way.
I don't think you could be technically racist. I have an issue with that too. Like I think it's an either or. Like either you're racist or you're not. Like,
wait, what did he say? Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. What did he say?
Or rewind it.
I'll try to defend him.
Like it meant a lot to me. And so just that's another example. Like when you apply it as just a racial thing, yeah, you're being technically racist, not in like a bigoted way necessarily, not in necessarily even a hateful way. I'm sure some people don't see it as a hateful thing or have hatred, but like when you can't even just appreciate that someone has another perspective besides your own, and that they might get a different connection out of something that you've already, if you grew up with The Little Mermaid, like I said, I don't need to watch it. I might, but like
I do.
But like he said, you're technically racist. Maybe not in a bigoted way or a hateful way, but I think the word racist literally means hating people based on their race. You can't take the hate out of racism.
No, I think I think no, because okay, so
that's like literally the definition of the word.
Sure, but I think there's different levels where it's like the KKK is different from like your racist grandma said something racist. It's like she didn't really say it in a hateful way.
Then she's just prejudiced. She's not racist.
Okay.
I just think we have to be more careful with the way we use certain words.
Man, I 100% agree with you.
Because
I do.
Racist, the definition
there's
means
levels
one
of hate.
thing.
Yeah, I agree. There's levels of hate. But
racist
has to have some level of hate. You can't remove the hate from racism.
So
you can say something racist, and
I think you can be ignorantly racist, and it doesn't come from a place of hate, right? You could be racist, and it doesn't come from a place of hate. It's a place of ignorance.
Well, would that be racist or would that be prejudiced?
I think that would be bigoted. Bigoted is.
And I don't know the difference. I actually don't know the words. I don't know the words.
Opinion or faction or particular prejudice.
I don't know the words.
Bigoted is like being prejudiced.
Okay.
But not necessarily. It's based on a belief, opinion.
What's prejudice?
To prefer one thing over the other.
And what's racist?
To hate somebody based on their race.
Okay. To hate someone based on their race.
See?
Well, the definition of racist, according to the Oxford Language Dictionary, is prejudice against or antagonistic towards a person or people on the basis of their membership of a particular racial or ethnic group. And the noun is a person who is prejudiced against.
Well, the against is the hate, and the antagonistic is
that's what I'm pointing out. It's against, because you could be.
But that doesn't mean hate, does it?
Well, if you're against something,
that doesn't mean you hate it.
It's implicit.
I'm against. Hey, Tony, I'm against Black Adam because of what they did to Batgirl. I don't hate Black Adam.
But you hate what they did against Batgirl.
That's true. Yeah.
So there is hate there.
Oh well, hate what they did to. Yeah. Okay, I give you that one. Yeah. Okay, I see.
I've gotten my Little Mermaid, right? So why would I fucking care? In fact, why would I not be happy for these little girls who, and boys too, I imagine, that they get a version that's their version, but also it can be mine if I choose for it to be. The only reason I don't is because I don't care about live action Disney remakes, not because she's black.
To me, it's baffling that we've been hearing these stories like since we were kids. Like we've heard this. The morals of stories of like it's not who you are outside, it's who you are.
What's the moral of Little Mermaid? Sell your voice to a crazy witch and then
you get married.
Yeah.
Hey, Snow White, think of that one, dude. That's crazy.
Also, do you think, since we're talking about the Little Mermaid, I believe they're going to change the song "Kiss the Girl." It's not going to be in the Little Mermaid.
Oh, dude, that's the best song. That's the best one. No.
Ariel can't speak during that scene.
And she can't give consent.
And the scene is coaxing the prince to kiss her.
No, Tony, don't break. No, that's the best freaking song, dude. Don't do this to me. Don't use the Twitter lefties against me.
No, they've got to change it because I know Disney. I've heard.
You better sign it then. Can you sign language to kiss me?
Yeah. Oh, you're so yeah. She'll spell, dude. They're gonna do a cute thing. She's gonna have to spell it out with sticks or like fish or some shit. She's gonna take fish out and spell it out. I consent with fish. She's gonna spell that out with dead carcass fish.
I think they're gonna cut it.
There's no way they're gonna cut that fucking song, dude. That's the best song. No.
Or they'll change it in some way. I mean, they cut out the best song from The Lion King.
That's true, but that was some. I don't agree with it, but I understand.
There's literally nothing.
Shit was.
There's literally no Nazi stuff in the song.
I know, but
it's just the imagery that you see.
Dude, I agree with you. I could kind of see Disney like, fuck. All right, let's just cut it. But they scrambled to try to put something back together. Like,
but she wants to be kissed, but he doesn't know that. The prince isn't aware.
She goes, hey. She takes agency and she kisses. She's the one.
Then why didn't she do that in the original version? I don't think that works. I think the spell would not be broken if I think he has to kiss her.
Exactly, Tony. The spell didn't work because he didn't kiss her, and that's like sort of like a hiccup in the plot where she was like, I need to get this out, whatever the fuck. She kisses the guy. Doesn't work. Why isn't it working? They do a plot device where she has to figure out ways out because he has to kiss me. It's all art, man. Yeah, I think they'll figure it out.
You know what would be funny if they made a Little Mermaid where she trades her voice for legs, and then the lady just hands her like a pair of legs. Like a monkey's paw situation. Here you go.
There was like huge back in the day. There was a huge push to have Divine as Ursula, and I think that's really, really cool cast. That would have been cool. You know Divine from Pink Flamingo in the John Water movies?
Yeah.
I think consent has to be verbal and affirmative. Just
because she use ZZ Top for the soundtrack. Yeah, she got legs.
Hey, you had me thinking though. Yeah, the whole kiss thing is I'm gonna see how Disney plays with that. That's interesting. The consent angle. Yeah.
And are they gonna remove the priest with the boner, or is he still gonna be in the movie?
Oh yeah. I remember that. That was his knee though, right?
Yeah.
I paused it. I was the kid that paused it and looked for it.
You probably paused the Who Framed Roger Rabbit too, didn't you?
For Christopher Lloyd. Hell yeah.
You were trying to look under Jessica Rabbit's skirt.
No. She was too intimidating to me as a child. She kind of creeped me out, actually. I know. It was weird. I saw it when I was like super young. I wasn't ready for it.
That's ableist. She could not.
That's a fair point.
Yeah.
Because he could ask her. I mean, all you have to do then is you have the kiss me, you have the kiss song or however it goes, kiss the girl, and then all he has to do is turn around and go, "Can I kiss you?" And she goes, nods, and then he kisses her. Done.
Yeah, but he doesn't kiss her. Remember, because the movie goes on.
Oh, right.
I'm telling you, they're gonna do. She kisses him, and it didn't work. She's gonna take agency. She's a real woman. She's gonna do it. I need to get this goddamn spell out of it. This guy's fucking around with me. They're gonna do it. They could figure this out, man. If we could figure it out, they could figure. If we could come up with stupid sidelines. I'm sure Disney's fine. We're gonna hear the
finale for She-Hulk. So
yeah.
Ooh, I don't know if I have faith. Let's see. Let's get the rest of this video. You got like 3 minutes.
Okay. Inside, right? Like we know this, right? Like the character of Ariel's most like prominent attribute is it's her voice.
And the fishtail.
I thought you were going to say the red hair.
To me, it's the voice. That's what the plot is about.
But the plot's about her losing her voice and her not having a voice for the whole movie.
It's integral to the plot. It's pretty important.
But I would argue, why get a singer if, like, most of the movie she's not going to talk or sing? Like, she got one song at the beginning, and that's it.
Oh, I love these creative exercises we could do. What is Disney? What could they do? Could they do inner monologue? Can they do a stylized, maybe Shape of Water style musical thing where she does sing one point to herself? They add the new songs that way, Tony. I don't know. I'm not Disney, but that's an idea. That's what they're going to do.
I think they should have just hired a mute actress.
Boom. Yeah, no, in general, I think
Ninja Kitty says, imagine they take a swerve and she has to kiss a girl rather than the guy. Black lesbian Little Mermaid.
Creativity's awesome.
What the hell is Aston talking about? And in the sequel, she has a loveless marriage with 3 kids. While her husband hangs out in the bar with his buddies. One of these.
All right. I got to get going though. So, yeah. Do you want to just quickly? I'm trying to say something
And the
super
fishtail.
True. Okay, if they didn't have if they had a manatee tail, I might have rioted. If they had
Thank
a
you.
manatee tail.
But that actually is funny. That's
I
an
might have
example of
rioted.
another innate physical property that if they changed, it would not make sense, right?
Yes,
like
yes,
if they're like, oh, this Little Mermaid has deer legs. Like, what the fuck are you doing, man? Like,
yeah. Then it's like, oh, that's a disrespect, a little bit of a disrespect to the character. I would say maybe that's as close as it gets. I still don't know what that means in general, disrespect. But like it's baffling that you're saying what matters is the skin color. They don't like that. Don't you know that's racist? Like that's what Ariel is to you. Like I understand that's what a character is. That's what to be the character. Like it's not the core. It's not who they are. It's not their values or anything like that. To you, a character is their skin color. Like that's disgusting. Like I thought we'd learned not to judge a book by its cover. Like
based. I don't know. I mean,
okay.
the thing is orange. If they made the thing blue, I'd be pretty pissed. Like the thing is supposed to be orange.
Damn, I don't know comic books. I can't. Fuck. I gotta use the movies. Okay. If there's a subplot where the thing is blue, you'd be pissed. Like he turns blue for a second, or
well, if he turns blue, no. But if they just made Fantastic Four and he was just blue,
yeah, that'd be weird. Pretty weird.
That'd be weird, right? So there are characters where yes, the color is.
No, there is, and like stuff like okay, yeah. Well, that's too deep, and I'm way too high. I don't want to get this nuanced with you, but there are certain certain places or certain styles if you want to film that character skin color is integral in a certain way. But I am way too high to discuss that.
All right. Well,
we'll
you
get
guys
to
are
that
pretty much
later.
wrapped up anyway. We're almost going on 5 hours. Fuck.
Damn, dude, you're a machine, dude. Content machine.
Well, I get pegged by the Little Mermaid. Well, she doesn't have anything on the bottom.
Yeah, but she could use a strap on.
It'd be harder to draw. The uniform the uniform is blue, so he was orange to contrast. So obviously they would just change the uniform. And if it's a movie, they don't have to worry about drawing colors because it's a movie and he'd just be wearing blue pants. Why are all the Spider-Man villains green? Well, there's actually a really good reason for that. Traditionally, and I know there's exceptions to the rules.
I know what this is going to be. Go on.
But traditionally, when they were doing comic books, they decided that certain colors would be hero colors, certain colors would be villain colors. Your red, blue, white were hero colors, purple, green, yellow, villain colors. That's why you have like the Green Goblin, the Incredible Hulk. I'm out of here, Bob. Like Doc Ock, his color's green.
Yeah.
Look at a lot of the villains from like the 70s, 60s, and 70s. Because America, where we come from, America, red, white, and blue is the flag. So those are the three good colors. So you couldn't have a villain running around in red, white, and blue. It wouldn't look right. Venom isn't green because black is the opposite of white.
I think that's all propaganda. I think Disney likes money, so they made their villains green for money.
Disney didn't own those characters.
I know.
Well, there is a little financial reason. Green is cheaper as an ink, or it was back in the day, because I think one of the reasons they changed Hulk from grey to green was because green was a cheaper color to print.
That is untrue. I'll explain that. But first off, Joshua Perez, I said traditionally in the 70s and 60s. Venom and Carnage. Carnage is from the 90s, so he's definitely not from there. And I think Venom is from the late 80s. So neither one of those characters are from the time period we are talking. The reason that they changed the color of the Hulk from gray to green is because the printer could not make a consistent gray color. That's why if you read the first issue of the Hulk, the color of his gray varies from page to page. Green was able to be more consistent. So there you go.
Based.
And that was actually Stan Lee. So don't blame me, just the messenger.
Stan Lee's rolling in his grave.
They're contrasting colors. Green and yellow are opposite to red and blue. Easier to keep them separate when drawing. Yeah, that too. But I mean, that's why they decided. They're like this, that.
Right. Sorry, my bad. You learn something new every day.
Yeah. All right, guys. It was awesome chatting with you.
Yeah,
Tony, you're gonna have a ball with the Rippaverse one. I think that one you could really tear me apart. because I did awful. But yeah, it was fun. It was fun. I'll probably see you guys around in Max's stream or otherwise. I'm a fan of this content. I'll probably be in the chat while you guys do your thing.
If you're around on another Friday where we do drama, you can always hop on.
Oh, cool.
But we're signing off too. It's almost 5 hours. Thank you all for watching, sticking with us. And as always, love, peace, booty grease. We out this bitch.